Section 12 of Back to Methuselah by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 12, the conclusion of Part 3, The Thing Happens. The domestic minister enters. She is a handsome woman, apparently in the prime of life, with elegant, tense, well-held-up figure, and the walk of a goddess. Her expression and deportment are grave, swift, decisive, awful, unanswerable. She wears a Dianesque tunic instead of a blouse, and a silver coronet instead of a gold fillet. Her dress otherwise is not markedly different from that of the men, who rise as she enters and incline their heads with instinctive awe. She comes to the vacant chair between Barnabas and Confucius. Burge Lupin, resolutely genial and gallant. "Delighted to see you, Mrs. Lutestring." Confucius. "We are honoured by your celestial presence." Barnabas. "Good day, madam." The Archbishop. "I have not had the pleasure of meeting you before. I am the Archbishop of York." Mrs. Lutestring. "Surely we have met, Mr. Archbishop. I remember your face. She checks herself suddenly. "Ah, no, I remember now. It was someone else." She sits down. They all sit down. The Archbishop, also puzzled. "Are you sure you're mistaken? I also have some association with your face, Mrs. Lutestring. Something like a door opening continually and revealing you, and a smile of welcome when you recognized me. Did you ever open a door for me, I wonder?" Mrs. Lutestring. "I often opened a door for the person you have just reminded me of, but he has been dead many years." The rest, except the Archbishop, look at one another quickly. Confucius. "May I ask how many years?" Mrs. Lutestring, struck by his tone, looks at him for a moment with some displeasure, then replies, "It does not matter. A long time." Burge Lupin. "You mustn't rush to conclusions about the Archbishop, Mrs. Lutestring. He is an older bird than you think. Older than you, at all events." Mrs. Lutestring, with a melancholy smile. "I think not, Mr. President. But the subject is a delicate one. I had rather not pursue it." Confucius. "There is a question which has not been asked." Mrs. Lutestring, very decisively. "If it is a question about my age, Mr. Chief Secretary, it had better not be asked. All that concerns you about my personal affairs can be found in the books of the Accountant General." Confucius. "The question I was thinking of will not be addressed to you. But let me say that your sensitiveness on the point is very strange, coming from a woman so superior to all common weaknesses as we know you to be." Mrs. Lutestring. "I may have reasons which have nothing to do with common weaknesses, Mr. Chief Secretary. I hope you will respect them." Confucius, after bowing to her in assent. "I will now put my question. Have you, Mr. Archbishop, any ground for assuming, as you seem to do, that what has happened to you has not happened to other people as well?" Burge Lupin. "Yes, by George, I never thought of that." The Archbishop. "I have never met any case but my own." Confucius. "How do you know?" The Archbishop. "Well, no one has ever told me that they were in this extraordinary position." Confucius. "That proves nothing. Did you ever tell anybody that you were in it? You never told us. Why did you never tell us?" The Archbishop. "I am surprised at the question, coming from so astute a mind as yours, Mr. Secretary. When you reached the age I reached before I discovered what was happening to me, I was old enough to know and fear the ferocious hatred with which human animals, like all other animals, turn upon any unhappy individual who has the misfortune to be unlike themselves in every respect, to be unnatural, as they call it. You will still find among the tales of that 20th century classic, Wells, a story of a race of men who grew twice as big as their fellows, and another story of a man who fell into the hands of a race of blind men. The big people had to fight the little people for their lives, and the man with eyes would have had his eyes put out by the blind had he not fled to the desert, where he perished miserably. Wells's teaching on that and other matters was not lost on me. By the way, he lent me £5 once, which I never repaid, and it still troubles my conscience." Confucius. And were you the only reader of Wells? If there were others like you, had they not the same reason for keeping the secret? The Archbishop. That is true, but I should know. You short-lived people are so childish. If I met a man of my own age, I should recognize him at once. I have never done so. Mrs. Lutestring. Would you recognize a woman of your age, do you think? The Archbishop. He stops and turns upon her with a searching look, startled by the suggestion and the suspicion it rouses. Mrs. Lutestring. What is your age, Mr. Archbishop? Burge Lubin. 283, he says. That is his little joke. Do you know, Mrs. Lutestring, he had almost talked us into believing him when you came in and cleared the air with your robust common sense. Mrs. Lutestring. Do you really feel that, Mr. President? I hear the note of breezy assertion in your voice. I miss the note of conviction. Burge Lubin, jumping up. Look here, let us stop talking damp nonsense. I don't wish to be disagreeable, but it's getting on my nerves. The best joke won't bear being pushed beyond a certain point. That point has been reached. I'm rather busy this morning. We all have our hands pretty full. Confucius here will tell you that I have a heavy day before me. Barnabas. Have you anything more important than this thing, if it's true? Burge Lubin. Oh, if it's true, but it isn't true. Barnabas. Have you anything at all to do? Burge Lubin. Anything to do? Have you forgotten, Barnabas, that I happen to be president, and that the weight of the entire public business of this country is on my shoulders? Barnabas. Has he anything to do, Confucius? Confucius. He has to be president. Barnabas. That means that he has nothing to do. Burge Lubin, sulkily. Very well, Barnabas. Go on making a fool of yourself. He sits down. Go on. Barnabas. I am not going to leave this room until we get to the bottom of this swindle. Mrs. Lutestring, turning with deadly gravity on the Accountant General. This what, did you say? Confucius. These expressions cannot be sustained. You obscure the discussion in using them. Barnabas, glad to escape from her gaze by addressing Confucius. Well, this unnatural horror, will that satisfy you? Confucius. That is in order. But we do not commit ourselves to the implications of the word horror. The Archbishop. By the word horror, the Accountant General means only something unusual. Confucius. I notice that the Honourable Domestic Minister, on learning the advanced age of the venerable prelate, shows no signs of surprise or incredulity. Burge Lubin. She doesn't take it seriously. Who would? Eh, Mrs. Lutestring? Mrs. Lutestring. I take it very seriously indeed, Mr. President. I see now that I was not mistaken at first. I have met the Archbishop before. The Archbishop. I felt sure of it. This vision of a door opening to me and a woman's face welcoming me must be a reminiscence of something that really happened, though I see it now as an angel opening the gate of heaven. Mrs. Lutestring. Or a parlour-maid opening the door of the house of the young woman you were in love with? The Archbishop, making a wry face. Is that the reality? How these things grow in our imagination! But may I say, Mrs. Lutestring, that the transfiguration of a parlour-maid to an angel is not more amazing than her transfiguration to the very dignified and able domestic minister I am addressing. I recognize the angel in you. Frankly, I do not recognize the parlour-maid. Burge Lubin. What's a parlour-maid? Mrs. Lutestring. An extinct species, a woman in a black dress and white apron, who opened the house door when people knocked or rang, and was either your tyrant or your slave. I was a parlour-maid in the house of one of the Accountant General's remote ancestors. To Confucius. You ask me my age, Mr. Chief Secretary. I am 274. Burge Lubin, gallantly. You don't look it. You really don't look it. Mrs. Lutestring, turning her face gravely towards him. Look again, Mr. President. Burge Lubin, looking at her bravely until the smile fades from his face, and he suddenly covers his eyes with his hands. Yes, you do look it. I am convinced. It's true. Now call up the lunatic asylum, Confucius, and tell them to send an ambulance for me. Mrs. Lutestring to the Archbishop. Why have you given away your secret, our secret? The Archbishop. They found it out. The cinema records betrayed me. But I never dreamt that there were others. Did you? Mrs. Lutestring. I knew one other. She was a cook. She grew tired and killed herself. The Archbishop. Dear me. However, her death simplifies the situation, as I have been able to convince these gentlemen that the matter had better go no further. Mrs. Lutestring. What? When the President knows? It will be all over the place before the end of the week. Burge Lubin, injured. Really, Mrs. Lutestring, you speak as if I were a notoriously indiscreet person. Barnabas, have I such a reputation? Barnabas, resignedly. It can't be helped. It's constitutional. Confucius. It is utterly unconstitutional, but, as you say, it cannot be helped. Burge Lubin, solemnly. I deny that a secret of state has ever passed my lips, except, perhaps, to the Minister of Health, who is discretion personified. People think because she is a negress. Mrs. Lutestring. It does not matter much now. Once it would have mattered a great deal, but my children are all dead. The Archbishop. Yes, the children must have been a terrible difficulty. Fortunately for me, I had none. Mrs. Lutestring. There was one daughter who was the child of my very heart. Some years after my first drowning, I learnt that she had lost her sight. I went to her. She was an old woman of 96, blind. She asked me to sit and talk with her, because my voice was like the voice of her dead mother. Burge Lubin. The complications must be frightful. Really, I hardly know whether I do want to live much longer than other people. Mrs. Lutestring. You can always kill yourself, as Cook did, but that was influenza. Long life is complicated and even terrible, but it is glorious all the same. I would no more change places with an ordinary woman than with a mayfly that lives only an hour. The Archbishop. What set you thinking of it first? Mrs. Lutestring. Conrad Barnabas's book. Your wife told me it was more wonderful than Napoleon's Book of Fate and old Moore's Almanac, which Cook and I used to read. I was very ignorant. It did not seem so impossible to me as to an educated woman. Yet I forgot all about it, and married and drudged as a poor man's wife, and brought up children, and looked 20 years older than I really was, until one day, long after my husband died and my children were out in the world working for themselves, I noticed that I looked 20 years younger than I really was. The truth came to me in a flash. Burge Lubin. An amazing moment. Your feelings must have been beyond description. What was your first thought? Mrs. Lutestring. Pure terror. I saw that the little money I had laid up would not last, and that I must go out and work again. They had things called old age pensions then, miserable pittances for worn-out old labourers to die on. I thought I should be found out if I went on drawing it too long. The horror of facing another lifetime of drudgery, of missing my hard-earned rest and losing my poor little savings, drove everything else out of my mind. You people nowadays can have no conception of the dread of poverty that hung over us then, or of the utter tiredness of 40 years unending overwork and striving to make a shilling do the work of a pound. The Archbishop. I wonder you did not kill yourself. I often wonder why the poor in those evil old times did not kill themselves. They did not even kill other people. Mrs. Lutestring. You never kill yourself, because you always may as well wait until tomorrow, and you have not energy or conviction enough to kill the others. Besides, how can you blame them when you would do as they do if you were in their place? Burge Lubin. Devilish poor consolation, that. Mrs. Lutestring. There were other consolations in those days for people like me. We drank preparations of alcohol to relieve the strain of living and give us an artificial happiness. Burge Lubin, Confucius, Barnabas, all together making wry faces. Alcohol? Pfft! Disgusting. Mrs. Lutestring. A little alcohol would improve your temper and manners, and make you much easier to live with, Mr. Accountant General. Lubin, laughing. By George, I believe you. Try it, Barnabas. Confucius. No, try tea. It is the more civilized poison of the two. Mrs. Lutestring. You, Mr. President, were born intoxicated with your own well-fed natural exuberance. You cannot imagine what alcohol was to an underfed poor woman. I had carefully arranged my little savings so that I could get drunk, as we called it, once a week, and my only pleasure was looking forward to that poor little debauch. That is what saved me from suicide. I could not bear to miss my next carouse. But when I stopped working and lived on my pension, the fatigue of my life's drudgery began to wear off, because, you see, I was not really old. I recuperated. I looked younger and younger, and at last I was rested enough to have courage and strength to begin life again. Besides, political changes were making it easier. Life was a little better worth living for the 9/10 of the people who used to be mere drudges. After that, I never turned back or faltered. My only regret now is that I shall die when I am 300 or thereabouts. There was only one thing that made life hard, and that is gone now. Confucius. May we ask what that was? Mrs. Lutestring. Perhaps you will be offended if I tell you. Lubin. Offended? My dear lady, do you suppose, after such a stupendous revelation, that anything short of a blow from a sledgehammer could produce the smallest impression on any of us? Mrs. Lutestring. Well, you see, it has been so hard on me never to meet a grown-up person. You are all such children, and I never was very fond of children, except that one girl who woke up the mother passion in me. I have been very lonely sometimes. Lubin, again gallant. But surely, Mrs. Lutestring, that has been your own fault. If I may say so, a lady of your attractions need never have been lonely. Mrs. Lutestring. Why? Lubin. Why? Well. He gives it up. The Archbishop. He means that you might have married. Curious how little they understand our position. Mrs. Lutestring. I did marry. I married again on my 101st birthday. But of course I had to marry an elderly man, a man over 60. He was a great painter. On his deathbed he said to me, "It has taken me 50 years to learn my trade, and to paint all the foolish pictures a man must paint and get rid of before he comes through them to the great things he ought to paint. And now that my foot is at last on the threshold of the temple, I find that it is also the threshold of my tomb." That man would have been the greatest painter of all time if he could have lived as long as I. I saw him die of old age, whilst he was still, as he said himself, a gentleman amateur, like all modern painters. Lubin. But why had you to marry an elderly man? Why not marry a young one? Or shall I say a middle-aged one? If my own affections were not already engaged, and if, to tell the truth, I were not a little afraid of you, for you are a very superior woman, as we all acknowledge, I should esteem myself happy in, Mrs. Lutestring. Mr. President, have you ever tried to take advantage of the innocence of a little child for the gratification of your senses? Lubin. Good heavens, madam, what do you take me for? What right have you to ask me such a question? Mrs. Lutestring. I'm at present in my 275th year. You suggest that I should take advantage of the innocence of a child of 30 and marry it. The Archbishop. Can you short-lived people not understand that, as the confusion and immaturity and primitive animalism in which we live for the first 100 years of our life is worse in this matter of sex than in any other, you are intolerable to us in that relation? Lubin. Do you mean to say, Mrs. Lutestring, that you regard me as a child? Mrs. Lutestring. Do you expect me to regard you as a completed soul? Oh, you may well be afraid of me. There are moments when your levity, your ingratitude, your shallow jollity make my gorge rise so against you that if I could not remind myself that you are a child, I should be tempted to doubt your right to live at all. Confucius. Do you grudge us the few years we have? You who have 300? Bergleuben. You accuse me of levity. Must I remind you, madam, that I am the president, and that you are only the head of a department? Barnabas. In gratitude, too, you draw a pension for 300 years, when we owe you only 78, and you call us ungrateful. Mrs. Lutestring. I do. When I think of the blessings that have been showered on you, and contrast them with the poverty, the humiliations, the anxieties, the heartbreak, the insolence and tyranny that were the daily lot of mankind when I was learning to suffer instead of learning to live, when I see how lightly you take it all, how you quarrel over the crumpled leaves in your beds of roses, how you are so dainty about your work that unless it is made either interesting or delightful to you, you leave it to negresses and Chinamen, I ask myself whether even 300 years of thought and experience can save you from being superseded by the power that created you and put you on your trial. Bergleuben. My dear lady, our Chinese and colored friends are perfectly happy. They are 20 times better off here than they would be in China or Liberia. They do their work admirably, and in doing it they set us free for higher employments. The Archbishop, who has caught the infection of her indignation. What higher employments are you capable of? You that are superannuated at 70 and dead at 80. Mrs. Lutestring. You are not really doing higher work. You are supposed to make the decisions and give the orders, but the negresses and the Chinese make up your minds for you, and tell you what orders to give, just as my brother, who was a sergeant in the Guards, used to prompt his officers in the old days. When I want to get anything done at the Health Ministry, I do not come to you. I go to the black lady who has been the real president during her present term of office, or to Confucius, who goes on for ever while presidents come and presidents go. Bergleuben. This is outrageous. This is treason to the white race. And let me tell you, madam, that I have never in my life met the Minister of Health, and that I protest against the vulgar colour prejudice which disparages her great ability and her eminent services to the state. My relations with her are purely telephonic, gramophonic, photophonic, and, may I add, platonic. The Archbishop. There is no reason why you should be ashamed of them in any case, Mr. President, but let us look at the position impersonally. Can you deny that what is happening is that the English people have become a joint stock company admitting Asiatics and Africans as shareholders? Barnabas. Nothing like it. I know all about the old joint stock companies. The shareholders did no work. The Archbishop. That is true, but we, like them, get our dividends whether we work or not. We work partly because we know there would be no dividends if we did not, and partly because if we refuse we are regarded as mentally deficient and put into a lethal chamber. But what do we work at? Before the few changes we were forced to make by the revolutions that followed the 4 Years' War, our governing classes had been so rich, as it was called, that they had become the most intellectually lazy and fat-headed people on the face of the earth. There is a good deal of that fat still clinging to us. Bergleuben. As president, I must not listen to unpatriotic criticisms of our national character, Mr. Archbishop. The Archbishop. As Archbishop, Mr. President, it is my official duty to criticize the national character unsparingly. At the canonization of St. Henrik Ibsen, you yourself unveiled the monument to him which bears on its pedestal the noble inscription, I came not to call sinners but the righteous to repentance. The proof of what I say is that our routine work, and what may be called our ornamental and figurehead work, is being more and more sought after by the English, whilst the thinking, organizing, calculating, directing work is done by yellow brains, brown brains, and black brains, just as it was done in my early days by Jewish brains, Scottish brains, Italian brains, German brains. The only white men who still do serious work are those who, like the accountant general, have no capacity for enjoyment, and no social gifts to make them welcome outside their offices. Barnabas. Confound your impudence! I had gifts enough to find you out, anyhow. The Archbishop, disregarding this outburst. If you were to kill me as I stand here, you would have to appoint an Indian to succeed me. I take precedence today not as an Englishman, but as a man with more than a century and a half of fully adult experience. We are letting all the power slip into the hands of the colored people. In another 100 years we shall be simply their household pets. Burge Lubin, reacting buoyantly. Not the least danger of it. I grant you we leave the most troublesome part of the labor of the nation to them. And a good job, too. Why should we drudge at it? But think of the activities of our leisure. Is there a jollier place on earth to live in than England out of office hours? And to whom do we owe that? To ourselves, not to the niggers. The nigger and the chink are all right from Tuesday to Friday, but from Friday to Tuesday they are simply nowhere, and the real life of England is from Friday to Tuesday. The Archbishop. That is terribly true. In devising brainless amusements, in pursuing them with enormous vigor and taking them with eager seriousness, our English people are the wonder of the world. They always were. And it is just as well, for otherwise their sensuality would become morbid and destroy them. What appalls me is that their amusements should amuse them. They are the amusements of boys and girls. They are pardonable up to the age of 50 or 60. After that they are ridiculous. I tell you, what is wrong with us is that we are a non-adult race, and the Irish and the Scots and the niggers and chinks, as you call them, though their lifetime is as short as ours, or shorter, yet do somehow contrive to grow up a little before they die. We die in boyhood. The maturity that should make us the greatest of all the nations lies beyond the grave for us. Either we shall go under as greybeards with golf clubs in our hands, or we must will to live longer. Mrs. Lutestring. Yes, that is it. I could not have expressed it in words, but you have expressed it for me. I felt, even when I was an ignorant domestic slave, that we had the possibility of becoming a great nation within us. But our faults and follies drove me to cynical hopelessness. We all ended, then, like that. It is the highest creatures who take the longest to mature, and are the most helpless during their immaturity. I know now that it took me a whole century to grow up. I began my serious life when I was 120. Asiatics cannot control me. I am not a child in their hands, as you are, Mr. President. Neither, I am sure, is the Archbishop. They respect me. You are not grown up enough even for that, though you were kind enough to say that I frighten you. Burge Lubin. Honestly, you do. And will you think me very rude if I say that if I must choose between a white woman old enough to be my great-grandmother and a black woman of my own age, I shall probably find the black woman more sympathetic? Mrs. Lutestring. And more attractive in colour, perhaps? Burge Lubin. Yes, since you ask me, more. Well, not more attractive. I do not deny that you have an excellent appearance, but I will say richer, more Venetian, tropical. The shadowed livery of the burnished sun. Mrs. Lutestring. Our women and their favourite story-writers begin already to talk about men with golden complexions. Confucius, expanding into a smile all across both face and body. Ah! Burge Lubin. Well, what of it, madam? Have you read a very interesting book by the librarian of the Biological Society, suggesting that the future of the world lies with the mulatto? Mrs. Lutestring, rising. Mr. Archbishop, if the white race is to be saved, our destiny is apparent. The Archbishop. Yes, our duty is pretty clear. Mrs. Lutestring. Have you time to come home with me and discuss the matter? The Archbishop, rising. With pleasure. Barnabas, rising also, and rushing past Mrs. Lutestring to the door, where he turns to bar her way. No, you don't. Burge, you understand, don't you? Burge Lubin. No. What is it? Barnabas. These two are going to marry. Burge Lubin. Why shouldn't they if they want to? Barnabas. They don't want to. They will do it in cold blood because their children will live 300 years. It mustn't be allowed. Confucius. You cannot prevent it. There is no law that gives you power to interfere with them. Barnabas. If they force me to it, I will obtain legalization against marriages above the age of 78. The Archbishop. There is not time for that before we are married, Mr. Accountant General. Be good enough to get out of the lady's way. Barnabas. There is time to send the lady to the lethal chamber before anything comes of your marriage. Don't forget that. Mrs. Lutestring. What nonsense, Mr. Accountant General. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Mr. Chief Secretary. They rise and acknowledge her salutation with bows. She walks straight at the Accountant General, who instinctively shrinks out of her way as she leaves the room. The Archbishop. I am surprised at you, Mr. Barnabas. Your tone was like an echo from the Dark Ages. He follows the domestic minister. Confucius, shaking his head and clucking with his tongue in deprecation of this painful episode, moves to the chair just vacated by the Archbishop, and stands behind it with folded palms, looking at the President. The Accountant General shakes his fist after the departed visitors, and bursts into savage abuse of them. Barnabas. Thieves! Cursed thieves! Vampires! What are you going to do, Burge? Burge Lubin. Do? Barnabas. Yes, do. There must be dozens of these people in existence. Are you going to let them do what the two who have just left us mean to do, and crowd us off the face of the earth? Burge Lubin, sitting down. Oh, come, Barnabas, what harm are they doing? Aren't you interested in them? Don't you like them? Barnabas. Like them? I hate them. They are monsters, unnatural monsters. They are poison to me. Burge Lubin. What possible objection can there be to their living as long as they can? It does not shorten our lives, does it? Barnabas. If I have to die when I am 78, I don't see why another man should be privileged to live to be 278. It does shorten my life, relatively. It makes us ridiculous. If they grew to be 12 feet high, they would make us all dwarfs. They talked to us as if we were children. There is no love lost between us. Their hatred of us came out soon enough. You heard what the woman said and how the Archbishop backed her up? Burge Lubin. But what can we do to them? Barnabas. Kill them. Burge Lubin. Nonsense! Barnabas. Lock them up. Sterilize them somehow, anyhow. Burge Lubin. But what reason could we give? Barnabas. What reason can you give for killing a snake? Nature tells you to do it. Burge Lubin. My dear Barnabas, you are out of your mind. Barnabas. Haven't you said that once too often already this morning? Burge Lubin. I don't believe you will carry a single soul with you. Barnabas. I understand. I know you. You think you are one of them. Confucius. Mr. Accountant General, you may be one of them. Barnabas. How dare you accuse me of such a thing? I am an honest man, not a monster. I won my place in public life by demonstrating that the true expectation of human life is 78.6, and I will resist any attempt to alter or upset it to the last drop of my blood, if need be. Burge Lubin. Oh, come. Pull yourself together. How can you, a descendant of the great Conrad Barnabas, the man who is still remembered for his masterly biography of a black beetle, be so absurd? Barnabas. You had better go and write the autobiography of a jackass. I am going to raise the country against this horror, and against you, if you show the slightest sign of weakness about it. Confucius, very impressively. You will regret it if you do. Barnabas. What is to make me regret it? Confucius. Every mortal man and woman in the community will begin to count on living for 3 centuries. Things will happen which you do not foresee. Terrible things. The family will dissolve. Parents and children will be no longer the old and the young. Brothers and sisters will meet as strangers after 100 years' separation. The ties of blood will lose their innocence. The imaginations of men, let loose over the possibilities of 3 centuries of life, will drive them mad and wreck human society. This discovery must be kept a dead secret. He sits down. Barnabas. And if I refuse to keep the secret? Confucius. I shall have you safe in a lunatic asylum the day after you blab. Barnabas. You forget that I can produce the Archbishop to prove my statement. Confucius. So can I. Which of us do you think he will support when I explain to him that your object in revealing his age is to get him killed? Barnabas, desperate. Burge, are you going to back up this yellow abomination against me? Are we public men and members of the government, or are we damned blackguards? Confucius, unmoved. Have you ever known a public man who was not what vituperative people call a damned blackguard when some inconsiderate person wanted to tell the public more than was good for it? Barnabas. Hold your tongue, you insolent heathen. Burge, I spoke to you. Burge Lubin. Well, you know, my dear Barnabas, Confucius is a very long-headed chap. I see his point. Barnabas. Do you? Then let me tell you that, except officially, I will never speak to you again. Do you hear? Burge Lubin, cheerfully. You will. You will. Barnabas. And don't you ever dare speak to me again. Do you hear? He turns to the door. Burge Lubin. I will. I will. Goodbye, Barnabas. God bless you. Barnabas. May you live forever and be the laughing-stock of the whole world. He dashes out in a fury. Burge Lubin, laughing indulgently. He will keep the secret all right. I know Barnabas. You needn't worry. Confucius, troubled and grave. There are no secrets except the secrets that keep themselves. Consider, there are those films at the record office. We have no power to prevent the master of the records from publishing this discovery made in his department. We cannot silence the American. Who can silence an American? Nor the people who were there today to receive him. Fortunately, a film can prove nothing but a resemblance. Burge Lubin. That's very true. After all, the whole thing is confounded nonsense, isn't it? Confucius, raising his head to look at him. You have decided not to believe it, now that you realize its inconveniences. That is the English method. It may not work in this case. Burge Lubin. English be hanged, it's common sense. You know, those two people got us hypnotized, not a doubt of it. They must have been kidding us. They were, weren't they? Confucius. You looked into that woman's face, and you believed. Burge Lubin. Just so. That's where she had me. I shouldn't have believed her a bit if she turned her back to me. Confucius shakes his head slowly and repeatedly. Burge Lubin. You really think? He hesitates. Confucius. The Archbishop has always been a puzzle to me. Ever since I learnt to distinguish between one English face and another, I have noticed what that woman pointed out, that the English face is not an adult face, just as the English mind is not an adult mind. Burge Lubin. Stow it, John Chinaman. If ever there was a race divinely appointed to take charge of the non-adult races and guide them and train them and keep them out of mischief until they grow up to be capable of adopting our institutions, that race is the English race. It is the only race in the world that has that characteristic. Now, Confucius. That is the fancy of a child nursing a doll. But it is 10 times more childish of you to dispute the highest compliment ever paid you. Burge Lubin. You call it a compliment to class us as grown-up children? Confucius. Not grown-up children. Children at 50, 60, 70. Your maturity is so late that you never attain to it. You have to be governed by races which are mature at 40. That means that you are potentially the most highly developed race on Earth, and would be actually the greatest if you could live long enough to attain to maturity. Burge Lubin, grasping the idea at last. By George, Confucius, you're right. I never thought of that. That explains everything. We are just a lot of schoolboys. There's no denying it. Talk to an Englishman about anything serious, and he listens to you curiously for a moment, just as he listens to a chap playing classical music. Then he goes back to his marine golf, or motoring, or flying, or women, just like a bit of stretched elastic when you let it go. Soaring to the height of his theme. Oh, you are quite right. We are only in our infancy. I ought to be in a perambulator with a nurse shoving me along. It's true, it's absolutely true. But some day we'll grow up, and then, by jingo, we'll show 'em. Confucius. The Archbishop is an adult. When I was a child, I was dominated and intimidated by people whom I now know to have been weaker and sillier than I, because there was some mysterious quality in their mere age that overawed me. I confess that, though I have kept up appearances, I have always been afraid of the Archbishop. Lubin. Between ourselves, Confucius, so have I. Confucius. It is this that convinced me. It was this in the woman's face that convinced you. Their new departure in the history of the race is no fraud. It does not even surprise me. Lubin. Oh, come, not surprise you. It's your pose never to be surprised at anything, but if you are not surprised at this, you are not human. Confucius. I am staggered, just as a man may be staggered by an explosion for which he has himself laid the charge and lighted the fuse. But I am not surprised, because, as a philosopher and a student of evolutionary biology, I have come to regard some such development as this as inevitable. If I had not thus prepared myself to be credulous, no mere evidence of films and well-told tales would have persuaded me to believe. As it is, I do believe. Lubin. Well, that being settled, what the devil is to happen next? What's the next move for us? Confucius. We do not make the next move. The next move will be made by the Archbishop and the woman. Lubin. Their marriage? Confucius. More than that. They have made the momentous discovery that they are not alone in the world. Lubin. You think there are others? Confucius. There must be many others. Each of them believes that he or she is the only one to whom the miracle has happened. But the Archbishop knows better now. He will advertise in terms which only the long-lived people will understand. He will bring them together and organize them. They will hasten from all parts of the earth. They will become a great power. Lubin, a little alarmed. I say, will they? I suppose they will. I wonder, is Barnabas right after all? Ought we to allow it? Confucius. Nothing that we can do will stop it. We cannot in our soul really want to stop it. The vital force that has produced this change would paralyze our opposition to it if we were mad enough to oppose. But we will not oppose. You and I may be of the elect too. Lubin. Yes, that's what gets us every time. What the deuce ought we to do? Something must be done about it, you know. Confucius. Let us sit still and meditate in silence on the vistas before us. Lubin. By George, I believe you're right. Let us. They sit, meditating, the Chinaman naturally, the President with visible effort and intensity. He is positively glaring into the future when the voice of the negress is heard. The negress. Mr. President? Lubin, joyfully. Yes, taking up a peg. Are you at home? The negress. No, omega 0 x squared. The President rapidly puts the peg in the switchboard, works the dial, and presses the button. The screen becomes transparent, and the negress, brilliantly dressed, appears on what looks like the bridge of a steam yacht in glorious sea weather. The installation with which she is communicating is beside the binnacle. Confucius, looking round and recoiling with a shriek of disgust. Ah! Avaunt! Avaunt! He rushes from the room. Lubin. What part of the coast is that? The negress. Fishguard Bay. Why not run over and join me for the afternoon? I am disposed to be approachable at last. Lubin. But Fishguard? 270 miles. The negress. There is a lightning express on the Irish air service at 16:30. They will drop you by a parachute in the bay. The dip will do you good. I will pick you up and dry you, and give you a first-rate time. Lubin. Delightful, but a little risky, isn't it? The negress. Risky? I thought you were afraid of nothing. Lubin. I am not exactly afraid, but The negress, offended. But you think it is not good enough. Very well. She raises her hand to take the peg out of her switchboard. Lubin, imploringly. No, stop. Let me explain. Hold the line just one moment. Oh, please. The negress, with her hand poised over the peg. Well? Lubin. The fact is, I have been behaving very recklessly for some time past, under the impression that my life would be so short that it was not worth bothering about. But I have just learnt that I may live, well, much longer than I expected. I am sure your good sense will tell you that this alters the case. The negress, with suppressed rage. Oh, quite. Pray, don't risk your precious life on my account. Sorry for troubling you. Goodbye. She snatches out her peg and vanishes. Lubin, urgently. No, please hold on. I can convince you. A loud buzz, zuzz, zuzz. Engaged. Who is she calling up now? Represses the button and calls, The Chief Secretary. Say, I want to see him again, just for a moment. Confucius's voice. Is the woman gone? Lubin. Yes, it's all right. Just a moment, if... Confucius returns. Confucius, I have some important business at Fishguard. The Irish Air Service can drop me in the bay by parachute. I suppose it's quite safe, isn't it? Confucius. Nothing is quite safe. The air service is as safe as any other travelling service. The parachute is safe, but the water is not safe. Lubin. Why? They will give me an unsinkable tunic, won't they? Confucius. You will not sink, but the sea is very cold. You may get rheumatism for life. Lubin. For life? That settles it. I won't risk it. Confucius. Good. You have at last become prudent. You are no longer what you call a sportsman. You are a sensible coward, almost a grown-up man. I congratulate you. Lubin, resolutely. Coward or no coward, I will not face an eternity of rheumatism for any woman that ever was born. He rises and goes to the rack for his fillet. I have changed my mind. I am going home. He cocks the fillet rakishly. Good evening. Confucius. So early. If the Minister of Health rings you up, what shall I tell her? Lubin. Tell her to go to the devil. He goes out. Confucius, shaking his head, shocked at the President's impoliteness. No. Oh, these English, these crude young civilizations, their manners, hogs. End of Part 3, The Thing Happens. End of Section 12. Section 13 of Back to Methuselah by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 13, Part 4, Tragedy of an Elderly Gentleman. Act 1. Buran Pier, on the south shore of Galway Bay in Ireland, a region of stone-capped hills and granite fields. It is a fine summer day in the year 3000 A.D. On an ancient stone stump about 3 feet thick and 3 feet high, used for securing ships by ropes to the shore, and called a bollard or holdfast, an elderly gentleman sits, facing the land with his head bowed and his face in his hands, sobbing. His sunburnt skin contrasts with his white whiskers and eyebrows. He wears a black frock coat, a white waistcoat, lavender trousers, a brilliant silk cravat with a jeweled pin stuck in it, a tall hat of grey felt, and patent leather boots with white spats. His starched linen cuffs protrude from his coat sleeves, and his collar, also of starched white linen, is Gladstonian. On his right, 3 or 4 full sacks, lying side by side on the flags, suggest that the pier, unlike many remote Irish piers, is occasionally useful as well as romantic. On his left, behind him, a flight of stone steps descends out of sight to the sea level. A woman in a silk tunic and sandals, wearing little else except a cap with the number 2 on it in gold, comes up the steps from the sea and stares in astonishment at the sobbing man. Her age cannot be guessed. Her face is firm and chiseled like a young face, but her expression is unyouthful in its severity and determination. The woman. What is the matter? The elderly gentleman looks up, hastily pulls himself together, takes out a silk handkerchief, and dries his tears lightly with a brave attempt to smile through them, and tries to rise gallantly, but sinks back. The woman. Do you need assistance? The elderly gentleman. No, thank you very much. No, nothing. The heat. He punctuates with sniffs and dabs with his handkerchief at his eyes and nose. Hay fever. The woman. You are a foreigner, are you not? The elderly gentleman. No, you must not regard me as a foreigner. I am a Briton. The woman. You come from some part of the British Commonwealth? The elderly gentleman, amiably pompous. From its capital, madam. The woman. From Baghdad? The elderly gentleman. Yes. You may not be aware, madam, that these islands were once the centre of the British Commonwealth during a period known as the Exile. They were its headquarters 1,000 years ago. Few people know this interesting circumstance now, but I assure you it is true. I have come here on a pious pilgrimage to one of the numerous lands of my fathers. We are of the same stock, you and I. Blood is thicker than water. We are cousins. The woman. I do not understand. You say you have come here on a pious pilgrimage. Is that some new means of transport? The elderly gentleman, again showing signs of distress. I find it very difficult to make myself understood here. I was not referring to a machine, but to a sentimental journey. The woman. I am afraid I am as much in the dark as before. You said also that blood is thicker than water. No doubt it is, but what of it? The elderly gentleman. Its meaning is obvious. The woman. Perfectly, but I assure you I am quite aware that blood is thicker than water. The elderly gentleman, sniffing, almost in tears again. We will leave it at that, madam. The woman, going nearer to him and scrutinizing him with some concern. I am afraid you are not well. Were you not warned that it is dangerous for short-lived people to come to this country? There is a deadly disease called discouragement, against which short-lived people have to take very strict precautions. Intercourse with us puts too great a strain on them. The elderly gentleman, pulling himself together huffily. It has no effect on me, madam. I fear my conversation does not interest you. If not, the remedy is in your own hands. The woman, looking at her hands, and then looking inquiringly at him. Where? The elderly gentleman, breaking down. Oh, this is dreadful. No understanding, no intelligence, no sympathy. His sobs choke him. The woman. You see, you are ill. The elderly gentleman, nerved by indignation. I am not ill. I have never had a day's illness in my life. The woman. May I advise you? The elderly gentleman. I have no need of a lady doctor, thank you, madam. The woman, shaking her head. I am afraid I do not understand. I said nothing about a butterfly. The elderly gentleman. Well, I said nothing about a butterfly. The woman. You spoke of a lady doctor. The word is known here only as the name of a butterfly. The elderly gentleman, insanely. I give up. I can bear this no longer. It is easier to go out of my mind at once. He rises and dances about, singing, I be a butterfly born in a bower, making apple dumplings without any flour. The woman, smiling gravely. It must be at least 150 years since I last laughed. But if you do that any more, I shall certainly break out like a primary of 60. Your dress is so extraordinarily ridiculous. The elderly gentleman, halting abruptly in his antics. My dress? Ridiculous? I may not be dressed like a Foreign Office clerk, but my clothes are perfectly in fashion in my native metropolis, where yours, pardon my saying so, would be considered extremely unusual and hardly decent. The woman. Decent? There is no such word in our language. What does it mean? The elderly gentleman. It would not be decent for me to explain. Decency cannot be discussed without indecency. The woman. I cannot understand you at all. I fear you have not been observing the rules laid down for short-lived visitors. The elderly gentleman. Surely, madam, they do not apply to persons of my age and standing. I am not a child, nor an agricultural labourer. The woman, severely. They apply to you very strictly. You are expected to confine yourself to the society of children under 60. You are absolutely forbidden to approach fully adult natives under any circumstances. You cannot converse with persons of my age for long without bringing on a dangerous attack of discouragement. Do you realize that you are already showing grave symptoms of that very distressing and usually fatal complaint? The elderly gentleman. Certainly not, madam. I am fortunately in no danger of contracting it. I am quite accustomed to converse intimately and at the greatest length with the most distinguished persons. If you cannot discriminate between hay fever and imbecility, I can only say that your advanced years carry with them the inevitable penalty of dotage. The woman. I am one of the guardians of this district, and I am responsible for your welfare. The elderly gentleman. The guardians? Do you take me for a pauper? The woman. I do not know what a pauper is. You must tell me who you are, if it is possible for you to express yourself intelligibly. The elderly gentleman snorts indignantly. The woman, continuing. And why are you wandering here alone without a nurse? The elderly gentleman, outraged. Nurse? The woman. Short-lived visitors are not allowed to go about here without nurses. Do you not know that rules are meant to be kept? The elderly gentleman. By the lower classes, no doubt. But to persons in my position there are certain courtesies which are never denied by well-bred people, and the woman. There are only two human classes here, the short-lived and the normal. The rules apply to the short-lived, and are for their own protection. Now, tell me at once who you are. The elderly gentleman, impressively. Madam, I am a retired gentleman, formerly chairman of the All-British Synthetic Egg and Vegetable Cheese Trust in Baghdad, and now president of the British Historical and Archaeological Society, and a vice-president of the Travellers' Club. The woman. All that does not matter. The elderly gentleman, again snorting. Indeed. The woman. Have you been sent here to make your mind flexible? The elderly gentleman. What an extraordinary question. Pray, do you find my mind noticeably stiff? The woman. Perhaps you do not know that you are on the west coast of Ireland, and that it is the practice among natives of the eastern island to spend some years here to acquire mental flexibility. The climate has that effect. The elderly gentleman, haughtily. I was born, not in the eastern island, but, thank God, in dear old British Baghdad, and I am not in need of a mental health resort. The woman. Then why are you here? The elderly gentleman. Am I trespassing? I was not aware of it. The woman. Trespassing? I do not understand the word. The elderly gentleman. Is this land private property? If so, I make no claim. I proffer a shilling in satisfaction of damage, if any, and am ready to withdraw if you will be good enough to show me the nearest way. He offers her a shilling. The woman, taking it and examining it without much interest. I do not understand a single word of what you have just said. The elderly gentleman. I am speaking the plainest English. Are you the landlord? The woman, shaking her head. There is a tradition in this part of the country of an animal with a name like that. It used to be hunted and shot in the barbarous ages. It is quite extinct now. The elderly gentleman, breaking down again. It is a dreadful thing to be in a country where nobody understands civilized institutions. He collapses on the bollard, struggling with his rising sobs. Excuse me. Hay fever. The woman, taking a tuning fork from her girdle and holding it to her ear, then speaking into space on one note, like a chorister intoning a psalm. Boorin Pier Galway, please send someone to take charge of a discouraged short-liver who has escaped from his nurse, male, harmless, babbles unintelligibly with moments of sense. distressed, hysterical, foreign dress, very funny, has curious fringe of white seaweed under his chin. The gentleman. This is a gross impertinence, an insult. The woman, replacing her tuning fork and addressing the elderly gentleman. These words mean nothing to me. In what capacity are you here? How did you obtain permission to visit us? The elderly gentleman, importantly. Our Prime Minister, Mr. Badger Bluebin, has come to consult the oracle. He is my son-in-law. We are accompanied by his wife and daughter, my daughter and granddaughter. I may mention that General Ausdag, who is one of our party, is really the Emperor of Turania travelling incognito. I understand he has a question to put to the oracle informally. I have come solely to visit the country. The woman. Why should you come to a place where you have no business? The elderly gentleman. Great heavens, madam, can anything be more natural? I shall be the only member of the Travellers' Club who has set foot on these shores. Think of that. My position will be unique. The woman. Is that an advantage? We have a person here who has lost both legs in an accident. His position is unique, but he would much rather be like everyone else. The elderly gentleman. This is maddening. There is no analogy whatever between the two cases. The woman. They are both unique. The elderly gentleman. Conversation in this place seems to consist of ridiculous quibbles. I am heartily tired of them. The woman. I conclude that your Travellers' Club is an assembly of persons who wish to be able to say that they have been in some place where nobody else has been. The elderly gentleman. Of course, if you wish to sneer at us. The woman. What is sneer? The elderly gentleman, with a wild sob. I shall drown myself. He makes desperately for the edge of the pier, but is confronted by a man with the number 1 on his cap, who comes up the steps and intercepts him. He is dressed like the woman, but a slight moustache proclaims his sex. The man, to the elderly gentleman. Ah, here you are. I shall really have to put a collar and lead on you if you persist in giving me the slip like this. The woman. Are you this stranger's nurse? The man. Yes, I am very tired of him. If I take my eyes off him for a moment, he runs away and talks to everybody. The woman, after taking out her tuning fork and sounding it, intones as before. Put in pier, wash out. She puts up the fork and addresses the man. I sent a call for someone to take care of him. I have been trying to talk to him, but I can understand very little of what he says. You must take better care of him. He is badly discouraged already. If I can be of any further use, Fusima, Gort, will find me. She goes away. The elderly gentleman. Any further use? She has been of no use to me. She spoke to me without any introduction, like any improper female, and she has made off with my shilling. The man. Please speak slowly. I cannot follow. What is a shilling? What is an introduction? Improper female doesn't make sense. The elderly gentleman. Nothing seems to make sense here. All I can tell you is that she was the most impenetrably stupid woman I have ever met in the whole course of my life. The man. That cannot be. She cannot appear stupid to you. She is a secondary, and getting on for a tertiary at that. The elderly gentleman. What is a tertiary? Everybody here keeps talking to me about primaries and secondaries and tertiaries as if people were geological strata. The man. The primaries are in their 1st century. The secondaries are in their 2nd century. I am still classed as a primary, he points to his number, but I may almost call myself a secondary, as I shall be 95 next January. The tertiaries are in their 3rd century. Did you not see the number 2 on her badge? She is an advanced secondary. The elderly gentleman. That accounts for it. She is in her 2nd childhood. The man. Her 2nd childhood? She is in her 5th childhood. The elderly gentleman, again resorting to the bollard. Oh, I cannot bear these unnatural arrangements. The man, impatient and helpless. You shouldn't have come among us. This is no place for you. The elderly gentleman. nerved by indignation. "May I ask why? I am a vice president of the Travelers' Club. I have been everywhere. I hold the record in the club for civilized countries." The man. "What is a civilized country?" The elderly gentleman. It is a civilized country. Desperately. I don't know. I shall go mad if you keep asking me to tell you things that everybody knows. Countries where you can travel comfortably, where there are good hotels. Excuse me, but though you say you are 94, you are worse company than a child of 5 with your eternal questions. Why not call me Daddy at once? The man. I did not know your name was Daddy. The elderly gentleman. My name is Joseph Popham Bulge Bloopin Barlow, O.M. The man. That is 5 men's names. Daddy is shorter, and O.M. will not do here. It is our name for certain wild creatures, descendants of the aboriginal inhabitants of this coast. They used to be called O'Mulligans. We will stick to Daddy. The elderly gentleman. People will think I am your father. The man, shocked. Shh! People here never allude to such relationships. It is not quite delicate, is it? What does it matter whether you are my father or not? The elderly gentleman. My worthy non-agenarian friend, your faculties are totally decayed. Could you not find me a guide of my own age? The man. A young person? The elderly gentleman. Certainly not. I cannot go about with a young person. The man. Why? The elderly gentleman. Why? Have you no moral sense? The man. I shall have to give you up. I cannot understand you. The elderly gentleman. But you meant a young woman, didn't you? The man. I meant simply somebody of your own age. What difference does it make whether the person is a man or a woman? The elderly gentleman. I could not have believed in the existence of such scandalous insensibility to the elementary decencies of human intercourse. The man. What are decencies? The elderly gentleman, shrieking. Everyone asks me that. The man, taking out a tuning fork and using it as the woman did. Zozim on burin pier to zu enistaiman. I have found the discouraged short-liver. He has been talking to a secondary, and is much worse. I am too old. He is asking for someone of his own age or younger. Come if you can. He puts up his fork and turns to the elderly gentleman. Zoo is a girl of 50, and rather childish at that, so perhaps she may make you happy. The elderly gentleman. Make me happy? A blue stocking of 50? Thank you. The man. Blue stocking? The effort to make out your meaning is fatiguing. Besides, you are talking too much to me. I am old enough to discourage you. Let us be silent until Zoo comes. He turns his back on the elderly gentleman and sits down on the edge of the pier, with his legs dangling over the water. The elderly gentleman. Certainly, I have no wish to force my conversation on any man who does not desire it. Perhaps you would like to take a nap. If so, pray do not stand on ceremony. The man. What is a nap? The elderly gentleman, exasperated, going to him and speaking with great precision and distinctness. A nap, my friend, is a brief period of sleep which overtakes superannuated persons when they endeavor to entertain unwelcome visitors or to listen to scientific lectures. Sleep. Sleep. Bawling into his ear. Sleep! The man. I tell you, I am nearly a secondary. I never sleep. The elderly gentleman, awestruck. Good heavens! A young woman with the number 1 on her cap arrives by land. She looks no older than Savvy Barnabas, whom she somewhat resembles, looked 1,000 years before. Younger, if anything. The young woman. Is this the patient? The man, scrambling up. This is Zoo. To Zoo. Call him Daddy. The elderly gentleman vehemently. No! The man, ignoring the interruption. Bless you for taking him off my hands. I have had as much of him as I can bear. He goes down the steps and disappears. The elderly gentleman. ironically taking off his hat and making a sweeping bow from the edge of the pier in the direction of the Atlantic Ocean. "Good afternoon, sir, and thank you very much for your extraordinary politeness, your exquisite consideration for my feelings, your courtly manners. Thank you from the bottom of my heart," clapping his hat on again. "Pig! Ass!" Zoo laughs very heartily at him. The elderly gentleman, turning sharply on her, "Good afternoon, madam. I am sorry to have had to put your friend in his place, but I find that here, as elsewhere, it is necessary to assert myself if I am to be treated with proper consideration. I had hoped that my position as a guest would protect me from insult." Zoo, "Putting my friend in his place. That is some poetic expression, is it not? What does it mean?" The elderly gentleman, "Pray, is there no one in these islands who understands plain English?" Zoo, "Well, nobody except the oracles. They have to make a special historical study of what we call the dead thought." The elderly gentleman, "Dead thought? I have heard of the dead languages, but never of the dead thought." Zoo, "Well, thoughts die sooner than languages. I understand your language, but I do not always understand your thought. The oracles will understand you perfectly. Have you had your consultation yet?" The elderly gentleman, "I did not come to consult the oracle, madam. I am here simply as a gentleman travelling for pleasure in the company of my daughter, who is the wife of the British Prime Minister and of General Aufstag, who, I may tell you in confidence, is really the Emperor of Turania, the greatest military genius of the age." Zoo, "Why should you travel for pleasure? Can you not enjoy yourself at home?" The elderly gentleman, "I wish to see the world." Zoo, "It is too big. You can see a bit of it anywhere." The elderly gentleman, out of patience, "Damn it, madam, you don't want to spend your life looking at the same bit of it," checking himself. I beg your pardon for swearing on your presence." Zoo, "Oh, that is swearing, is it? I have read about that. It sounds quite pretty. Damn it, madam, damn it, madam, damn it, madam, damn it, madam. Say it as often as you please. I like it." The elderly gentleman, expanding with intense relief, "Bless you for those profane but familiar words. Thank you, thank you. For the first time since I landed in this terrible country, I begin to feel at home. The strain which was driving me mad relaxes. I feel almost as if I were at the club. Excuse my taking the only available seat. I am not so young as I was." He sits on the bollard. "Promise me that you will not hand me over to one of these dreadful tertiaries or secondaries, or whatever you call them." Zoo, "Never fear. They had no business to give you in charge to Zosim. You see, he is just on the verge of becoming a secondary, and these adolescents will give themselves the airs of tertiaries. You naturally feel more at home with a flapper like me." She makes herself comfortable on the sacks. The elderly gentleman, "Flapper? What does that mean?" Zoo, "It is an archaic word which we still use to describe a female who is no longer a girl and is not yet quite adult." The elderly gentleman, "A very agreeable age to associate with, I find. I am recovering rapidly. I have a sense of blossoming like a flower. May I ask your name?" Zoo, "Zoo." The elderly gentleman, "Miss Zoo." Zoo, "No, not Miss Zoo. Zoo." The elderly gentleman, "Precisely, Zoo what?" Zoo, "No, not Zoo what. Zoo. Nothing but Zoo." The elderly gentleman, puzzled, "Mrs. Zoo, perhaps?" Zoo, "No, Zoo. Can't you catch it? Zoo." The elderly gentleman, "Of course. Believe me, I did not really think you were married. You are obviously too young. But here it is so hard to feel sure. Zoo, hopelessly puzzled, "What?" The elderly gentleman, "Marriage makes a difference, you know. One can say things to a married lady that would perhaps be in questionable taste to anyone without that experience." Zoo, You are getting out of my depth. I don't understand a word you are saying. Married and questionable taste convey nothing to me. Stop, though. Is married an old form of the word mothered? The elderly gentleman. Very likely. Let us drop the subject. Pardon me for embarrassing you. I should not have mentioned it. Zoo. What does embarrassing mean? The elderly gentleman. Well, really, I should have thought that so natural and common a condition would be understood as long as human nature lasted. To embarrass is to bring a blush to the cheek. Zoo. What is a blush? The elderly gentleman, amazed. Don't you blush? Zoo. Never heard of it. We have a word flush, meaning a rush of blood to the skin. I have noticed it in my babies, but not after the age of 2. The elderly gentleman. Your babies? I fear I am treading on very delicate ground, but your appearance is extremely youthful, and if I may ask, how many? Zoo. Only 4 as yet. It is a long business with us. I specialize in babies. My first was such a success that they made me go on. The elderly gentleman, reeling on the bollard. Oh, dear. Zoo. What's the matter? Anything wrong? The elderly gentleman. In heaven's name, madam, how old are you? Zoo. 56. The elderly gentleman. My knees are trembling. I fear I am really ill. Not so young as I was. Zoo. I noticed that you are not strong on your legs yet. You have many of the ways and weaknesses of a baby. No doubt that is why I feel called on to mother you. You certainly are a very silly little daddy. The elderly gentleman, stimulated by indignation. My name, I repeat, is Joseph Popham Bulge Bluebin Barlow, O.M. Zoo. What a ridiculously long name. I can't call you all that. What did your mother call you? The elderly gentleman. You recall the bitterest struggles of my childhood. I was sensitive on the point. Children suffer greatly from absurd nicknames. My mother thoughtlessly called me Iddy Toodles. I was called Iddy until I went to school, when I made my first stand for children's rights by insisting on being called at least Joe. At 15, I refused to answer to anything shorter than Joseph. At 18, I discovered that the name Joseph was supposed to indicate an unmanly prudery because of some old story about a Joseph who rejected the advances of his employer's wife, very properly in my opinion. I then became Popham to my family and intimate friends, and Mr. Barlow to the rest of the world. My mother slipped back into Iddy when her faculties began to fail her. Poor woman! But I could not resent that at her age. Zoo. Do you mean to say that your mother bothered about you after you were 10? The elderly gentleman. Naturally, madam. She was my mother. What would you have had her do? Zoo. Go on to the next, of course. After 8 or 9, children become quite uninteresting except to themselves. I shouldn't know my 2 eldest if I met them. The elderly gentleman, again drooping. I am dying. Let me die. I wish to die. Zoo, going to him quickly and supporting him. Hold up. Sit up straight. What's the matter? The elderly gentleman, faintly. My spine, I think. Shock. Concussion. Zoo, maternally. Pow, wow, wow. What is there to shock you? Shaking him playfully. There, sit up and be good. The elderly gentleman, still feebly. Thank you. I am better now. Zoo, resuming her seat on the sacks. But what was all the rest of that long name for? There was a lot more of it. Blops Booby or something. Elderly gentleman, impressively. Bulge Bluebin, madam. A historical name. Let me inform you that I can trace my family back for more than 1,000 years, from the Eastern Empire to its ancient seat in these islands, to a time when 2 of my ancestors, Joyce Bulge and Hengist Horsa Bluebin, wrestled with one another for the prime ministership of the British Empire, and occupied that position successively with a glory of which we can in these degenerate days form but a faint conception. When I think of these mighty men, lions in war, sages in peace, not babblers and charlatans like the pygmies who now occupy their places in Baghdad, but strong, silent men ruling an empire on which the sun never set, my eyes fill with tears, my heart bursts with emotion. I feel that to have lived but to the dawn of manhood in their day, and then died for them, would have been a nobler and happier lot than the ignominious ease of my present longevity. Zoo. Longevity? She laughs. The elderly gentleman. Yes, madam, relative longevity. As it is, I have to be content and proud to know that I am descended from both those heroes. Zoo. You must be descended from every Briton who was alive in their time. Don't you know that? The elderly gentleman. Do not quibble, madam. I bear their names, Bulge and Bluebeard, and I hope I have inherited something of their majestic spirit. Well, they were born in these islands. I repeat, these islands were then, incredible as it now seems, the centre of the British Empire. When that centre shifted to Baghdad, and the Englishman at last returned to the true cradle of his race in Mesopotamia, the western islands were cast off, as they had been before by the Roman Empire. But it was to the British race, and in these islands, that the greatest miracle in history occurred. Zoo. Miracle? The elderly gentleman. Yes. The first man to live 300 years was an Englishman. The first, that is, since the contemporaries of Methuselah. Zoo. Oh, that. The elderly gentleman. Yes, that, as you call it so flippantly. Are you aware, madam, that at that immortal moment the English race had lost intellectual credit to such an extent that they habitually spoke of one another as fat heads? Yet England is now a sacred grove to which statesmen from all over the earth come to consult English sages who speak with the experience of 2.5 centuries of life. The land that once exported cotton shirts and hardware now exports nothing but wisdom. You see before you, madam, a man utterly weary of the week-end riverside hotels of the Euphrates, the minstrels and pierrots on the sands of the Persian Gulf, the toboggans and funiculars of the Hindu Kush. Can you wonder that I turn with a hungry heart to the mystery and beauty of these haunted islands, thronged with spectres from a magic past, made holy by the footsteps of the wise men of the West? Consider this island on which we stand, the last foothold of man on this side of the Atlantic, this Ireland, described by the earliest bards as an emerald gem set in a silver sea. Can I, a scion of the illustrious British race, ever forget that when the Empire transferred its seat to the east, and said to the turbulent Irish race, which it had repressed but never conquered, "At last we leave you to yourselves, and much good may it do you," the Irish, as one man, uttered the historic shout, "No, we'll be damned if you do," and emigrated to the countries where there was still a nationalist question, to India, Persia, and Coria, to Morocco, Tunis, and Tripoli. In these countries they were ever foremost in the struggle for national independence, and the world rang continually with the story of their sufferings and wrongs. And what poem can do justice to the end when it came at last? Hardly 200 years had elapsed when the claims of nationality were so universally conceded that there was no longer a single country on the face of the earth with a national grievance or a national movement. Think of the position of the Irish, who had lost all their political faculties by disuse, except that of nationalist agitation, and who owed their position as the most interesting race on earth solely to their sufferings. The very countries they had helped to set free boycotted them as intolerable bores. The communities which had once idolized them as the incarnation of all that is adorable in the warm heart and witty brain fled from them as from a pestilence. To regain their lost prestige, the Irish claimed the city of Jerusalem on the ground that they were the lost tribes of Israel. But on their approach, the Jews abandoned the city and redistributed themselves throughout Europe. It was then that these devoted Irishmen, not one of whom had ever seen Ireland, were counseled by an English archbishop, the father of the oracles, to go back to their own country. This had never once occurred to them, because there was nothing to prevent them, and nobody to forbid them. They jumped at the suggestion. They landed here in Galway Bay, on this very ground. When they reached the shore, the older men and women flung themselves down and passionately kissed the soil of Ireland, calling on the young to embrace the earth that had borne their ancestors. But the young looked gloomily on and said, "There is no earth, only stone." You will see by looking round you why they said that. The fields here are of stone, the hills are capped with granite. They all left for England next day, and no Irishman ever again confessed to being Irish, even to his own children, so that when that generation passed away, the Irish race vanished from human knowledge, and the dispersed Jews did the same, lest they should be sent back to Palestine. Since then, the world, bereft of its Jews and its Irish, has been a tame, dull place. Is there no pathos for you in this story? Can you not understand now why I come to visit the scene of this tragic effacement of a race of heroes and poets? Zoo. We still tell our little children stories like that to help them to understand. But such things do not happen really. That scene of the Irish landing here and kissing the ground might have happened to 100 people. It couldn't have happened to 100,000. You know that as well as I do. And what a ridiculous thing to call people Irish because they live in Ireland. You might as well call them Irish because they live in Ayr. They must be just the same as other people. Why do you short-livers persist in making up silly stories about the world and trying to act as if they were true? Contact with truth hurts and frightens you. You escape from it into an imaginary vacuum in which you can indulge your desires and hopes and loves and hates without any obstruction from the solid facts of life. You love to throw dust in your own eyes. The elderly gentleman. It is my turn now, madam, to inform you that I do not understand a single word you are saying. I should have thought that the use of a vacuum for removing dust was a mark of civilization rather than of savagery. Zoo, giving him up as hopeless. Oh, Daddy, Daddy, I can hardly believe that you're human. You're so stupid. It was well said of your people in the olden days, "Dust thou art, and to dust thou shalt return." The elderly gentleman, nobly. My body is dust, madam, not my soul. What does it matter what my body is made of? The dust of the ground, the particles of the air, or even the slime of the ditch. The important thing is that when my Creator took it, whatever it was, he breathed into its nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. Yes, madam, a living soul. I am not the dust of the ground, I am a living soul. That is an exalting, a magnificent thought. It is also a great scientific fact. I am not interested in the chemicals and the microbes. I leave them to the chumps and noodles, to the blockheads and the muckrakers who are incapable of their own glorious destiny and unconscious of their own divinity. They tell me there are leukocytes in my blood and sodium and carbon in my flesh. I thank them for the information and tell them that there are black beetles in my kitchen, washing soda in my laundry, and coal in my cellar. I do not deny their existence, but I keep them in their proper place, which is not, if I may be allowed to use an antiquated form of expression, the temple of the Holy Ghost. No doubt you think me behind the times, but I rejoice in my enlightenment, and I recoil from your ignorance, your blindness, your imbecility. Humanly, I pity you. Intellectually, I despise you. End of section 13. Section 14 of Back to Methuselah by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 14, Conclusion to Act 1 of Tragedy of an Elderly Gentleman. Zoo. Bravo, Daddy. You have the root of the matter in you. You will not die of discouragement after all. The elderly gentleman. I have not the smallest intention of doing so, madam. I am no longer young, and I have moments of weakness. But when I approach this subject, the divine spark in me kindles and glows. The corruptible becomes incorruptible, and the mortal bulge of Bluebin Barlow puts on immortality. On this ground I am your equal, even if you survive me by 10,000 years. Zoo. Yes, but what do we know about this breath of life that puffs you up so exaltedly? Just nothing. So let us shake hands as cultivated agnostics and change the subject. The elderly gentleman. Cultivated fiddlesticks, madam. You cannot change this subject until the heavens and the earth pass away. I am not an agnostic, I am a gentleman. When I believe a thing, I say I believe it. When I don't believe it, I say I don't believe it. I do not shirk my responsibilities by pretending that I know nothing and therefore can believe nothing. We cannot disclaim knowledge and shirk responsibility. We must proceed on assumptions of some sort, or we cannot form a human society. Zoo. The assumptions must be scientific, Daddy. We must live by science in the long run. The elderly gentleman. I have the utmost respect, madam, for the magnificent discoveries which we owe to science. But any fool can make a discovery. Every baby has to discover more in the first years of its life than Roger Bacon ever discovered in his laboratory. When I was 7 years old, I discovered the sting of the wasp. But I do not ask you to worship me on that account. I assure you, madam, the merest mediocrities can discover the most surprising facts about the physical universe as soon as they are civilized enough to have time to study these things and to invent instruments and apparatus for research. But what is the consequence? Their discoveries discredit the simple stories of our religion. At first we had no idea of astronomical space. We believed the sky to be only the ceiling of a room as large as the earth, with another room on top of it. Death was to us a going upstairs into that room, or, if we did not obey the priests, going downstairs into the coal cellar. We founded our religion, our morality, our laws, our lessons, our poems, our prayers, on that simple belief. Well, the moment men became astronomers and made telescopes, their belief perished. When they could no longer believe in the sky, they found that they could no longer believe in their deity, because they had always thought of him as living in the sky. When the priests themselves ceased to believe in their deity and began to believe in astronomy, they changed their name and their dress and called themselves doctors and men of science. They set up a new religion in which there was no deity, but only wonders and miracles, with scientific instruments and apparatus as the wonder workers. Instead of worshipping the greatness and wisdom of the deity, men gaped foolishly at the billion miles of space, and worshipped the astronomer as infallible and omniscient. They built temples for his telescopes. Then they looked into their own bodies with microscopes, and found there not the soul they had formerly believed in, but millions of microorganisms. So they gaped at these as foolishly as at the millions of miles, and built microscope temples in which horrible sacrifices were offered. They even gave their own bodies to be sacrificed by the microscope man, who was worshipped, like the astronomer, as infallible and omniscient. Thus, our discoveries, instead of increasing our wisdom, only destroyed the little childish wisdom we had. All I can grant you is that they increased our knowledge. Zoo. Nonsense. Consciousness of a fact is not knowledge of it. If it were, the fish would know more of the sea than the geographers and the naturalists. The elderly gentleman. That is an extremely acute remark, madam. The dullest fish could not possibly know less of the majesty of the ocean than many geographers and naturalists of my acquaintance. Zoo. Just so. And the greatest fool on earth, by merely looking at a mariner's compass, may become conscious of the fact that the needle turns always to the pole. Is he any the less a fool with that consciousness than he was without it? The elderly gentleman. Only a more conceited one, madam, no doubt. Still, I do not quite see how you can be aware of the existence of a thing without knowing it. Zoo. Well, you can see a man without knowing him, can you not? The elderly gentleman, illuminated. Oh, how true. Of course, of course. There is a member of the Travellers' Club who has questioned the veracity of an experience of mine at the South Pole. I see that man almost every day when I am at home, but I refuse to know him. Zoo. If you could see him much more distinctly through a magnifying glass, or examine a drop of his blood through a microscope, or dissect out all his organs and analyze them chemically, would you know him then? The elderly gentleman. Certainly not. Any such investigation could only increase the disgust with which he inspires me, and make me more determined than ever not to know him on any terms. Zoo. Yet you would be much more conscious of him, would you not? The elderly gentleman. I should not allow that to commit me to any familiarity with the fellow. I have been twice at the summer sports of the South Pole, and this man pretended he had been to the North Pole, which can hardly be said to exist, as it is in the middle of the sea. He declared he had hung his hat on it. Zoo, laughing. He knew that travellers are amusing only when they are telling lies. Perhaps if you looked at that man through a microscope, you would find some good in him. The elderly gentleman. I do not want to find any good in him. Besides, madam, what you have just said encourages me to utter an opinion of mine which is so advanced, so intellectually daring, that I have never ventured to confess it before, lest I should be imprisoned for blasphemy, or even burnt alive. Zoo. Indeed? What opinion is that? The elderly gentleman, after looking cautiously round. I do not approve of microscopes. I never have. Zoo. You call that advanced? Oh, Daddy, that is pure obscurantism. The elderly gentleman. Call it so if you will, madam, but I maintain that it is dangerous to show too much to people who do not know what they are looking at. I think that a man who is sane, as long as he looks at the world through his own eyes, is very likely to become a dangerous madman if he takes to looking at the world through telescopes and microscopes. Even when he is telling fairy stories about giants and dwarfs, the giants had better not be too big, nor the dwarfs too small and too malicious. Before the microscope came, our fairy stories only made the children's flesh creep pleasantly, and did not frighten grown-up persons at all. But the microscope men terrified themselves and everyone else out of their wits with the invisible monsters they saw, poor harmless little things that die at the touch of a ray of sunshine, and are themselves the victims of all the diseases they are supposed to produce. Whatever the scientific people may say, imagination without microscopes was kindly and often courageous, because it worked on things of which it had some real knowledge. But imagination with microscopes, working on a terrifying spectacle of millions of grotesque creatures of whose nature it had no knowledge, became a cruel, terror-stricken, persecuting delirium. Are you aware, madam, that a general massacre of men of science took place in the 21st century of the pseudo-Christian era, when all their laboratories were demolished and all their apparatus destroyed? Zoo. Yes, the short-lived are as savage in their advances as in their relapses. But when science crept back, it had been taught its place. The mere collectors of anatomical or chemical facts were not supposed to know more about science than the collector of used postage stamps about international trade or literature. The scientific terrorist, who was afraid to use a spoon or a tumbler until he had dipped it in some poisonous acid to kill the microbes, was no longer given titles, pensions, and monstrous powers over the bodies of other people. He was sent to an asylum, and treated there until his recovery. But all that is an old story. The extension of life to 300 years has provided the human race with capable leaders and made short work of such childish stuff. The elderly gentleman, pettishly, you seem to credit every advance in civilization to your inordinately long lives. Do you not know that this question was familiar to men who died before they had reached my own age? Zoo. Oh, yes. One or two of them hinted at it in a feeble way. An ancient writer whose name has come down to us in several forms, such as Shakespeare, Shelley, Sheridan, and Shoddy, has a remarkable passage about your dispositions being horribly shaken by thoughts beyond the reaches of your souls. That does not come to much, does it? The elderly gentleman. At all events, madam, I may remind you, if you come to capping ages, that whatever your secondaries and tertiaries may be, you are younger than I am. Zoo. Yes, Daddy, but it is not the number of years we have behind us, but the number we have before us that makes us careful and responsible and determined to find out the truth about everything. What does it matter to you whether anything is true or not? Your flesh is as grass. You come up like a flower and wither in your second childhood. A lie will last your time. It will not last mine. If I knew I had to die in 20 years, it would not be worth my while to educate myself. I should not bother about anything but having a little pleasure while it lasted. The elderly gentleman. Young woman, you are mistaken. Short-lived as we are, we, the best of us, I mean, regard civilization and learning, art and science, as an ever-burning torch which passes from the hand of one generation to the hand of the next, each generation kindling it to a brighter, prouder flame. Thus each lifetime, however short, contributes a brick to a vast and growing edifice, a page to a sacred volume, a chapter to a Bible to a literature. We may be insects, but, like the coral insect, we build islands which become continents. Like the bee, we store sustenance for future communities. The individual perishes, but the race is immortal. The acorn of today is the oak of the next millennium. I throw my stone on the cairn and die, but later comers add another stone, and yet another, and lo, a mountain. Zoo interrupts him by laughing heartily at him. The elderly gentleman with offended dignity. May I ask what I have said that calls for this merriment? Zoo. Oh, Daddy, 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 you are a funny little man, with your torches and your flames and your bricks and edifices, and pages and volumes and chapters and coral insects and bees and acorns and stones and mountains. The elderly gentleman. Metaphors, madam, metaphors merely. Zoo. Images, images, images. I was talking about men, not about images. The elderly gentleman. I was illustrating, not, I hope, quite infelicitously, the great march of progress. I was showing you how, short-lived as we Orientals are, mankind gains in stature from generation to generation, from epoch to epoch, from barbarism to civilization, from civilization to perfection. Zoo. I see. The father grows to be 6 feet high, and hands on his 6 feet to his son, who adds another 6 feet and becomes 12 feet high, and hands his 12 feet on to his son, who is full-grown at 18 feet, and so on. In 1,000 years we would all be 3 or 4 miles high. At that rate, your ancestors Bilge and Bluebeard, whom you call giants, must have been about 1/4 of an inch high. The elderly gentleman. I am not here to bandy quibbles and paradoxes with a girl who blunders over the greatest names in history. I am in earnest. I am treating a solemn theme seriously. I never said that a son of a man 6 feet high would be 12 feet high. Zoo. You didn't mean that? The elderly gentleman. Most certainly not. Zoo. Then you didn't mean anything. Now listen to me, you little ephemeral thing. I knew quite well what you meant by your torch handed on from generation to generation. But every time that torch is handed on, it dies down to the tiniest spark. and the man who gets it can rekindle it only by his own light. You are no taller than Bilge or Bluebeard, and you are no wiser. Their wisdom, such as it was, perished with them. So did their strength, if their strength ever existed outside your imagination. I do not know how old you are. You look about 500. The elderly gentleman. 500? Really, madam? Zoo, continuing. But I know, of course, that you are an ordinary short-liver. Well, your wisdom is only such wisdom as a man can have before he has had experience enough to distinguish his wisdom from his folly, his destiny from his delusions, the elderly gentleman. In short, such wisdom as your own. Zoo. No. How often must I tell you that we are made wise not by the recollections of our past, but by the responsibilities of our future? I shall be more reckless when I am a tertiary than I am today. If you cannot understand that, at least you must admit that I have learnt from tertiaries. I have seen their work and lived under their institutions. Like all young things, I rebelled against them, and in their hunger for new lights and new ideas, they listened to me and encouraged me to rebel. But my ways did not work, and theirs did, and they were able to tell me why. They have no power over me except that power. They refuse all other power, and the consequence is that there are no limits to their power, except the limits they set themselves. You are a child governed by children, who make so many mistakes and are so naughty that you are in continual rebellion against them. And as they can never convince you that they are right, they can govern you only by beating you, imprisoning you, torturing you, killing you, if you disobey them without being strong enough to kill or torture them. The elderly gentleman. That may be an unfortunate fact. I condemn it and deplore it. But our minds are greater than the facts. We know better. The greatest ancient teachers, followed by the galaxy of Christs who arose in the 20th century, not to mention such comparatively modern spiritual leaders as Blitherinjam, Tosh, and Spiffkins, all taught that punishment and revenge, coercion and militarism are mistakes, and that the golden rule— Zoo interrupting. Yes, Daddy, we long-lived people know that quite well. But did any of their disciples ever succeed in governing you for a single day on their Christ-like principles? It is not enough to know what is good. You must be able to do it. They couldn't do it because they did not live long enough to find out how to do it, or to outlive the childish passions that prevented them from really wanting to do it. You know very well that they could only keep order, such as it was, by the very coercion and militarism they were denouncing and deploring. They had actually to kill one another for preaching their own gospel, or be killed themselves. The elderly gentleman. The blood of the martyrs, madam, is the seed of the church. Zoo. More images, Daddy. The blood of the short-lived falls on stony ground. The elderly gentleman, rising, very testy. You are simply mad on the subject of longevity. I wish you would change it. It is rather personal and in bad taste. Human nature is human nature, long-lived or short-lived, and always will be. Zoo. Then you give up the idea of progress? You cry off the torch and the brick and the acorn and all the rest of it? The elderly gentleman. I do nothing of the sort. I stand for progress and for freedom, broadening down from precedent to precedent. Zoo. You are certainly a true Briton. The elderly gentleman. I am proud of it, but in your mouth I feel that the compliment hides some insult, so I do not thank you for it. Zoo. All I meant was that though Britons sometimes say quite clever things and deep things, as well as silly and shallow things, they always forget them 10 minutes after they have uttered them. The elderly gentleman. Leave it at that, madam. Leave it at that. He sits down again. Even a pope is not expected to be continually pontificating. Our flashes of inspiration show that our hearts are in the right place. Zoo. Of course, you cannot keep your heart in any place but the right place. The elderly gentleman. Tcha! Zoo. But you can keep your hands in the wrong place, in your neighbor's pockets, for example. So, you see, it is your hands that really matter. The elderly gentleman, exhausted. Well, a woman must have the last word. I will not dispute it with you. Zoo. Good. Now, let us go back to the really interesting subject of our discussion. You remember? The slavery of the short-lived to images and metaphors? The elderly gentleman, aghast. Do you mean to say, madam, that after having talked my head off and reduced me to despair and silence by your intolerable loquacity, you actually propose to begin all over again? I shall leave you at once. Zoo. You must not. I am your nurse, and you must stay with me. The elderly gentleman. I absolutely decline to do anything of the sort. He rises and walks away with marked dignity. Zoo, using our tuning fork. Zoo, on Burin Pier to Oracle Police at Ennistimon. Have you got me? What? I am picking you up now, but you are flat to my pitch. Just a shade sharper. That's better. Still a little more. Got you. Right. Isolate Burin Pier quick. The elderly gentleman is heard to yell. Oh! Zoo, still intoning. Thanks. Oh, nothing serious. I am nursing a short-liver, and the silly creature has run away. He has discouraged himself very badly by gadding about and talking to secondaries, and I must keep him strictly to heel. The elderly gentleman returns, indignant. Zoo. Here he is. You can release the pier, thanks. Goodbye. She puts up her tuning fork. The elderly gentleman. This is outrageous. When I tried to step off the pier onto the road, I received a shock, followed by an attack of pins and needles, which ceased only when I stepped back onto the stones. Zoo. Yes, there is an electric hedge there. It is a very old and very crude method of keeping animals from straying. The elderly gentleman. We are perfectly familiar with it in Baghdad, madam, but I little thought I should live to have it ignominiously applied to myself. You have actually Kiplingized me. Zoo. Kiplingized? What is that? The elderly gentleman. About 1,000 years ago, there were two authors named Kipling. One was an Eastern and a writer of merit. The other, being a Western, was of course only an amusing barbarian. He is said to have invented the electric hedge. I consider that in using it on me you have taken a very great liberty. Zoo. What is a liberty? The elderly gentleman, exasperated. I shall not explain, madam. I believe you know as well as I do. He sits down on the bollard in dudgeon. Zoo. No. Even you can tell me things I do not know. Haven't you noticed that all the time you have been here we have been asking you questions? The elderly gentleman. Noticed it? It has almost driven me mad. Do you see my white hair? It was hardly grey when I landed. There were patches of its original auburn still distinctly discernible. Zoo. That is one of the symptoms of discouragement. But have you noticed something much more important to yourself? That is, that you have never asked us any questions, although we know so much more than you do? The elderly gentleman. I am not a child, madam. I believe I have had occasion to say that before. And I am an experienced traveller. I know that what the traveller observes must really exist, or he could not observe it. But what the natives tell him is invariably pure fiction. Zoo. Not here, Daddy. With us, life is too long for telling lies. They all get found out. You'd better ask me questions while you have the chance. The elderly gentleman. If I have occasion to consult the oracle, I shall address myself to a proper one, to a tertiary, not to a primary flapper, playing at being an oracle. If you are a nursery maid, attend to your duties, and do not presume to ape your elders. Zoo, rising ominously and reddening. You silly! The elderly gentleman, thundering. Silence! Do you hear? Hold your tongue! Zoo. Something very disagreeable is happening to me. I feel hot all over. I have a horrible impulse to injure you. What have you done to me? The elderly gentleman, triumphant. Aha! I have made you blush. Now you know what blushing means. Blushing with shame. Zoo. Whatever you are doing, it is something so utterly evil that if you do not stop, I will kill you. The elderly gentleman, apprehending his danger. Doubtless you think it safe to threaten an old man? Zoo, fiercely. Old? You are a child, an evil child. We kill evil children here. We do it even against our own wills, by instinct. Take care. The elderly gentleman, rising with crestfallen courtesy. I did not mean to hurt your feelings. Swallowing the apology with an effort. I beg your pardon. He takes off his hat and bows. Zoo. What does that mean? The elderly gentleman. I withdraw what I said. Zoo. How can you withdraw what you said? The elderly gentleman. I can say no more than that I am sorry. Zoo. You have reason to be. That hideous sensation you gave me is subsiding, but you have had a very narrow escape. Do not attempt to kill me again, for at the first sign in your voice or face I shall strike you dead. The elderly gentleman. I attempt to kill you? What a monstrous accusation! Zoo frowns. The elderly gentleman, prudently correcting himself. I mean, misunderstanding. I never dreamt of such a thing. Surely you cannot believe that I am a murderer. Zoo. I know you are a murderer. It is not merely that you threw words at me as if they were stones, meaning to hurt me. It was the instinct to kill that you roused in me. I did not know it was in my nature. Never before has it wakened and sprung out at me, warning me to kill or be killed. I must now reconsider my whole political position. I am no longer a conservative. The elderly gentleman, dropping his hat. Gracious heavens! You have lost your senses. I am at the mercy of a madwoman. I might have known it from the beginning. I can bear no more of this, offering his chest for the sacrifice. Kill me at once, and much good may my death do you. Zoo. It would be useless unless all the other short-livers were killed at the same time. Besides, it is a measure which should be taken politically and constitutionally, not privately. However, I am prepared to discuss it with you. The elderly gentleman. No. I had much rather discuss your intention of withdrawing from the Conservative party. How the Conservatives have tolerated your opinion so far is more than I can imagine. I can only conjecture that you have contributed very liberally to the party funds. He picks up his hat and sits down again. Zoo. Do not babble so senselessly. Our chief political controversy is the most momentous in the world, for you and your like. The elderly gentleman, interested. Indeed? Pray, may I ask what it is? I am a keen politician, and may perhaps be of some use. He puts on his hat, cocking it slightly. Zoo. We have two great parties, the Conservative Party and the Colonization Party. The colonizers are of opinion that we should increase our numbers and colonize. The Conservatives hold that we should stay as we are, confined to these islands, a race apart, wrapped up in the majesty of our wisdom on a soil held as holy ground for us by an adoring world, with our sacred frontier traced beyond dispute by the sea. They contend that it is our destiny to rule the world, and that even when we were short-lived we did so. They say that our power and our peace depend on our remoteness, our exclusiveness, our separation, and the restriction of our numbers. 5 minutes ago that was my political faith. Now, I do not think there should be any short-lived people at all. She throws herself again carelessly on the sacks. The elderly gentleman. Am I to infer that you deny my right to live because I allowed myself, perhaps injudiciously, to give you a slight scolding? Zoo. Is it worth living for so short a time? Are you any good to yourself? The elderly gentleman, stupend. Well, upon my soul. Zoo. It is such a very little soul. You only encourage the sin of pride in us, and keep us looking down at you instead of up to something higher than ourselves. The elderly gentleman. Is not that a selfish view, madam? Think of the good you do us by your oracular counsels. Zoo. What good have our counsels ever done you? You come to us for advice when you know you are in difficulties, but you never know you are in difficulties until 20 years after you have made the mistakes that led to them, and then it is too late. You cannot understand our advice. You often do more mischief by trying to act on it than if you had been left to your own childish devices. If you were not childish, you would not come to us at all. You would learn from experience that your consultations of the oracle are never of any real help to you. You draw wonderful imaginary pictures of us and write fictitious tales and poems about our beneficent operations in the past, our wisdom, our justice, our mercy. Stories in which we often appear as sentimental dupes of your prayers and sacrifices. But you do it only to conceal from yourselves the truth that you are incapable of being helped by us. Your Prime Minister pretends that he has come to be guided by the oracle, but we are not deceived. We know quite well that he has come here so that when he goes back, he may have the authority and dignity of one who has visited the Holy Islands and spoken face to face with the ineffable ones. He will pretend that all the measures he wishes to take for his own purposes have been enjoined on him by the oracle. The elderly gentleman. But you forget that the answers of the oracle cannot be kept secret or misrepresented. They are written and promulgated. The leader of the opposition can obtain copies. All the nations know them. Secret diplomacy has been totally abolished. Zoo. Yes, you publish documents, but they are garbled or forged, and even if you published our real answers, it would make no difference, because the short-lived cannot interpret the plainest writings. Your scriptures command you in the plainest terms to do exactly the contrary of everything your own laws and chosen rulers command and execute. You cannot defy nature. It is a law of nature that there is a fixed relation between conduct and length of life. The elderly gentleman. I have never heard of any such law, madam. Zoo. Well, you are hearing of it now. The elderly gentleman. Let me tell you that we short-livers, as you call us, have lengthened our lives very considerably. Zoo. How? The elderly gentleman. By saving time, by enabling men to cross the ocean in an afternoon, and to see and speak to one another when they are thousands of miles apart. We hope shortly to organize their labor and press natural forces into their service so scientifically that the burden of labor will cease to be perceptible, leaving common men more leisure than they will know what to do with. Zoo. Daddy, the man whose life is lengthened in this way may be busier than a savage, but the difference between such men living 70 years and those living 300 would be all the greater, for to a short-liver, increase of years is only increase of sorrow. But to a long-liver, every extra year is a prospect which forces him to stretch his faculties to the utmost to face it. Therefore, I say that we who live 300 years can be of no use to you who live less than 100, and that our true destiny is not to advise and govern you, but to supplant and supersede you. In that faith I now declare myself a colonizer and an exterminator. The elderly gentleman. Oh, steady, steady. Pray, pray, reflect, I implore you. It is possible to colonize without exterminating the natives. Would you treat us less mercifully than our barbarous forefathers treated the redskin and the Negro? Are we not, as Britons, entitled at least to some reservations? Zoo. What is the use of prolonging the agony? You would perish slowly in our presence, no matter what we did to preserve you. You were almost dead when I took charge of you today, merely because you had talked for a few minutes to a secondary. Besides, we have our own experience to go upon. Have you never heard that our children occasionally revert to the ancestral type and are born short-lived? The elderly gentleman, eagerly. Never. I hope you will not be offended if I say that it would be a great comfort to me if I could be placed in charge of one of those normal individuals. Zoo. Abnormal, you mean? What you ask is impossible. We weed them all out. The elderly gentleman. When you say that you weed them out, You send a cold shiver down my spine. I hope you don't mean that you assist nature in any way? Zhu. Why not? Have you not heard the saying of the Chinese sage Di Ning, that a good garden needs weeding? But it is not necessary for us to interfere. We are naturally rather particular as to the conditions on which we consent to live. One does not mind the accidental loss of an arm or a leg or an eye. After all, no one with 2 legs is unhappy because he has not 3. So why should a man with 1 be unhappy because he has not 2? But infirmities of mind and temper are quite another matter. If one of us has no self-control, or is too weak to bear the strain of our truthful life without wincing, or is tormented by depraved appetites and superstitions, or is unable to keep free from pain and depression, he naturally becomes discouraged and refuses to live. The elderly gentleman. Good Lord, cuts his throat, do you mean? Zhu. No. Why should he cut his throat? He simply dies. He wants to. He is out of countenance, as we call it. The elderly gentleman. Well, but suppose he is depraved enough not to want to die, and to settle the difficulty by killing all the rest of you. Zhu. Oh, he is one of the thoroughly degenerate short-livers whom we occasionally produce. He emigrates. The elderly gentleman. And what becomes of him then? Zhu. You short-lived people always think very highly of him. You accept him as what you call a great man. The elderly gentleman. You astonish me. And yet I must admit that what you tell me accounts for a great deal of the little I know of the private life of our great men. We must be very convenient to you as a dumping place for your failures. Zhu. Oh, I admit that. The elderly gentleman. Good. Then, if you carry out your plan of colonization and leave no short-lived countries in the world, what will you do with your undesirables? Zhu. Kill them. Our tertiaries are not at all squeamish about killing. The elderly gentleman. Gracious powers. Zhu, glancing up at the sun. Come, it is just 16 o'clock, and you have to join your party at past in the temple in Galway. The elderly gentleman, rising. Galway! Shall I at last be able to boast of having seen that magnificent city? Zhu. You will be disappointed. We have no cities. There is a temple of the oracle, that is all. The elderly gentleman. Alas! And I came here to fulfill 2 long-cherished dreams. One was to see Galway. It has been said, see Galway and die. The other was to contemplate the ruins of London. Zhu. Ruins? We do not tolerate ruins. Was London a place of any importance? The elderly gentleman, amazed. What? London? It was the mightiest city of antiquity. Rhetorically. Situate just where the Dover Road crosses the Thames, it... Zhu, curtly interrupting. There is nothing there now. Why should anybody pitch on such a spot to live? The nearest houses are at a place called Strand-on-the-Green. It is very old. Come, we shall go across the water. She goes down the steps. The elderly gentleman. Sic transit gloria mundi. Zhu, from below. What did you say? The elderly gentleman, despairingly. Nothing. You would not understand. He goes down the steps. End of Act 1 of Tragedy of an Elderly Gentleman. End of Section 14. Section 15 of Back to Methuselah by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Thomas Copeland. Section 15, Act 2 of Tragedy of an Elderly Gentleman. A courtyard before the columned portico of a temple. The temple door is in the middle of the portico. A veiled and robed woman of majestic carriage passes along behind the columns towards the entrance. From the opposite direction, a man of compact figure, clean-shaven, saturnine, and self-centered, in short, very like Napoleon I, and wearing a military uniform of Napoleonic cut, marches with measured steps, places his hand in his lapel in the traditional manner, and fixes the woman with his eye. She stops, her attitude expressing haughty amazement at his audacity. He is on her right, she on his left. Napoleon, impressively. I am the man of destiny. The veiled woman, unimpressed. How did you get in here? Napoleon, I walked in. I go on until I am stopped. I am never stopped. I tell you, I am the man of destiny. The veiled woman, you will be a man of very short destiny if you wander about here without one of our children to guide you. I suppose you belong to the Baghdad envoy? Napoleon, I came with him, but I do not belong to him. I belong to myself. Direct me to the oracle if you can. If not, do not waste my time. The veiled woman, your time, poor creature, is short. I will not waste it. Your envoy and his party will be here presently. The consultation of the oracle is arranged for them, and will take place according to the prescribed ritual. You can wait here until they come. She turns to go into the temple. Napoleon, I never wait. She stops. The prescribed ritual is, I believe, the classical one of the pythoness on her tripod, the intoxicating fumes arising from the abyss, the convulsions of the priestess as she delivers the message of the god, and so on. That sort of thing does not impose on me. I use it myself to impose on simpletons. I believe that what is. I know that what is not. The antics of a woman sitting on a tripod and pretending to be drunk do not interest me. Her words are put into her mouth, not by a god, but by a man 300 years old, who has had the capacity to profit by his experience. I wish to speak to that man face to face, without mummery or imposture. The veiled woman, you seem to be an unusually sensible person, but there is no old man. I am the oracle on duty today. I am on my way to take my place on the tripod, and go through the usual mummery, as you rightly call it, to impress your friend the envoy. As you are superior to that kind of thing, you may consult me now. She leads the way into the middle of the courtyard. What do you want to know? Napoleon, following her. Madam, I have not come all this way to discuss matters of state with a woman. I must ask you to direct me to one of your oldest and ablest men. The oracle. None of our oldest and ablest men or women would dream of wasting their time on you. You would die of discouragement in their presence in less than 3 hours. Napoleon. You can keep this idle fable of discouragement for people credulous enough to be intimidated by it, madam. I do not believe in metaphysical forces. The oracle. No one asks you to. A field is something physical, is it not? Well, I have a field. Napoleon. I have several million fields. I am Emperor of Turania. The oracle. You do not understand. I am not speaking of an agricultural field. Do you not know that every mass of matter in motion carries with it an invisible gravitational field, every magnet an invisible magnetic field, and every living organism a mesmeric field? Even you have a perceptible mesmeric field. Feeble as it is the strongest I have yet observed in a short liver. Napoleon. By no means feeble, madam. I understand you now, and I may tell you that the strongest characters blench in my presence and submit to my domination. But I do not call that a physical force. The oracle. What else do you call it, pray? Our physicists deal with it. Our mathematicians express its measurements in algebraic equations. Napoleon. Do you mean that they could measure mine? The oracle. Yes, by a figure infinitely near to 0. Even in us the force is negligible during our first century of life. In our second it develops quickly and becomes dangerous to short-livers who venture into its field. If I were not veiled and robed in insulating material, you could not endure my presence. And I am still a young woman, 170 if you wish to know exactly. Napoleon, folding his arms. I am not intimidated. No woman alive, old or young, can put me out of countenance. Unveil, madam. Disrobe. You will move this temple as easily as shake me. The oracle. Very well. She throws back her veil. Napoleon, shrieking, staggering, and covering his eyes. No! Stop! Hide your face again! Shutting his eyes and distractedly clutching at his throat and heart. Let me go! Help! I'm dying! The oracle. Do you still wish to consult an older person? Napoleon. No, the veil, I beg you. The oracle, replacing the veil. So, Napoleon. Ooh, one cannot always be at one's best. Twice before in my life I have lost my nerve and behaved like a poltroon, but I warn you not to judge my quality by these involuntary moments. The oracle. I have no occasion to judge of your quality. You want my advice. Speak quickly, or I shall go about my business. Napoleon, after a moment's hesitation, sinks respectfully on one knee. The oracle. Oh, rise. Are you so foolish as to offer me this mummery which even you despise? Napoleon, rising. I knelt in spite of myself. I compliment you on your impressiveness, madam. The oracle, impatiently. Time. Napoleon. You will not grudge me the necessary time, madam, when you know my case. I am a man gifted with a certain specific talent in a degree altogether extraordinary. I am not otherwise a very extraordinary person. My family is not influential, and without this talent I should cut no particular figure in the world. The oracle. Why cut a figure in the world? Napoleon. Superiority will make itself felt, madam. But when I say I possess this talent, I do not express myself accurately. The truth is that my talent possesses me. It is genius. It drives me to exercise it. I must exercise it. I am great when I exercise it. At other moments, I am nobody. The oracle. Well, exercise it. Do you need an oracle to tell you that? Napoleon. Wait. This talent involves the shedding of human blood. The oracle. Are you a surgeon? Or a dentist? Napoleon. Pshaw! You do not appreciate me, madam. I mean the shedding of oceans of blood, the death of millions of men. The oracle. They object, I suppose. Napoleon. Not at all. They adore me. The oracle. Indeed. Napoleon. I have never shed blood with my own hand. They kill each other. They die with shouts of triumph on their lips. Those who die cursing do not curse me. My talent is to organize this slaughter, to give mankind this terrible joy which they call glory, to let loose the devil in them that peace has bound in chains. And you? Do you share their joy? Napoleon. Not at all. What satisfaction is it to me to see one fool pierce the entrails of another with a bayonet? I am a man of princely character, but of simple personal tastes and habits. I have the virtues of a laborer, industry, and indifference to personal comfort. But I must rule, because I am so superior to other men that it is intolerable to me to be misruled by them. Yet only as a slayer can I become a ruler. I cannot be great as a writer. I have tried and failed. I have no talent as a sculptor or painter, and as lawyer, preacher, doctor, or actor, scores of second-rate men can do as well as I, or better. I am not even a diplomatist. I can only play my trump card of force. What I can do is organize war. Look at me. I seem a man like other men because 9/10 of me is common humanity. But the other 10th is a faculty for seeing things as they are that no other man possesses. The oracle. You mean that you have no imagination? Napoleon, forcibly. I mean that I have the only imagination worth having. the power of imagining things as they are, even when I cannot see them. You feel yourself my superior, I know. Nay, you are my superior. Have I not bowed my knee to you by instinct? Yet I challenge you to a test of our respective powers. Can you calculate what the mathematicians call vectors, without putting a single algebraic symbol on paper? Can you launch 10,000 men across a frontier and a chain of mountains, and know to a mile exactly where they will be at the end of 7 weeks? The rest is nothing. I got it all from the books at my military school. Now, this great game of war, this playing with armies as other men play with bowls and skittles, is one which I must go on playing, partly because a man must do what he can, and not what he would like to do, and partly because if I stop, I immediately lose my power and become a beggar in the land where I now make men drunk with glory. The Oracle. No doubt, then, you wish to know how to extricate yourself from this unfortunate position? Napoleon. It is not generally considered unfortunate, madam. Supremely fortunate, rather. The Oracle. If you think so, go on making them drunk with glory. Why trouble me with their folly and your vectors? Napoleon. Unluckily, madam, men are not only heroes, they are also cowards. They desire glory, but they dread death. The Oracle. Why should they? Their lives are too short to be worth living. That is why they think your game of war is worth playing. Napoleon. They do not look at it quite in that way. The most worthless soldier wants to live forever. To make him risk being killed by the enemy, I have to convince him that if he hesitates, he will inevitably be shot at dawn by his own comrades for cowardice. The Oracle. And if his comrades refuse to shoot him? Napoleon. They will be shot too, of course. The Oracle. By whom? Napoleon. By their comrades. The Oracle. And if they refuse? Napoleon. Up to a certain point they do not refuse. The Oracle. But when that point is reached, you have to do the shooting yourself, eh? Napoleon. Unfortunately, madam, when that point is reached, they shoot me. The Oracle. It seems to me they might as well shoot you first as last. Why don't they? Napoleon. Because their love of fighting, their desire for glory, their shame of being branded as dastards, their instinct to test themselves in terrible trials, their fear of being killed or enslaved by the enemy, their belief that they are defending their hearths and homes, overcome their natural cowardice, and make them willing not only to risk their own lives, but to kill everyone who refuses to take that risk. But if war continues too long, there comes a time when the soldiers, and also the taxpayers who are supporting and munitioning them, reach a condition which they describe as being fed up. The troops have proved their courage, and want to go home and enjoy in peace the glory it has earned them. Besides, the risk of death for each soldier becomes a certainty if the fighting goes on forever. He hopes to escape for 6 months, but knows he cannot escape for 6 years. The risk of bankruptcy for the citizen becomes a certainty in the same way. Now, what does this mean for me? The Oracle. Does that matter in the midst of such calamity? Napoleon. Pshaw, madam, it is the only thing that matters. The value of human life is the value of the greatest living man. Cut off that infinitesimal layer of grey matter which distinguishes my brain from that of the common man, and you cut down the stature of humanity from that of a giant to that of a nobody. I matter supremely. My soldiers do not matter at all. There are plenty more where they came from. If you kill me or put a stop to my activity, it is the same thing, the nobler part of human life perishes. You must save the world from that catastrophe, madam. War has made me popular, powerful, famous, historically immortal. But I foresee that if I go on to the end, it will leave me execrated, dethroned, imprisoned, perhaps executed. Yet, if I stop fighting, I commit suicide as a great man, and become a common one. How am I to escape the horns of this tragic dilemma? Victory I can guarantee. I am invincible. But the cost of victory is the demoralization, the depopulation, the ruin of the victors, no less than of the vanquished. How am I to satisfy my genius by fighting until I die? That is my question to you. The Oracle. Were you not rash to venture into these sacred islands with such a question on your lips? Warriors are not popular here, my friend. Napoleon. If a soldier were restrained by such a consideration, madam, he would no longer be a soldier. Besides, he produces a pistol. I have not come unarmed. The Oracle. What is that thing? Napoleon. It is an instrument of my profession, madam. I raise this hammer, I point the barrel at you, I pull this trigger that is against my forefinger, and you fall dead. The Oracle. Show it to me. She puts out her hand to take it from him. Napoleon, retreating a step. Pardon me, madam, I never trust my life in the hands of a person over whom I have no control. The Oracle, sternly. Give it to me. She raises her hand to her veil. Napoleon, dropping the pistol and covering his eyes. Quarter, camarade. Take it, madam. He kicks it towards her. I surrender. The Oracle. Give me that thing. Do you expect me to stoop for it? Napoleon, taking his hands from his eyes with an effort. A poor victory, madam. He picks up the pistol and hands it to her. There was no vector strategy needed to win it. Making a pose of his humiliation. But enjoy your triumph. You have made me, Cain, Adamson, Charles Napoleon, Emperor of Tourania, cry for quarter. The Oracle. The way out of your difficulty, Cain Adamson, is very simple. Napoleon, eagerly. Good. What is it? The Oracle. To die before the tide of glory turns. Allow me. She shoots him. He falls with a shriek. She throws the pistol away and goes haughtily into the temple. Napoleon, scrambling to his feet. Murderess! Monster! She-devil! Unnatural, inhuman wretch! You deserve to be hanged, guillotined, broken on the wheel, burnt alive. No sense of the sacredness of human life. No thought for my wife and children. Bitch! Sow! Wanton! He picks up the pistol. And missed me at 5 yards. That's a woman all over. He is going away whence he came when Zoo arrives and confronts him at the head of a party consisting of the British envoy, the elderly gentleman, the envoy's wife, and her daughter, aged about 18. The envoy, a typical politician, looks like an imperfectly reformed criminal disguised by a good tailor. The dress of the ladies is coeval with that of the elderly gentleman, and suitable for public official ceremonies in Western capitals at the 18th-19th fin de siècle. They file in under the portico. Zoo immediately comes out imperiously to Napoleon's right, whilst the envoy's wife hurries effusively to his left. The envoy, meanwhile, passes along behind the columns to the door, followed by his daughter. The elderly gentleman stops just where he entered to see why Zoo has swooped so abruptly on the Emperor of Tourania. Zoo, to Napoleon severely, What are you doing here by yourself? You have no business to go about here alone. What was that noise just now? What is that in your hand? Napoleon glares at her in speechless fury, pockets the pistol, and produces a whistle. The envoy's wife. Aren't you coming with us to the Oracle, sire? Napoleon. To hell with the Oracle, and with you too. He turns to go. The envoy's wife and Zoo together. Oh, sire, where are you going? Napoleon. To fetch the police. He goes out past Zoo, almost jostling her, and blowing piercing blasts on his whistle. Zoo, whipping out her tuning fork and intoning, Hallo, Galway Central. The whistling continues. Stand by to isolate. To the elderly gentleman, who is staring after the whistling emperor. How far has he gone? The elderly gentleman. To that curious statue of a fat old man. Zoo, quickly intoning, isolate the Falstaff monument, isolate hard, paralyze. The whistling stops. Thank you. She puts up her tuning fork. He shall not move a muscle until I come to fetch him. The envoy's wife. Oh, he will be frightfully angry. Did you hear what he said to me? Zoo. Much we care for his anger. The daughter, coming forward between her mother and Zoo. Please, madam, whose statue is it? And where can I buy a picture postcard of it? It is so funny. I will take a snapshot when we are coming back, but they come out so badly sometimes. Zoo. They will give you pictures and toys in the temple to take away with you. The story of the statue is too long. It would bore you. She goes past them, across the courtyard, to get rid of them. The wife, gushing. Oh, no, I assure you. The daughter, copying her mother. We should be so interested. Zoo. Nonsense. All I can tell you about it is that 1,000 years ago, when the whole world was given over to you short-lived people, there was a war called the War to End War. In the war which followed it, about 10 years later, hardly any soldiers were killed, but 7 of the capital cities of Europe were wiped out of existence. It seems to have been a great joke, for the statesmen who thought they had sent 10 million common men to their deaths were themselves blown into fragments with their houses and families, while the 10 million men lay snugly in the caves they had dug for themselves. Later on, even the houses escaped, but their inhabitants were poisoned by gas that spared no living soul. Of course, the soldiers starved and ran wild, and that was the end of pseudo-Christian civilization. The last civilized thing that happened was that the statesmen discovered that cowardice was a great patriotic virtue, and a public monument was erected to its first preacher, an ancient and very fat sage called Sir John Falstaff. Well, pointing, that's Falstaff. The elderly gentleman, coming from the portico to his granddaughter's right. Great heavens! And at the base of this monstrous poltroon statue, the war god of Tyrrhenia is now gibbering impotently. Zoo. Serve him right. War god indeed. The envoy, coming between his wife and Zoo. I don't know any history. A modern prime minister has something better to do than sit reading books, but... The elderly gentleman, interrupting him encouragingly. You make history, Ambrose. The envoy. Well, perhaps I do, and perhaps history makes me. I hardly recognize myself in the newspaper sometimes, though I suppose leading articles are the materials of history, as you might say. But what I want to know is how did war come back again, and how did they make those poisonous gases you speak of? We should be glad to know, for they might come in very handy if we have to fight Tyrrhenia. Of course, I am all for peace, and don't hold with the race of armaments in principle. Still, we must keep ahead or be wiped out. Zoo. You can make the gases for yourselves when your chemists find out how. Then you will do as you did before, poison each other until there are no chemists left and no civilization. You will then begin all over again as half-starved, ignorant savages, and fight with boomerangs and poisoned arrows until you work up to the poisoned gases and high explosives once more, with the same result. That is, unless you have sense enough to make an end of this ridiculous game by destroying you. The envoy, aghast. Destroying us? The elderly gentleman. I told you, Ambrose, I warned you. The envoy. But... Zoo, impatiently. I wonder what Zosim is doing. He ought to be here to receive you. The elderly gentleman. Do you mean that rather insufferable young man whom you found boring me on the pier? Zoo. Yes, he has to dress up in a druid's robe and put on a wig and a long false beard to impress you silly people. I have to put on a purple mantle. I have no patience with such mummery, but you expect it from us, so I suppose it must be kept up. Will you wait here until Zosim arrives, please? She turns to enter the temple. The envoy. My good lady, is it worthwhile dressing up and putting on false beards for us if you tell us beforehand that it is all humbug? Zoo. One would not think so, but if you won't believe in anyone who is not dressed up, why, we must dress up for you. It was you who invented all this nonsense, not we. The elderly gentleman. But do you expect us to be impressed after this? Zoo. I don't expect anything. I know as a matter of experience that you will be impressed. The oracle would frighten you out of your wits. She goes into the temple. The wife. These people treat us as if we were dirt beneath their feet. I wonder at you putting up with it, Ampy. It would serve them right if we went home at once, wouldn't it, Eth? The daughter. Yes, Mamma. But perhaps they wouldn't mind. The envoy. No use talking like that, Molly. I've got to see this oracle. The folks at home won't know how we have been treated. All they'll know is that I've stood face to face with the oracle and had the straight tip from her. I hope this Zosem chap is not going to keep us waiting much longer, for I feel far from comfortable about the approaching interview, and that's the honest truth. The elderly gentleman. I never thought I should want to see that man again, but now I wish he would take charge of us instead of Zoo. She was charming at first, quite charming, but she turned into a fiend because I had a few words with her. You would not believe, she very nearly killed me. You heard what she said just now. She belongs to a party here which wants to have us all killed. The wife, terrified. Us? But we have done nothing. We have been as nice to them as nice could be. Oh, Amby, come away, come away. There is something dreadful about this place and these people. The envoy. There is, and no mistake. But you're safe with me. You ought to have sense enough to know that. The elderly gentleman. I am sorry to say, Molly, that it is not merely us four poor weak creatures they want to kill, but the entire race of man, except themselves. The envoy. Not so poor, neither, Papa, nor so weak, if you are going to take in all the powers. If it comes to killing, two can play at that game, long-lived or short-lived. The elderly gentleman. No, Ambrose, we should have no chance. We are worms beside these fearful people, mere worms. Zosim comes from the temple, robed majestically and wearing a wreath of mistletoe in his flowing white wig. His false beard reaches almost to his waist. He carries a staff with a curiously carved top. Zosim in the doorway, impressively. Hail, strangers! All reverently. Hail! Zosim. Are ye prepared? The envoy. We are. Zosim unexpectedly becomes conversational, and strolling down carelessly to the middle of the group between the two ladies. Well, I'm sorry to say the oracle is not. She was delayed by some member of your party who got loose, and as the show takes a bit of arranging, you will have to wait a few minutes. The ladies can go inside and look round the entrance hall and get pictures and things if they want them. The wife, the daughter, together. Thank you very much. I should like to. They go in to the temple. The elderly gentleman, in dignified rebuke of Zosim's levity. Taken in this spirit, sir, the show, as you call it, becomes almost an insult to our common sense. Zosim. Quite, I should say. You need not keep it up with me. The envoy, suddenly making himself very agreeable. Just so, just so. We can wait as long as you please. And now, if I may be allowed to seize the opportunity of a few minutes' friendly chat? Zosim. By all means, if only you will talk about things I can understand. The envoy. Well, about this colonizing plan of yours. My father-in-law here has been telling me something about it, and he has just now let out that you want not only to colonize us, but to well, shall we say to supersede us. Now, why supersede us? Why not live and let live? There's not a scrap of ill feeling on our side. We should welcome a colony of immortals, we may almost call you that, in the British Middle East. No doubt the Turanian Empire, with its Mahometan traditions, overshadows us now. We have had to bring the Emperor with us on this expedition, though, of course, you know as well as I do that he has imposed himself on my party just to spy on me. I don't deny that he has the whip hand of us, to some extent, because if it came to a war, none of our generals could stand up against him. I give him best at that game. He is the finest soldier in the world. Besides, he is an emperor and an autocrat, and I am only an elected representative of the British democracy. Not that our British Democrats won't fight. They will fight the heads off all the Turanians that ever walked, but then it takes so long to work them up to it, while he has only to say the word and march. But you people would never get on with him. Believe me, you would not be as comfortable in Turania as you would be with us. We understand you. We like you. We are easy-going people, and we are rich people. That will appeal to you. Turania is a poor place when all is said. 5/8 of it is desert. They don't irrigate as we do. Besides, now I am sure this will appeal to you and to all right-minded men, we are Christians. Zosim, the old uns prefer Mahometans. The envoy, shocked. What? Zosim, distinctly. They prefer Mahometans. What's wrong with that? The envoy, well, of all the disgraceful... The elderly gentleman, diplomatically interrupting his scandalized son-in-law. There can be no doubt, I am afraid, that by clinging too long to the obsolete features of the old pseudo-Christian churches, we allowed the Mahometans to get ahead of us at a very critical period of the development of the Eastern world. When the Mahometan Reformation took place, it left its followers with the enormous advantage of having the only established religion in the world, in whose articles of faith any intelligent and educated person could believe. The envoy, but what about our Reformation? Don't give the show away, Papa. We followed suit, didn't we? The elderly gentleman, unfortunately, Ambrose, we could not follow suit very rapidly. We had not only a religion to deal with, but a church. Zosim, what is a church? The envoy, not know what a church is? Well. The elderly gentleman, you must excuse me, but if I attempted to explain, you would only ask me what a bishop is, and that is a question that no mortal man can answer. All I can tell you is that Mahomet was a truly wise man, for he founded a religion without a church. Consequently, when the time came for a reformation of the mosques, there were no bishops and priests to obstruct it. Our bishops and priests prevented us for 200 years from following suit, and we have never recovered the start we lost then. I can only plead that we did reform our church at last. No doubt we had to make a few compromises as a matter of good taste, but there is now very little in our articles of religion that is not accepted as at least allegorically true by our higher criticism. The envoy, encouragingly, besides, what does it matter? Why, I have never read the articles in my life, and I am Prime Minister. Come, if my services in arranging for the reception of a colonizing party would be acceptable, they are at your disposal. And when I say a reception, I mean a reception. Royal honors, mind you, a salute of 101 guns, the streets lined with troops, the guards turned out at the palace, dinner at the Guildhall. Zosim, discourage me if I know what you're talking about. I wish Zoo would come. She understands these things. All I can tell you is that the general opinion among the colonizers is in favor of beginning in a country where the people are of a different color from us, so that we can make short work without any risk of mistakes. The envoy, what do you mean by short work? I hope. Zosim, with obviously feigned geniality. Oh, nothing. We are thinking of trying North America, that's all. You see, the red men of that country used to be white. They passed through a period of sallow complexions, followed by a period of no complexions at all, into the red characteristic of their climate. Besides, several cases of long life have occurred in North America. They joined us here, and their stock soon reverted to the original white of these islands. The elderly gentleman, but have you considered the possibility of your colony turning red? Zosim, that won't matter. We are not particular about our pigmentation. The old books mention red-faced Englishmen. They appear to have been common objects at one time. The elderly gentleman, very persuasively, but do you think you would be popular in North America? It seems to me, if I may say so, that on your own showing, you need a country in which society is organized in a series of highly exclusive circles, in which the privacy of private life is very jealously guarded, and in which no one presumes to speak to anyone else without an introduction following a strict examination of social credentials. It is only in such a country that persons of special tastes and attainments can form a little world of their own and protect themselves absolutely from intrusion by common persons. I think I may claim that our British society has developed this exclusiveness to perfection. If you would pay us a visit and see the working of our caste system, our club system, our guild system, you would admit that nowhere else in the world, least of all perhaps in North America, which has a regrettable tradition of social promiscuity, could you keep yourselves so entirely to yourselves. Zosim, good-naturedly embarrassed. Look here, there is no good discussing this. I had rather not explain, but it won't make any difference to our colonizers what sort of short-livers they come across. We shall arrange all that. Never mind how. Let us join the ladies. The elderly gentleman, throwing off his diplomatic attitude and abandoning himself to despair. We understand you only too well, sir. Well, kill us. End the lives you have made miserably unhappy by opening up to us the possibility that any of us may live 300 years. I solemnly curse that possibility. To you it may be a blessing, because you do live 300 years. To us, who live less than 100, whose flesh is as grass, it is the most unbearable burden our poor tortured humanity has ever groaned under. The envoy. Hello, Papa, steady. How do you make that out? Zosim. What is 300 years? Short enough, if you ask me. Why, in the old days you people lived on the assumption that you were going to last out for ever and ever and ever. Immortal, you thought yourselves. Were you any happier then? The elderly gentleman. As president of the Baghdad Historical Society, I am in a position to inform you that the communities which took this monstrous pretension seriously were the most wretched of which we have any record. My society has printed an editio princeps of the works of the father of history, Thucydides Macaulaybuckle. Have you read his account of what was blasphemously called the perfect city of God, and the attempt made to reproduce it in the northern part of these islands by John Hobbes Noxious, called the Leviathan? Those misguided people sacrificed the fragment of life that was granted to them to an imaginary immortality. They crucified the prophet who told them to take no thought for the morrow, and that here and now was their Australia, Australia being a term signifying paradise, or an eternity of bliss. They tried to produce a condition of death in life, to mortify the flesh, as they called it. Zosim. Well, you are not suffering from that, are you? You have not a mortified air. The elderly gentleman. Naturally, we are not absolutely insane and suicidal. Nevertheless, we impose on ourselves abstinences and disciplines and studies that are meant to prepare us for living 3 centuries, and we seldom live one. My childhood was made unnecessarily painful, my boyhood unnecessarily laborious, by ridiculous preparations for a length of days which the chances were 50,000 to 1 against my ever attaining. I have been cheated out of the natural joys and freedoms of my life by this dream to which the existence of these islands and their oracles gives a delusive possibility of realization. I curse the day when long life was invented, just as the victims of John Hobbes Noxious cursed the day when eternal life was invented. Zosim. Pooh! You could live 3 centuries if you chose. The elderly gentleman. That is what the fortunate always say to the unfortunate. Well, I do not choose. I accept my 70 years. If they are filled with usefulness, with justice, with mercy, with goodwill, if they are the lifetime of a soul that never loses its honor, and a brain that never loses its eagerness, they are enough for me, because these things are infinite and eternal, and can make 10 of my years as long as 30 of yours. I shall not conclude by saying, live as long as you like and be damned to you, because I have risen, for the moment, far above any ill will to you or to any fellow creature. But I am your equal before that eternity in which the difference between your lifetime and mine is as the difference between one drop of water and three in the eyes of the almighty power from which we have both proceeded. Zosim, impressed. You spoke that piece very well, Daddy. I couldn't talk like that if I tried. It sounded fine. Ah, here come the ladies. To his relief, they have just appeared on the threshold of the temple. The elderly gentleman, passing from exultation to distress. It means nothing to him. In this land of discouragement, the sublime has become the ridiculous. Turning on the hopelessly puzzled Zosim. Behold, thou hast made my days as it were a span long, and mine age is even as nothing in respect of thee. The wife, the daughter, running to him. Papa, Papa, don't look like that. Oh, Grandpa, what's the matter? Zosim, with a shrug. Discouragement. The elderly gentleman, throwing off the women with a superb gesture. Liar! Recollecting himself, he adds, with noble courtesy, raising his hat and bowing, I beg your pardon, sir, but I am not discouraged. A burst of orchestral music, through which a powerful gong sounds, is heard from the temple. Zu, in a purple robe, appears in the doorway. Zu, come, the oracle is ready. Zosim motions them to the threshold with a wave of his staff. The envoy and the elderly gentleman take off their hats and go into the temple on tiptoe, Zu leading the way. The wife and daughter, frightened as they are, raise their heads uppishly and follow flat-footed, sustained by a sense of their Sunday clothes and social consequence. Zosim remains in the portico, alone. Zosim, taking off his wig, beard, and robe, and bundling them under his arm. Oof! He goes home. End of Act 2. End of Section 15. Section 16 of Back to Methuselah by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 16, Act 3 of Tragedy of an Elderly Gentleman. Inside the temple. A gallery overhanging an abyss. Dead silence. The gallery is brightly lighted, but beyond is a vast gloom, continually changing in intensity. A shaft of violet light shoots upward, and a very harmonious and silvery carillon chimes. When it ceases, the violet ray vanishes. Zu comes along the gallery, followed by the envoy's daughter, his wife, the envoy himself, and the elderly gentleman. The two men are holding their hats with the brims near their noses, as if prepared to pray into them at a moment's notice. Zu halts. They all follow her example. They contemplate the void with awe. Organ music, of the kind called sacred in the 19th century, begins. Their awe deepens. The violet ray, now a diffused mist, rises again from the abyss. The wife, to Zu in a reverent whisper, "Shall we kneel?" Zu, loudly, "Yes, if you want to. You can stand on your head if you like." She sits down carelessly on the gallery railing, with her back to the abyss. The elderly gentleman, jarred by her callousness, "We desire to behave in a becoming manner." Zu, "Very well, behave just as you feel. It doesn't matter how you behave, but keep your wits about you when the Pythoness ascends, or you will forget the questions you have come to ask her." The envoy, the daughter, simultaneously. The envoy, very nervous, takes out a paper to refresh his memory. Ahem. The daughter, alarmed, "The Pythoness! Is she a snake?" The elderly gentleman, "The priestess of the oracle, a sibyl, a prophetess, not a snake." The wife, "How awful." Zu, "I'm glad you think so." The wife, "Oh dear, don't you think so?" Zu, "No, this sort of thing is got up to impress you, not to impress me." The elderly gentleman, "I wish you would let it impress us then, madam. I am deeply impressed, but you are spoiling the effect. Zoo. You just wait. All this business with colored lights and chords on that old organ is only tomfoolery. Wait till you see the Pythoness. The envoy's wife falls on her knees and takes refuge in prayer. The daughter, trembling. Are we really going to see a woman who has lived 300 years? Zoo. Stuff. You'd drop dead if a tertiary as much as looked at you. The oracle is only 170, and you'll find it hard enough to stand her. The daughter, piteously. Oh. She falls on her knees. The envoy. Whew. Stand by me, Papa. This is a little more than I bargained for. Are you going to kneel, or how? The elderly gentleman. Perhaps it would be in better taste. The two men kneel. The vapor of the abyss thickens, and a distant roll of thunder seems to come from its depths. The Pythoness, seated on her tripod, rises slowly from it. She has discarded the insulating robe and veil in which she conversed with Napoleon, and is now draped and hooded in voluminous folds of a single piece of gray-white stuff. Something supernatural about her terrifies the beholders, who throw themselves on their faces. Her outline flows and waves. She is almost distinct at moments, and again vague and shadowy. Above all, she is larger than life-size, not enough to be measured by the flustered congregation, but enough to affect them with a dreadful sense of her supernaturalness. Zoo. Get up, get up. Do pull yourselves together, you people. The envoy and his family, by shuddering negatively, intimate that it is impossible. The elderly gentleman manages to get on his hands and knees. Zoo. Come on, Daddy, you are not afraid. Speak to her. She won't wait here all day for you, you know. The elderly gentleman, rising very deferentially to his feet. Madam, you will excuse my very natural nervousness in addressing, for the first time in my life, a goddess. My friend and relative the envoy is unhinged. I throw myself upon your indulgence. Zoo, interrupting him intolerantly. Don't throw yourself on anything belonging to her, or you will go right through her and break your neck. She isn't solid like you. The elderly gentleman. I was speaking figuratively. Zoo. You have been told not to do it. Ask her what you want to know, and be quick about it. The elderly gentleman, stooping and taking the prostrate envoy by the shoulders. Ambrose, you must make an effort. You cannot go back to Baghdad without the answers to your questions. The envoy, rising to his knees. I shall be only too glad to get back alive on any terms. If my legs would support me, I'd just do a bunk straight for the ship. The elderly gentleman. No, no, remember your dignity. The envoy. Dignity be damned, I'm terrified. Take me away, for God's sake. The elderly gentleman, producing a brandy flask and taking the cap off. Try some of this. It is still nearly full, thank goodness. The envoy, clutching it and drinking eagerly. Ah, that's better. He tries to drink again. Finding that he has emptied it, he hands it back to his father-in-law upside down. The elderly gentleman, taking it. Great heavens, he has swallowed half a pint of neat brandy. Much perturbed, he screws the cap on again and pockets the flask. The envoy, staggering to his feet, pulling a paper from his pocket, and speaking with boisterous confidence, Get up with you, Molly. Up with you, Ed. The two women rise to their knees. The envoy, What I want to ask is this. He refers to the paper. Ahem. Civilization has reached a crisis. We are at the parting of the ways. We stand on the brink of the Rubicon. Shall we take the plunge? Already a leaf has been torn out of the book of the Sibyl. Shall we wait until the whole volume is consumed? On our right is the crater of the volcano. On our left the precipice. One false step, and we go down to annihilation, dragging the whole human race with us. He pauses for breath. The elderly gentleman, recovering his spirits under the familiar stimulus of political oratory. Hear, hear. Zoo. What are you raving about? Ask your question while you have the chance. What is it you want to know? The envoy, patronizing her in the manner of a premier debating with a very young member of the opposition. A young woman asks me a question. I am always glad to see the young taking an interest in politics. It is an impatient question, but it is a practical question, an intelligent question. She asks why we seek to lift a corner of the veil that shrouds the future from our feeble vision. Zoo, I don't. I ask you to tell the oracle what you want, and not keep her sitting there all day. The elderly gentleman, warmly. Order! Order! Zoo, what does order mean? The envoy. I ask the august oracle to listen to my voice. Zoo, you people seem never to tire of listening to your voices, but it doesn't amuse us. What do you want? The envoy. I want, young woman, to be allowed to proceed without unseemly interruptions. A low roll of thunder comes from the abyss. The elderly gentleman. There. Even the oracle is indignant. To the envoy. Do not allow yourself to be put down by this lady's rude clamour, Ambrose. Take no notice. Proceed. The envoy's wife. I can't bear this much longer, Amby. Remember, I haven't had any brandy. His daughter, trembling. There are serpents curling in the vapour. I am afraid of the lightning. Finish it, papa, or I shall die. The envoy, sternly. Silence! The destiny of British civilization is at stake. Trust me, I am not afraid. As I was saying, where was I? Zoo. I don't know. Does anybody? The elderly gentleman, tactfully. You are just coming to the election, I think. The envoy, reassured. Just so, the election. Now, what we want to know is this. Ought we to dissolve in August, or put it off until next spring? Zoo. Dissolve? In what? Thunder. Oh, my fault this time. That means the oracle understands you and desires me to hold my tongue. The envoy, fervently. I thank the oracle. The wife, to Zoo. Serve you right. The elderly gentleman. Before the oracle replies, I should like to be allowed to state a few of the reasons why, in my opinion, the government should hold on until the spring. In the first, terrific lightning and thunder. The elderly gentleman is knocked flat, but as he immediately sits up again, dazedly, it is clear that he is none the worse for the shock. The ladies cower in terror. The envoy's hat is blown off, but he seizes it just as it quits his temples, and holds it on with both hands. He is recklessly drunk, but quite articulate, as he seldom speaks in public without taking stimulants beforehand. The envoy, taking one hand from his hat to make a gesture of stilling the tempest. That's enough. We know how to take a hint. I'll put the case in 3 words. I am the leader of the Potterville party. My party is in power. I am Prime Minister. The opposition, the Rotterjacks, have won every by-election for the last 6 months. The elderly gentleman, scrambling heatedly to his feet. Not by fair means, by bribery, by misrepresentation, by pandering to the vilest prejudices, muttered Thunder. I beg your pardon. He is silent. The envoy. Never mind the bribery and lies. The oracle knows all about that. The point is that, though our 5 years will not expire until the year after next, our majority will be eaten away at the by-elections by about Easter. We can't wait. We must start some question that will excite the public and go to the country on it. But some of us say do it now. Others say wait till the spring. We can't make up our minds one way or the other. Which would you advise? Zoo. But what is the question that is to excite your public? The envoy. That doesn't matter. I don't know yet. We will find a question all right enough. The oracle can foresee the future. We cannot. Thunder. What does that mean? What have I done now? Zoo, severely. How often must you be told that we cannot foresee the future? There is no such thing as the future until it is the present. The elderly gentleman. Allow me to point out, madam, that when the Potterville party sent to consult the oracle 15 years ago, the oracle prophesied that the Pottervilles would be victorious at the general election, and they were. So it is evident that the oracle can foresee the future, and is sometimes willing to reveal it. The envoy. Quite true. Thank you, Papa. I appeal now over your head, young woman, direct to the august oracle, to repeat the signal favour conferred on my illustrious predecessor, Sir Fuller Eastwind, and to answer me exactly as he was answered. The oracle raises her hands to command silence. All, shh, shh. Invisible trombones utter 3 solemn blasts in the manner of Die Zauberflöte. The elderly gentleman, may I... Zoo, quickly, hush! The oracle is going to speak. The oracle, go home, poor fool. She vanishes, and the atmosphere changes to prosaic daylight. Zoo comes off the railing, throws off her robe, makes a bundle of it, and tucks it under her arm. The magic and mystery are gone. The women rise to their feet. The envoy's party stare at one another helplessly. Zoo, the same reply, word for word, that your illustrious predecessor, as you call him, got 15 years ago. You asked for it, and you got it. And just think of all the important questions you might have asked. She would have answered them, you know. It is always like that. I will go and arrange to have you sent home. You can wait for me in the entrance hall. She goes out. The envoy, what possessed me to ask for the same answer old Eastwind got? The elderly gentleman, but it was not the same answer. The answer to Eastwind was an inspiration to our party for years. It won us the election. The envoy's daughter, I learnt it at school, Grandpa. It wasn't the same at all. I can repeat it. She quotes, when Britain was cradled in the west, the east wind hardened her and made her great. Whilst the east wind prevails, Britain shall prosper. The east wind shall wither Britain's enemies in the day of contest. Let the Rotterjacks look to it. The envoy, the old man invented that. I see it all. He was a doddering old ass when he came to consult the oracle. The oracle naturally said, go home, poor fool. There was no sense in saying that to me, but, as that girl said, I asked for it. What else could the poor old chap do but fake up an answer fit for publication? There were whispers about it, but nobody believed them. I believe them now. The elderly gentleman, oh, I cannot admit that Sir Fuller Eastwind was capable of such a fraud. The envoy, he was capable of anything. I knew his private secretary. And now, what are we going to say? You don't suppose I am going back to Baghdad to tell the British Empire that the oracle called me a fool, do you? The elderly gentleman, surely we must tell the truth, however painful it may be to our feelings. The envoy, I am not thinking of my feelings. I am not so selfish as that, thank God. I am thinking of the country, of our party. The truth, as you call it, would put the Rotterjacks in for the next 20 years. It would be the end of me politically. Not that I care for that. I am only too willing to retire if you can find a better man. Don't hesitate on my account. The elderly gentleman, no, Ambrose, you are indispensable. There is no one else. The envoy, very well, then. What are you going to do? The elderly gentleman, my dear Ambrose, you are the leader of the party, not I. What are you going to do? The envoy, I am going to tell the exact truth. That's what I'm going to do. Do you take me for a liar? The elderly gentleman, puzzled, oh, I beg your pardon. I understood you to say... The envoy, cutting him short, you understood me to say that I am going back to Baghdad to tell the British electorate that the oracle repeated to me, word for word, what it said to Sir Fuller Eastwind 15 years ago. Molly and Ethel can bear me out. So must you, if you are an honest man. Come on. He goes out, followed by his wife and daughter. The elderly gentleman, left alone and shrinking into an old and desolate figure. What am I to do? I am a most perplexed and wretched man. He falls on his knees and stretches his hands in entreaty over the abyss. I invoke the oracle. I cannot go back and connive at a blasphemous lie. I implore guidance. The Pythoness walks in on the gallery behind him and touches him on the shoulder. Her size is now natural. Her face is hidden by her hood. He flinches as if from an electric shock, turns to her, and cowers, covering his eyes in terror. The elderly gentleman, no, not close to me. I'm afraid I can't bear it. The oracle, with grave pity, "Come, look at me. I am my natural size now. What you saw there was only a foolish picture of me thrown on a cloud by a lantern. How can I help you?" The elderly gentleman, "They have gone back to lie about your answer. I cannot go with them. I cannot live among people to whom nothing is real. I have become incapable of it through my stay here. I implore to be allowed to stay." The oracle, "My friend, if you stay with us, you will die of discouragement." The elderly gentleman, "If I go back, I shall die of disgust and despair. I take the nobler risk. I beg you, do not cast me out." He catches her robe and holds her. The oracle, "Take care. I have been here 170 years. Your death does not mean to me what it means to you." The elderly gentleman, "It is the meaning of life, not of death, that makes banishment so terrible to me." The oracle, "Be it so, then. You may stay." She offers him her hands. He grasps them and raises himself a little by clinging to her. She looks steadily into his face. He stiffens. A little convulsion shakes him. His grasp relaxes, and he falls dead. The oracle, looking down at the body, "Poor short-lived thing. What else could I do for you?" End of Act 3. End of Tragedy of the Elderly Gentleman. End of Section 16. Section 17 of Back to Methuselah by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 17, Part 5, As Far as Thought Can Reach. Summer afternoon in the year 31920 A.D. A sunlit glade at the southern foot of a thickly wooded hill. On the west side of it, the steps and columned porch of a dainty little classic temple. Between it and the hill, a rising path to the wooded heights begins with rough steps of stones in the moss. On the opposite side, a grove. In the middle of the glade, an altar in the form of a low marble table, as long as a man, set parallel to the temple steps and pointing to the hill. Curved marble benches radiate from it into the foreground, but they are not joined to it. There is plenty of space to pass between the altar and the benches. A dance of youths and maidens is in progress. The music is provided by a few flute players seated carelessly on the steps of the temple. There are no children, and none of the dancers seems younger than 18. Some of the youths have beards. Their dress, like the architecture of the theatre and the design of the altar and curved seats, resembles Grecian of the 4th century B.C., freely handled. They move with perfect balance and remarkable grace, racing through a figure like a farandole. They neither romp nor hug in our manner. At the first full close they clap their hands to stop the musicians, who recommence with a saraband, during which a strange figure appears on the path beyond the temple. He is deep in thought, with his eyes closed and his feet feeling automatically for the rough, irregular steps as he slowly descends them. Except for a sort of linen kilt, consisting mainly of a girdle carrying a sporran and a few minor pockets, he is naked. In physical hardihood and uprightness he seems to be in the prime of life, and his eyes and mouth show no signs of age. But his face, though fully and firmly fleshed, bears a network of lines, varying from furrows to hair-breadth reticulations, as if time had worked over every inch of it incessantly through whole geologic periods. His head is finely domed and utterly bald. Except for his eyelashes, he is quite hairless. He is unconscious of his surroundings and walks right into one of the dancing couples, separating them. He wakes up and stares about him. The couple stop indignantly. The rest stop. The music stops. The youth whom he has jostled accosts him without malice, but without anything that we should call manners. The youth: "Now then, ancient sleepwalker, why don't you keep your eyes open and mind where you are going?" The ancient, mild, bland, and indulgent: I did not know there was a nursery here, or I should not have turned my face in this direction. Such accidents cannot always be avoided. Go on with your play, I will turn back. The youth. Why not stay with us and enjoy life for once in a way? We will teach you to dance. The ancient. No, thank you. I danced when I was a child like you. Dancing is a very crude attempt to get into the rhythm of life. It would be painful for me to go back from that rhythm to your babyish gambols. In fact, I could not do it if I tried. But at your age it is pleasant, and I am sorry I disturbed you. The youth. Come, own up. Aren't you very unhappy? It's dreadful to see you ancients going about by yourselves, never noticing anything, never dancing, never laughing, never singing, never getting anything out of life. None of us are going to be like that when we grow up. It's a dog's life. The ancient. Not at all. You repeat that old phrase without knowing that there was once a creature on earth called a dog. Those who are interested in extinct forms of life will tell you that it loved the sound of its own voice, and bounded about when it was happy, just as you are doing here. It is you, my children, who are living the dog's life. The youth. The dog must have been a good, sensible creature. It set you a very wise example. You should let yourself go occasionally and have a good time. The ancient. My children, be content to let us ancients go our ways and enjoy ourselves in our own fashion. He turns to go. The maiden. But wait a moment. Why will you not tell us how you enjoy yourself? You must have secret pleasures that you hide from us, and that you never get tired of. I get tired of all our dances and all our tunes. I get tired of all my partners. The youth, suspiciously. Do you? I shall bear that in mind. They all look at one another as if there were some sinister significance in what she has said. The maiden. We all do. What is the use of pretending we don't? It is natural. Several young people. No, we don't. It is not natural. The ancient. You are older than he is, I see. You are growing up. The maiden. How do you know? I do not look so much older, do I? The ancient. Oh, I was not looking at you. Your looks do not interest me. The maiden. Thank you. They all laugh. The youth. You old fish. I believe you don't know the difference between a man and a woman. The ancient. It has long ceased to interest me in the way it interests you, and when anything no longer interests us, we no longer know it. The maiden. You haven't told me how I show my age. That is what I want to know. As a matter of fact, I am older than this boy here, older than he thinks. How did you find that out? The ancient. Easily enough. You are ceasing to pretend that these childish games, this dancing and singing and mating, do not become tiresome and unsatisfying after a while, and you no longer care to pretend that you are younger than you are. These are the signs of adolescence. And then, see these fantastic rags with which you have draped yourself? He takes up a piece of her draperies in his hand. It is rather badly worn here. Why do you not get a new one? The maiden. Oh, I did not notice it. Besides, it is too much trouble. Clothes are a nuisance. I think I shall do without them some day, as you ancients do. The ancient. Signs of maturity. Soon you will give up all these toys and games and sweets. The youth. What? And be as miserable as you? The ancient. Infant, one moment of the ecstasy of life as we live it would strike you dead. He stalks gravely out through the grove. They stare after him, much damped. The youth to the musicians. Let us have another dance. The musicians shake their heads, get up from their seats on the steps, and troop away into the temple. The others follow them, except the maiden, who sits down on the altar. A maiden, as she goes. There, the ancient has put them out of countenance. It is your fault, Strephon, for provoking him. She leaves, much disappointed. A youth. Why need you have cheeked him like that? He goes grumbling. Strephon, calling after him. I thought it was understood that we are always to cheek the ancients on principle. Another youth. Quite right, too. There would be no holding them if we didn't. He goes. The maiden. Why don't you really stand up to them? I did. Another youth. Sheer, abject, pusillanimous, dastardly cowardice. That's why. Face the filthy truth. He goes. Another youth, turning on the steps as he goes out. And don't you forget, infant, that one moment of the ecstasy of life as I live it would strike you dead. Ha ha! Strephon, now the only one left except the maiden. Aren't you coming, Chloe? The maiden shakes her head. The youth, hurrying back to her. What is the matter? The maiden, tragically pensive. I don't know. The youth. Then there is something the matter. Is that what you mean? The maiden. Yes, something is happening to me. I don't know what. The youth. You no longer love me. I have seen it for a month past. The maiden. Don't you think all that is rather silly? We cannot go on as if this kind of thing, this dancing and sweethearting, were everything. The youth. What is there better? What else is there worth living for? The maiden. Oh, stuff. Don't be frivolous. The youth. Something horrible is happening to you. You are losing all heart, all feeling. He sits on the altar beside her and buries his face in his hands. I am bitterly unhappy. The maiden. Unhappy? Really, you must have a very empty head if there is nothing in it but a dance with one girl who is no better than any of the other girls. The youth. You did not always think so. You used to be vexed if I as much as looked at another girl. The maiden. What does it matter what I did when I was a baby? Nothing existed for me then, except what I tasted and touched and saw, and I wanted all that for myself, just as I wanted the moon to play with. Now the world is opening out for me. More than the world, the universe. Even little things are turning out to be great things and becoming intensely interesting. Have you ever thought about the properties of numbers? The youth, sitting up, markedly disenchanted. Numbers? I cannot imagine anything drier or more repulsive. The maiden. They are fascinating, just fascinating. I want to get away from our eternal dancing and music, and just sit down by myself and think about numbers. The youth, rising indignantly. Oh, this is too much. I have suspected you for some time past. We have all suspected you. All the girls say that you have deceived us as to your age, that you are getting flat-chested, that you are bored with us, that you talk to the ancients when you get the chance. Tell me the truth. How old are you? The maiden. Just twice your age, my poor boy. The youth. Twice my age? Do you mean to say you are 4? The maiden. Very nearly 4. The youth, collapsing on the altar with a groan. Oh! The maiden. My poor Strephon. I pretended I was only 2 for your sake. I was 2 when you were born. I saw you break from your shell. And you were such a charming child. You ran around and talked to us all so prettily, and were so handsome and well grown that I lost my heart to you at once. But now I seem to have lost it altogether. Bigger things are taking possession of me. Still, we were very happy in our childish way for the first year, weren't we? Strephon. I was happy until you began cooling towards me. The maiden. Not towards you, but towards all the trivialities of our life here. Just think, I have hundreds of years to live, perhaps thousands. Do you suppose I can spend centuries dancing, listening to flutes, ringing changes on a few tunes and a few notes, raving about the beauty of a few pillars and arches, making jingles with words, lying about with your arms round me, which is really neither comfortable nor convenient, everlastingly choosing colors for dresses and putting them on and washing, making a business of sitting together at fixed hours to absorb our nourishment, taking little poisons with it to make us delirious enough to imagine we are enjoying ourselves, and then having to pass the nights in shelters, lying in cots, and losing half our lives in a state of unconsciousness. Sleep is a shameful thing. I have not slept at all for weeks past. I have stolen out at night when you were all lying insensible, quite disgusting I call it, and wandered about the woods, thinking, grasping the world, taking it to pieces, building it up again, devising methods, planning experiments to test the methods, and having a glorious time. Every morning I have come back here with greater and greater reluctance, and I know that the time will soon come, perhaps it has come already, when I shall not come back at all. Strephon. How horribly cold and uncomfortable. The maiden. Oh, don't talk to me of comfort. Life is not worth living if you have to bother about comfort. Comfort makes winter a torture, spring an illness, summer an oppression, and autumn only a respite. The ancients could make life one long frosty comfort if they chose, but they had never lifted a finger to make themselves comfortable. They will not sleep under a roof. They will not clothe themselves. A girdle with a few pockets hanging to it to carry things about in is all they wear. They will sit down on the wet moss or in a gorse bush when there is dry heather within 2 yards of them. 2 years ago, when you were born, I did not understand this. Now I feel that I would not put myself to the trouble of walking 2 paces for all the comfort in the world. Strephon. But you don't know what this means to me. It means that you are dying to me. Yes, just dying. Listen to me. He puts his arm around her. The maiden, extricating herself. Don't. We can talk quite as well without touching one another. Strephon, horrified. Chloe! Oh, this is the worst symptom of all. The ancients never touch one another. The maiden. Why should they? Strephon. Oh, I don't know, but don't you want to touch me? You used to. The maiden. Yes, that is true. I used to. We used to think it would be nice to sleep in one another's arms, but we never could go to sleep because our weight stopped our circulations just above the elbows. Then somehow my feeling began to change bit by bit. I kept a sort of interest in your head and arms long after I lost interest in your whole body, and now that has gone. Strephon. You no longer care for me at all, then? The maiden. Nonsense. I care for you much more seriously than before, though perhaps not so much for you in particular. I mean, I care more for everybody, but I don't want to touch you unnecessarily, and I certainly don't want you to touch me. Strephon, rising decisively. That finishes it. You dislike me. The maiden, impatiently. I tell you again, I do not dislike you, but you bore me when you cannot understand, and I think I shall be happier by myself in future. You had better get a new companion. What about the girl who is to be born today? Strephon. I do not want the girl who is to be born today. How do I know what she will be like? I want you. The maiden. You cannot have me. You must recognize facts and face them. It is no use running after a woman twice your age. I cannot make my childhood last to please you. The age of love is sweet, but it is short, and I must pay nature's debt. You no longer attract me, and I no longer care to attract you. Growth is too rapid at my age. I am maturing from week to week. Strephon. You are maturing, as you call it. I call it aging, from minute to minute. You are going much further than you did when we began this conversation. The maiden. It is not the aging that is so rapid. It is the realization of it when it has actually happened. Now that I have made up my mind to the fact that I have left childhood behind me, it comes home to me in leaps and bounds with every word you say. Strephon. But your vow! Have you forgotten that? We all swore together in that temple, the temple of love. You were more earnest than any of us. The maiden, with a grim smile. Never to let our hearts grow cold, never to become as the ancients, never to let the sacred lamp be extinguished, never to change or forget, to be remembered forever as the first company of true lovers, faithful to this vow so often made and broken by past generations. Oh dear. Strephon. Well, you need not laugh. It is a beautiful and holy compact, and I will keep it whilst I live. Are you going to break it? The maiden. Dear child, it has broken itself. The change has come in spite of my childish vow. She rises. Do you mind if I go into the woods for a walk, by myself? This chat of ours seems to me an unbearable waste of time. I have so much to think of. Strephon, again collapsing on the altar and covering his eyes with his hands. My heart is broken. He weeps. The maiden, with a shrug. I have luckily got through my childhood without that experience. It shows how wise I was to choose a lover half my age. She goes towards the grove, and is disappearing among the trees, when another youth, older and manlier than Strephon, with crisp hair and firm arms, comes from the temple, and calls to her from the threshold. The temple youth. I say, Chloe, is there any sign of the ancient yet? The hour of birth is overdue. The baby is kicking like mad. She will break her shell prematurely. The maiden looks across to the hill path, then points up it, and says, She is coming, Acis. The maiden turns away through the grove, and is lost to sight among the trees. Acis, coming to Strephon. What's the matter? Has Chloe been unkind? Strephon. She has grown up in spite of all her promises. She deceived us about her age. She is 4. Acis. 4? I am sorry, Strephon. I am getting on for 3 myself, and I know what old age is. I hate to say I told you so, but she was getting a little hard-set and flat-chested and thin on the top, wasn't she? Strephon, breaking down. Don't! Acis. You must pull yourself together. This is going to be a busy day. First the birth, then the festival of the artists. Strephon, rising. What is the use of being born if we have to decay into unnatural, heartless, loveless, joyless monsters in 4 short years? What use are the artists if they cannot bring their beautiful creations to life? I have a great mind to die and have done with it all. He moves away to the corner of the curved seat farthest from the theatre, and throws himself moodily into it. An ancient woman has descended the hill path during Strephon's lament, and has heard most of it. She is like the he-ancient, equally bald and equally without sexual charm, but intensely interesting and rather terrifying. Her sex is discoverable only by her voice, as her breasts are manly, and her figure otherwise not very different. She wears no clothes, but has draped herself rather perfunctorily with a ceremonial robe, and carries 2 implements like long, slender saws. She comes to the altar between the 2 young men. The she-ancient, to Strephon. Infant, you are only at the beginning of it all. To Acis. Is the child ready to be born? Acis. More than ready, ancient. Shouting and kicking and cursing. We have called to her to be quiet and wait until you come. But of course she only half understands, and is very impatient. The she-ancient. Very well. Bring her out into the sun. Acis, going quickly into the temple. All ready. Come along. Joyous processional music strikes up in the temple. The she-ancient, going close to Strephon. Look at me. Strephon, sulkily keeping his face averted. Thank you, but I don't want to be cured. I'd rather be miserable in my own way than callous in yours. The she-ancient. You like being miserable? You will soon grow out of that. She returns to the altar. The procession, headed by Acis, emerges from the temple. 6 youths carry on their shoulders a burden covered with a gorgeous but light pall. Before them, certain official maidens carry a new tunic, ewers of water, silver dishes pierced with holes, cloths, and immense sponges. The rest carry wands with ribbons and strew flowers. The burden is deposited on the altar and the pall removed. It is a huge egg. The she-ancient, freeing her arms from her robe, and placing her saws on the altar, ready to her hand in a businesslike manner. A girl, I think you said? Acis. Yes. The tunic-bearer. It is a shame. Why can't we have more boys? Several youths protesting. Not at all. More girls. We want new girls. A girl's voice from the egg. Let me out. Let me out. I want to be born! I want to be born! The egg rocks. Acis, snatching a wand from one of the others and whacking the egg with it. Be quiet, I tell you. Wait, you will be born presently. The egg. No, no, at once, at once. I want to be born. I want to be born. Violent kicking within the egg, which rocks so hard that it has to be held on the altar by the bearers. The she-ancient. Silence. The music stops, and the egg behaves itself. The she-ancient takes her 2 saws, and with a couple of strokes rips the egg open. The newly born, a pretty girl, who would have been guessed as 17 in our day, sits up in the broken shell, exquisitely fresh and rosy, but with filaments of spare albumen clinging to her here and there. The newly born, as the world bursts on her vision. Oh, 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 oh! She continues this ad libitum during the following remonstrances. Acis. Hold your noise, will you? The washing begins. The newly born shrieks and struggles. A youth. Lie quiet, you clammy little devil. A maiden. You must be washed, dear. Now quiet, quiet, quiet. Be good. Acis. Shut your mouth, or I'll shove the sponge in it. The maiden. Shut your eyes. It'll hurt if you don't. Another maiden. Don't be silly. One would think nobody had ever been born before. The newly born yells. Acis. Serves you right. You were told to shut your eyes. The youth. Dry her off quick. I can hardly hold her. Shut it, will you, or I'll smack you into a pickled cabbage. The dressing begins. The newly born chuckles with delight. The maiden. Your arms go here, dear. Isn't it pretty? You look lovely. The newly born rapturously. Oh, 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 oh. Another youth. No, the other arm, you're putting it on back to front. You are a silly little beast. Acis. Here, that's it. Now you're clean and decent. Up with you. Oops. He hauls her to her feet. She cannot walk at first, but masters it after a few steps. Now then, march. Here she is, ancient. Put her through the catechism. The she-ancient. What name have you chosen for her? Acis. Amaryllis. The she-ancient to the newly born. Your name is Amaryllis. The newly born. What does it mean? Youth. Love. A maiden. Mother. Another youth. Lilies. The newly born to Acis. What is your name? Acis. Acis. The newly born. I love you, Acis. I must have you all to myself. Take me in your arms. Acis. Steady, young one. I am 3 years old. The newly born. What has that to do with it? I love you, and I must have you, or I will go back into my shell again. Acis. You can't. It's broken. Look here, pointing to Strephon, who has remained in his seal, without looking round at the birth, wrapped up in his sorrow. Look at this poor fellow, the newly born. What is the matter with him? Acis. When he was born, he chose a girl 2 years old for his sweetheart. He is 2 years old now himself, and already his heart is broken because she is 4. That means that she has grown up like this ancient here and has left him. If you choose me, we shall have only a year's happiness before I break your heart by growing up. Better choose the youngest you can find. The newly born. I will not choose anyone but you. You must not grow up. We will love one another forever. They all laugh. What are you laughing at? The she-ancient. Listen, child. The newly born. Do not come near me, you dreadful old creature. You frighten me. Acis. Just give her another moment. She is not quite reasonable yet. What can you expect from a child less than 5 minutes old? The newly born. I think I feel a little more reasonable now. Of course, I was rather young when I said that, but the inside of my head is changing very rapidly. I should like to have things explained to me. Acis, to the she-ancient. Is she all right, do you think? The she-ancient looks at the newly born critically, feels her bumps like a phrenologist, grips her muscles and shakes her limbs, examines her teeth, looks into her eyes for a moment, and finally relinquishes her with an air of having finished her job. The she-ancient. She will do. She may live. They all wave their hands and shout for joy. The newly born, indignant. I may live? Suppose there had been anything wrong with me? The she-ancient. Children with anything wrong do not live here, my child. Life is not cheap with us, but you would not have felt anything. The newly born. You mean that you would have murdered me? The she-ancient. That is one of the funny words the newly born bring with them out of the past. You will forget it tomorrow. Now, listen. You have 4 years of childhood before you. You will not be very happy, but you will be interested and amused by the novelty of the world, and your companions here will teach you how to keep up an imitation of happiness during your 4 years by what they call arts and sports and pleasures. The worst of your troubles is already over. The newly born. What, in 5 minutes? The she-ancient. No, you have been growing for 2 years in the egg. You began by being several sorts of creatures that no longer exist, though we have fossils of them. Then you became human, and you passed in 15 months through a development that once cost human beings 20 years of awkward, stumbling immaturity after they were born. They had to spend 50 years more in the sort of childhood you will complete in 4 years. And then they died of decay. But you need not die until your accident comes. The newly born. What is my accident? The she-ancient. Sooner or later you will fall and break your neck, or a tree will fall on you, or you will be struck by lightning. Something or other must make an end of you some day. The newly born. But why should any of these things happen to me? The she-ancient. There is no why. They do. Everything happens to everybody sooner or later, if there is time enough, and with us there is eternity. The newly born. Nothing need happen. I never heard such nonsense in all my life. I shall know how to take care of myself. The she-ancient. So you think. The newly born. I don't think, I know. I shall enjoy life for ever and ever. The she-ancient. If you should turn out to be a person of infinite capacity, you will no doubt find life infinitely interesting. However, all you have to do now is to play with your companions. They have many pretty toys, as you see, a playhouse, pictures, images, flowers, bright fabrics, music, above all themselves, for the most amusing child's toy is another child. At the end of 4 years your mind will change. You will become wise, and then you will be entrusted with power. The newly born. But I want power now. The she-ancient. No doubt you do, so that you could play with the world by tearing it to pieces. The newly born. Only to see how it is made. I should put it all together again, much better than before. The she-ancient. There was a time when children were given the world to play with because they promised to improve it. They did not improve it, and they would have wrecked it had their power been as great as that which you will wield when you are no longer a child. Until then, your young companions will instruct you in whatever is necessary. You are not forbidden to speak to the ancients, but you had better not do so, as most of them have long ago exhausted all the interest there is in observing children and conversing with them. She turns to go. The newly born. Wait! Tell me some things that I ought to do and ought not to do. I feel the need of education. They all laugh at her, except the she-ancient. The she-ancient. You will have grown out of that by tomorrow. Do what you please. She goes away up the hill path. The officials take their paraphernalia and the fragments of the egg back into the temple. Acis. Just fancy. That old girl has been going for 700 years and hasn't had her fatal accident yet, and she's not a bit tired of it all. The newly born. How could anyone ever get tired of life? Acis. They do. That is, of the same life. They manage to change themselves in a wonderful way. You meet them sometimes with a lot of extra heads and arms and legs. They make you split, laughing at them. Most of them have forgotten how to speak. The ones that attend to us have to brush up their knowledge of the language once a year or so. Nothing makes any difference to them that I can see. They never enjoy themselves. I don't know how they stand it. They don't even come to our festivals of the arts. That old one who saw you out of your shell has gone off to moodle about, doing nothing, though she knows that this is festival day. The newly born. What is festival day? Acis. 2 of our greatest sculptors are bringing us their greatest masterpieces, and we are going to crown them with flowers and sing dithyrambs to them and dance round them. The newly born. How jolly! What is a sculptor? Acis. Listen here, young one. You must find out things for yourself and not ask questions. For the first day or two you must keep your eyes and ears open and your mouth shut. Children should be seen and not heard. The newly born. Who are you calling a child? I am fully a quarter of an hour old. She sits down on the curved bench near Strephon with her maturest air. Voices in the temple. All expressing protest, disappointment, disgust. Oh! Oh! Scandalous, shameful, disgraceful. What filth! Is this a joke? Why, they're ancients. Sssss! Are you mad, Argilax? This is an outrage, an insult. Ya, etc., etc., etc. The malcontents appear on the steps, grumbling. Acis. Hello, what's the matter? He goes to the steps of the temple. The two sculptors issue from the temple. One has a beard 2 feet long. The other is beardless. Between them comes a handsome nymph with marked features, dark hair, richly waved, and authoritative bearing. The authoritative nymph, swooping down to the center of the glade with the sculptors between Acis and the newly born. Do not try to browbeat me, Argilax, merely because you are clever with your hands. Can you play the flute? Argilax, the bearded sculptor on her right. No, Ecrasia, I cannot. What has that to do with it? He is half derisive, half impatient, wholly resolved not to take her seriously in spite of her beauty and imposing tone. Ecrasia. Well, have you ever hesitated to criticize our best flute players, and to declare whether their music is good or bad? Pray, have I not the same right to criticize your busts, though I cannot make images any more than you can play? Argilax. Any fool can play the flute or play anything else, if he practices enough. But sculpture is a creative art, not a mere business of whistling into a pipe. The sculptor must have something of the god in him. From his hand comes a form which reflects a spirit. He does not make it to please you, nor even to please himself, but because he must. You must take what he gives you, or leave it if you are not worthy of it. Ecrasia, scornfully. Not worthy of it? Ho! May I not leave it because it is not worthy of me? Argilax. Of you? Hold your silly tongue, you conceited humbug. What do you know about it? Ecrasia. I know what every person of culture knows, that the business of the artist is to create beauty. Until today your works have been full of beauty, and I have been the first to point that out. Argilax. Thank you for nothing. People have eyes, haven't they, to see what is as plain as the sun in the heavens without your pointing it out? Ecrasia. You were very glad to have it pointed out. You did not call me a conceited humbug then. You stifled me with caresses. You modeled me as the genius of art presiding over the infancy of your master here, indicating the other sculptor, Martellus. Martellus, a silent and meditative listener, shudders and shakes his head, but says nothing. Argilax, quarrelsomely. I was taken in by your talk. Ecrasia. I discovered your genius before anyone else did. Is that true, or is it not? Argilax. Everybody knew I was an extraordinary person. When I was born my beard was 3 feet long. Ecrasia. Yes, and it has shrunk from 3 feet to 2. Your genius seems to have been in the last foot of your beard, for you have lost both. Martellus, with a short, sardonic cachinnation. Ha! My beard was 3½ feet long when I was born, and a flash of lightning burned it off, and killed the ancient who was delivering me. Without a hair on my chin, I became the greatest sculptor in 10 generations. Ecrasia. And yet you come to us today with empty hands. We shall actually have to crown Argilax here because no other sculptor is exhibiting. Acis, returning from the temple steps to behind the curved seat on the right of the three. What's the row, Ecrasia? Why have you fallen out with Argilax? Ecrasia. He has insulted us, outraged us, profaned his art. You know how much we hoped, from the 12 busts he placed in the temple, to be unveiled today. Well, go in and look at them. That is all I have to say. She sweeps to the curved seat and sits down just where Acis is leaning over it. Acis. I am no great judge of sculpture. Art is not my line. What is wrong with the busts? Ecrasia. Wrong with them? Instead of being ideally beautiful nymphs and youths, they are horribly realistic studies of... But I really cannot bring my lips to utter it. The newly born, full of curiosity, runs to the temple and peeps in. Acis. Oh, stow it, Acrasia. Your lips are not so squeamish as all that. Studies of what? The newly born, from the temple steps. Ancients. Acis, surprised but not scandalized. Ancients? Acrasia. Yes, ancients. The one subject that is by the universal consent of all connoisseurs absolutely excluded from the fine arts. To Argilax. How can you defend such a proceeding? Argilax. If you come to that, what interest can you find in the statues of smirking nymphs and posturing youths you stick up all over the place? Acrasia. You did not ask that when your hand was still skilful enough to model them. Argilax. Skilful? You high-nosed idiot! I could turn such things out by the score with my eyes bandaged and one hand tied behind me. But what use would they be? They would bore me, and they would bore you if you had any sense. Go in and look at my busts. Look at them again and yet again, until you receive the full impression of the intensity of mind that is stamped on them. And then go back to the pretty confectionery you call sculpture, and see whether you can endure its vapid emptiness. He mounts the altar impetuously. Listen to me, all of you. And do you, Acrasia, be silent, if you are capable of silence. Acrasia. Silence is the most perfect expression of scorn. Scorn! That is what I feel for your revolting busts. Argilax. Fool! The busts are only the beginning of a mighty design. Listen! Acis. Go ahead, old sport. We are listening. Martellus stretches himself on the sward beside the altar. The newly born sits on the temple steps with her chin on her hands, ready to devour the first oration she has ever heard. The rest sit or stand at ease. Argilax. In the records which generations of children have rescued from the stupid neglect of the ancients, there has come down to us a fable which, like many fables, is not a thing that was done in the past, but a thing that is to be done in the future. It is a legend of a supernatural being called the Archangel Michael. The newly born. Is this a story? I want to hear a story. She runs down the steps and sits on the altar at Argilax's feet. Argilax. The Archangel Michael was a mighty sculptor and painter. He found in the center of the world a temple erected to the goddess of the center, called Mediterranea. This temple was full of silly pictures of pretty children, such as Acrasia approves. Acis. Fair play, Argilax. If she is to keep silent, let her alone. Acrasia. I shall not interrupt, Acis. Why should I not prefer youth and beauty to age and ugliness? Argilax. Just so. Well, the Archangel Michael was of my opinion, not yours. He began by painting on the ceiling the newly born in all their childish beauty. But when he had done this, he was not satisfied, for the temple was no more impressive than it had been before, except that there was a strength and promise of greater things about his newly born ones than any other artist had attained to. So he painted all round these newly born a company of ancients, who were in those days called prophets and sibyls, whose majesty was that of the mind alone at its intensest, and this painting was acknowledged through ages and ages to be the summit and masterpiece of art. Of course, we cannot believe such a tale literally. It is only a legend. We do not believe in archangels, and the notion that 30,000 years ago sculpture and painting existed, and had even reached the glorious perfection they have reached with us, is absurd. But what men cannot realize, they can at least aspire to. They please themselves by pretending that it was realized in a golden age of the past. This splendid legend endured because it lived as a desire in the hearts of the greatest artists. The Temple of Mediterranea never was built in the past, nor did Michael the Archangel exist, but today the temple is here, he points to the porch, and the man is here, he slaps himself on the chest. I, Argilax, am the man. I will place in your theatre such images of the newly born as must satisfy even Acrasia's appetite for beauty, and I will surround them with ancients more august than any who walk through our woods. Martellus, as before. Ha! Argilax, stung. Why do you laugh, you who have come empty-handed, and it seems empty-headed? Eucrasia, rising indignantly. Oh, shame! You dare disparage Martellus, 20 times your master. Acis. Be quiet, will you? He seizes her shoulders and thrusts her back into her seat. Martellus. Let him disparage his fill, Eucrasia. Sitting up. My poor Argilax, I too had this dream. I too found one day that my images of loveliness had become vapid, uninteresting, tedious, a waste of time and material. I too lost my desire to model limbs, and retained only my interest in heads and faces. I too made busts of ancients, but I had not your courage. I made them in secret, and hid them from you all. Argilax, jumping down from the altar behind Martellus in his surprise and excitement. You made busts of ancients? Where are they, man? Will you be talked out of your inspiration by Eucrasia and the fools who imagine she speaks with authority? Let us have them all set up beside mine in the theatre. I have opened the way for you, and you see I am none the worse. Martellus. Impossible. They are all smashed. He rises, laughing. Oh, smashed? Argilax. Who smashed them? Martellus. I did. That is why I laughed at you just now. You will smash yours before you have completed a dozen of them. He goes to the end of the altar and sits down beside the newly born. Argilax. But why? Martellus. Because you cannot give them life. A live ancient is better than a dead statue. He takes the newly born on his knee. She is flattered and voluptuously responsive. Anything alive is better than anything that is only pretending to be alive. To Argilax. Your disillusion with your works of beauty is only the beginning of your disillusion with images of all sorts. As your hand became more skillful and your chisel cut deeper, you strove to get nearer and nearer to truth and reality, discarding the fleeting fleshly lure and making images of the mind that fascinates to the end. But how can so noble an inspiration be satisfied with any image, even an image of the truth? In the end, the intellectual conscience that tore you away from the fleeting in art to the eternal must tear you away from art altogether, because art is false and life alone is true. The newly born flings her arms round his neck and kisses him enthusiastically. Martellus rises, carries her to the curved bench on his left, deposits her beside Strephon as if she were his overcoat, and continues without the least change of tone. Shape it as you will, marble remains marble, and the graven image an idol. As I have broken my idols, and cast away my chisel and modelling tools, so will you too break those busts of yours. Argilax. Never. Martellus. Wait, my friend. I do not come empty-handed today, as you imagined. On the contrary, I bring with me such a work of art as you have never seen, and an artist who has surpassed both you and me, further than we have surpassed all our competitors. Eucrasia. Impossible. The greatest things in art can never be surpassed. Argilax. Who is this paragon whom you declare greater than I? Martellus. I declare him greater than myself, Argilax. Argilax, frowning. I understand. Sooner than drown me, you are willing to clasp me round the waist and jump overboard with me. Acis. Oh, stop squabbling. That is the worst of you artists. You are always in little squabbling cliques, and the worst cliques are those which consist of one man. Who is this new fellow you are throwing in one another's teeth? Argilax. Ask Martellus. Do not ask me. I know nothing of him. He leaves Martellus and sits down beside Eucrasia on her left. Martellus. You know him quite well. Pygmalion. Eucrasia, indignantly. Pygmalion? That soulless creature? A scientist, a laboratory person. Argilax. Pygmalion produce a work of art? You have lost your artistic senses. The man is utterly incapable of modelling a thumbnail, let alone a human figure. Martellus. That does not matter. I have done the modelling for him. Argilax. What on earth do you mean? Martellus, calling. Pygmalion, come forth. End of section 17. Section 18 of Back to Methuselah by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 18, Continuation of As Far as Thought Can Reach. Pygmalion, a square-fingered youth with his face laid out in horizontal blocks, and a perpetual smile of eager benevolent interest in everything, and expectation of equal interest from everybody else, comes from the temple to the center of the group, who regard him, for the most part with dismay, as dreading that he will bore them. Eucrasia is openly contemptuous. Martellus. Friends, it is unfortunate that Pygmalion is constitutionally incapable of exhibiting anything without first giving a lecture about it to explain it. But I promise you that if you will be patient, he will show you the two most wonderful works of art in the world, and that they will contain some of my own very best workmanship. Let me add that they will inspire a loathing that will cure you of the lunacy of art forever. He sits down next to the newly born, who pouts and turns a very cold right shoulder to him, a demonstration utterly lost on him. Pygmalion, with the smile of a simpleton and the eager confidence of a fanatical scientist, climbs awkwardly onto the altar. They prepare for the worst. Pygmalion. My friends, I will omit the algebra. Acis. Thank God. Pygmalion, continuing, because Marcellus has made me promise to do so. To come to the point, I have succeeded in making artificial human beings. Real, live ones, I mean. Incredulous voices. Oh, come, tell us another. Really, Pig? Get out. You haven't. What a lie. Pygmalion. I tell you I have. I will show them to you. It has been done before. One of the very oldest documents we possess mentions a tradition of a biologist who extracted certain unspecified minerals from the earth and, as it quaintly expresses it, breathed into their nostrils the breath of life. This is the only tradition from the primitive ages which we can regard as really scientific. There are later documents which specify the minerals with great precision, even to their atomic weights, but they are utterly unscientific because they overlook the element of life which makes all the difference between a mere mixture of salts and gases and a living organism. These mixtures were made over and over again in the crude laboratories of the silly clever ages, but nothing came of them until the ingredient, which the old chronicler called the breath of life, was added by this very remarkable early experimenter. In my view, he was the founder of biological science. Argilax. Is that all we know about him? It doesn't amount to very much, does it? Pygmalion. There are some fragments of pictures and documents which represent him as walking in a garden and advising people to cultivate their gardens. His name has come down to us in several forms. One of them is Jove. Another is Voltaire. Eucrasia. You are boring us to distraction with your Voltaire. What about your human beings? Argilax. Aye, come to them. Pygmalion. I assure you that these details are intensely interesting. Cries of, no, they're not. Come to the human beings. Conspuez Voltaire. Cut it short, Pig. Interrupt him from all sides. You will see their bearing presently. I promise you I will not detain you long. We know, we children of science, that the universe is full of forces and powers and energies of one kind and another. The sap rising in a tree, the stone holding together in a definite crystalline structure, the thought of a philosopher holding his brain in form and operation with an inconceivably powerful grip, the urge of evolution. All these forces can be used by us. For instance, I use the force of gravitation when I put a stone on my tunic to prevent it being blown away when I am bathing. By substituting appropriate machines for the stone, we have made not only gravitation our slave, but also electricity and magnetism, atomic attraction, repulsion, polarization, and so forth. But hitherto the vital force has eluded us, so it has had to create machinery for itself. It has created and developed bony structures of the requisite strength, and clothed them with cellular tissue of such amazing sensitiveness that the organs it forms will adapt their action to to all the normal variations in the air they breathe, the food they digest, and the circumstances about which they have to think. Yet, as these live bodies, as we call them, are only machines after all, it must be possible to construct them mechanically. Argilax. Everything is possible. Have you done it? That is the question. Pygmalion. Yes, but that is a mere fact. What is interesting is the explanation of the fact. Forgive my saying so, but it is such a pity that you artists have no intellect. Acrasia, sententiously. I do not admit that. The artist divines by inspiration all the truths that the so-called scientist grubs up in his laboratory slowly and stupidly long afterwards. Argilax, to Acrasia, quarrelsomely. What do you know about it? You are not an artist. Acis. Shut your heads, both of you. Let us have the artificial men. Trot them out, Pygmalion. Pygmalion. It is a man and a woman, but I really must explain first. All, groaning. Pygmalion. Yes, Acis. We want results, not explanations. Pygmalion, hurt. I see I am boring you. Not one of you takes the least interest in science. Goodbye. He descends from the altar and makes for the temple. Several youths and maidens rising and rushing to him. No, no, don't go. Don't be offended. We want to see the artificial pair. We will listen. We are tremendously interested. Tell us all about it. Pygmalion, relenting. I shall not detain you 2 minutes. All. Half an hour if you like. Please, go on, Pygmalion. They rush him back to the altar and hoist him onto it. Up you go. They return to their former places. Pygmalion. As I told you, lots of attempts were made to produce protoplasm in the laboratory. Why were these synthetic plasms, as they called them, no use? Acrasia. We are waiting for you to tell us. The newly born, modeling herself on Acrasia and trying to outdo her intellectually. Clearly because they were dead. Pygmalion. Not bad for a baby, my pet, but dead and alive are very loose terms. You are not half as much alive as you will be in another month or so. What was wrong with the synthetic protoplasm was that it could not fix and conduct the life force. It was like a wooden magnet or a lightning conductor made of silk. It would not take the current. Acis. Nobody but a fool would make a wooden magnet and expect it to attract anything. Pygmalion. He might if he were so ignorant as not to be able to distinguish between wood and soft iron. In those days, they were very ignorant of the differences between things, because their methods of analysis were crude. They mixed up messes that were so like protoplasm that they could not tell the difference. But the difference was there, though their analysis was too superficial and incomplete to detect it. You must remember that these poor devils were very little better than our idiots. We should never dream of letting one of them survive the day of its birth. Why, the newly born there already knows by instinct many things that their greatest physicists could hardly arrive at by 40 years of strenuous study. Her simple, direct sense of space-time and quantity unconsciously solves problems which cost their most famous mathematicians years of prolonged and laborious calculations, requiring such intense mental application that they frequently forgot to breathe when engaged in them, and almost suffocated themselves in consequence. Acrasia. Leave these obscure prehistoric abortions and come back to your synthetic man and woman. Pygmalion. When I undertook the task of making synthetic men, I did not waste my time on protoplasm. It was evident to me that if it were possible to make protoplasm in the laboratory, it must be equally possible to begin higher up and make fully evolved muscular and nervous tissues, bone, and so forth. Why make the seed when the making of the flower would be no greater miracle? I tried thousands of combinations before I succeeded in producing anything that would fix high potential life force. Argilax. High what? Pygmalion. High potential. The life force is not so simple as you think. A high potential current of it will turn a bit of dead tissue into a philosopher's brain. A low potential current will reduce the same bit of tissue to a mass of corruption. Will you believe me when I tell you that even in man himself, the life force used to slip suddenly down from its human level to that of a fungus, so that men found their flesh no longer growing as flesh, but proliferating horribly in a lower form, which was called cancer, until the lower form of life killed the higher, and both perished together miserably. Martellus. Keep off the primitive tribes, Pygmalion. They interest you, but they bore these young things. Pygmalion. I'm trying to make you understand. There was the life force raging all round me. There I was, trying to make organs that would capture it, as a battery captures electricity, and tissues that would conduct and operate it. It was easy enough to make eyes more perfect than our own, and ears with a larger range of sound, but they could neither see nor hear, because they were not susceptible to the life force. But it was far worse when I discovered how to make them susceptible, for the first thing that happened was that they ceased to be eyes and ears and turned into heaps of maggots. Acrasia. Disgusting. Please stop. Acis. If you don't want to hear, go away. Go ahead, Pig. Pygmalion. I went ahead. You see, the lower potentials of the life force could make maggots, but not human eyes or ears. I improved the tissue until it was susceptible to a higher potential. Argilax, intensely interested. Yes? And then? Pygmalion. Then the eyes and ears turned into cancers. Acrasia. Oh, hideous. Pygmalion. Not at all. That was a great advance. It encouraged me so much that I put aside the eyes and ears and made a brain. It wouldn't take the life force at all until I had altered its constitution a dozen times. But when it did, it took a much higher potential and did not dissolve. And neither did the eyes and ears when I connected them up with the brain. I was able to make a sort of monster, a thing without arms or legs, and it really and truly lived for half an hour. The newly born. Half an hour? What good was that? Why did it die? Pygmalion. Its blood went wrong, but I got that right, and then I went ahead with a complete human body, arms and legs and all. He was my first man. Argilax. Who modeled him? Pygmalion. I did. Martellus. Do you mean to say you tried your own hand before you sent for me? Pygmalion. Bless you, yes, several times. My first man was the ghastliest creature, a more dreadful mixture of horror and absurdity than you who have not seen him can conceive. Argilax. If you modeled him, he must indeed have been a spectacle. Pygmalion. Oh, it was not his shape. You see, I did not invent that. I took actual measurements and molds from my own body. Sculptors do that sometimes, you know, though they pretend they don't. Martellus. Argilax. Ha! Pygmalion. He was all right to look at first, or nearly so, but he behaved in the most appalling manner, and the subsequent developments were so disgusting that I really cannot describe them to you. He seized all sorts of things and swallowed them. He drank every fluid in the laboratory. I tried to explain to him that he must take nothing that he could not digest and assimilate completely, but of course he could not understand me. He assimilated a little of what he swallowed, but the process left horrible residues which he had no means of getting rid of. His blood turned to poison, and he perished in torments, howling. I then perceived that I had produced a prehistoric man, for there are certain traces in our own bodies of arrangements which enabled the earlier forms of mankind to renew their bodies by swallowing flesh and grains and vegetables and all sorts of unnatural and hideous foods, and getting rid of what they could not digest. Acrasia. But what a pity he died. What a glimpse of the past we have lost. He could have told us stories of the Golden Age. Pygmalion. Not he. He was a most dangerous beast. He was afraid of me and actually tried to kill me by snatching up things and striking at me with them. I had to give him 2 or 3 pretty severe shocks before I convinced him that he was at my mercy. The newly born. Why did you not make a woman instead of a man? She would have known how to behave herself. Martellus. Why did you not make a man and a woman? Their children would have been interesting. Pygmalion. I intended to make a woman, but after my experience with the man, it was out of the question. Eucrasia. Pray, why? Pygmalion. Well, it is difficult to explain if you have not studied prehistoric methods of reproduction. You see, the only sort of men and women I could make were men and women just like us as far as their bodies were concerned. That was how I killed the poor beast of a man. I hadn't provided for his horrible prehistoric methods of feeding himself. Suppose the woman had reproduced in some prehistoric way instead of being oviparous as we are. She couldn't have done it with a modern female body. Besides, the experiment might have been painful. Eucrasia. Then you have nothing to show us at all? Pygmalion. Oh, yes, I have. I am not so easily beaten as that. I set to work again for months to find out how to make a digestive system that would deal with waste products and a reproductive system capable of internal nourishment and incubation. Eucrasia. Why did you not find out how to make them like us? Strephon, crying out in his grief for the first time. Why did you not make a woman whom you could love? That was the secret you needed. The newly born. Oh, yes, how true! How great of you, darling Strephon! She kisses him impulsively. Strephon, passionately. Let me alone. Martellus. Control your reflexes, child. The newly born. My what? Martellus. Your reflexes, the things you do without thinking. Pygmalion is going to show you a pair of human creatures who are all reflexes and nothing else. Take warning by them. The newly born. But won't they be alive like us? Pygmalion. That is a very difficult question to answer, my dear. I confess, I thought at first I had created living creatures, but Martellus declares they are only automata. But then Martellus is a mystic. I am a man of science. He draws a line between an automaton and a living organism. I cannot draw that line to my own satisfaction. Martellus. Your artificial men have no self-control. They only respond to stimuli from without. Pygmalion. But they are conscious. I have taught them to talk and read, and now they tell lies. That is so very lifelike. Martellus. Not at all. If they were alive, they would tell the truth. You can provoke them to tell any silly lie, and you can foresee exactly the sort of lie they will tell. Give them a clip below the knee, and they will jerk the foot forward. Give them a clip in their appetites or vanities or any of their lusts and greeds, and they will boast and lie, and affirm and deny, and hate and love, without the slightest regard to the facts that are staring them in the face, or to their own obvious limitations. That proves that they are automata. Pygmalion, unconvinced. I know, dear old chap, but there really is some evidence that we are descended from creatures quite as limited and absurd as these. After all, the baby there is 3/4 an automaton. Look at the way she has been going on. The newly born, indignantly. What do you mean? How have I been going on? Eucrasia. If they have no regard for truth, they can have no real vitality. Pygmalion. Truth is sometimes so artificial, so relative, as we say in the scientific world, that it is very hard to feel quite sure that what is false and even ridiculous to us may not be true to them. Eucrasia. I ask you again, why did you not make them like us? Would any true artist be content with less than the best? Pygmalion. I couldn't. I tried. I failed. I am convinced that what I am about to show you is the very highest living organism that can be produced in the laboratory. The best tissues we can manufacture will not take as high potentials as the natural product. That is where nature beats us. You don't seem to understand, any of you, what an enormous triumph it was to produce consciousness at all. Acis. Cut the cackle and come to the synthetic couple. Several youths and maidens. Yes, yes, no more talking. Let us have them. Dry up, pig, and fetch them along. Come on, out with them. The synthetic couple. Pygmalion, waving his hands to appease them. Very well, very well. Will you please whistle for them? They respond to the stimulus of a whistle. All who can whistle like street boys. Eucrasia makes a wry face and puts her fingers in her ears. Pygmalion. Shh, that's enough. That's enough. That's enough. Silence. Now, let us have some music. A dance tune, not too fast. The flutists play a quiet dance. Martellus. Prepare yourselves for something ghastly. Two figures, a man and woman of noble appearance, beautifully modelled and splendidly attired, emerge hand in hand from the temple. Seeing that all eyes are fixed on them, they halt on the steps, smiling with gratified vanity. The woman is on the man's left. Pygmalion, rubbing his hands with the purring satisfaction of a creator. This way, please. The figures advance condescendingly and pose themselves centrally between the curved seats. Pygmalion. Now, if you will be so good as to oblige us with a little something. You dance so beautifully, you know. He sits down next to Martellus and whispers to him. It is extraordinary how sensitive they are to the stimulus of flattery. The figures, with a gracious air, dance pompously, but very passively. At the close they bow to one another. On all hands, clapping. Bravo! Thank you! Wonderful! Splendid! Perfect! The figures acknowledge the applause in an obvious condition of swelled head. The newly born. Can they make love? Pygmalion. Yes, they can respond to every stimulus. They have all the reflexes. Put your arm round the man's neck, and he will put his arm around your body. He cannot help it. The female figure, frowning. Round mine, you mean? Pygmalion. Yours, too, of course, if the stimulus comes from you. Ecrasia. Cannot he do anything original? Pygmalion. No. But then, you know, I do not admit that any of us can do anything really original, though Martellus thinks we can. Acis. Can he answer a question? Pygmalion. Oh, yes, a question is a stimulus, you know. Ask him one. Acis, to the male figure. What do you think of what you see around you? Of us, for instance, and our ways and doings? The male figure. I have not seen the newspaper today. The female figure. How can you expect my husband to know what to think of you if you give him his breakfast without his paper? Martellus. You see, he is a mere automaton. The newly born. I don't think I should like him to put his arm round my neck. I don't like them. The male figure looks offended, and the female jealous. Oh, I thought they couldn't understand. Have they feelings? Pygmalion. Of course they have. I tell you, they have all the reflexes. The newly born. But feelings are not reflexes. Pygmalion. They are sensations. When the rays of light enter their eyes and make a picture on their retinas, their brains become conscious of the picture, and they act accordingly. When the waves of sound started by your speaking enter their ears and record a disparaging remark on their keyboards, their brains become conscious of the disparagement and resent it accordingly. If you did not disparage them, they would not resent it. They are merely responding to a stimulus. The male figure. We are part of a cosmic system. Free will is an illusion. We are the children of cause and effect. We are the unalterable, the irresistible, the irresponsible, the inevitable. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. There is a general stir of curiosity at this. Acis. What the dickens does he mean? The male figure. Silence, base accident of nature. This, taking the hand of the female figure and introducing her, is Cleopatra Semiramis, consort of the King of Kings, and therefore Queen of Queens. Ye are things hatched from eggs by the brainless sun and the blind fire, but the King of Kings and Queen of Queens are not accidents of the egg. They are thought out and handmade to receive the sacred life force. There is one person of the king and one of the queen, but the life force of the king and queen is all one, the glory equal, the majesty co-eternal. Such as the king is, so is the queen. The king thought out and handmade, the queen thought out and handmade. The actions of the king are caused and therefore determined from the beginning of the world to the end, and the actions of the queen are likewise. The king, logical and predetermined and inevitable, and the queen, logical and predetermined and inevitable. And yet they are not two logical and predetermined and inevitable, but one logical and predetermined and inevitable. Therefore, confound not the persons, nor divide the substance, but worship us twain as one throne, two in one and one in two, lest by error ye fall into irretrievable damnation. The female figure. And if any say unto you, which one? Remember that though there is one person of the king and one of the queen, yet these two persons are not alike, but are woman and man, and that as woman was created after man, the skill and practice gained in making him were added to her. Wherefore she is to be exalted above him in all personal respects. And the male figure. Peace, woman, for this is a damnable heresy. Both man and woman are what they are, and must do what they must, according to the eternal laws of cause and effect. Look to your words, for if they enter my ear and jar too repugnantly on my sensorium, who knows that the inevitable response to that stimulus may not be a message to my muscles to snatch up some heavy object and break you in pieces? The female figure picks up a stone and is about to throw it at her consort. Argilax, springing up and shouting to Pygmalion, who is fondly watching the male figure. Look out, Pygmalion! Look at the woman! Pygmalion, seeing what is happening, hurls himself on the female figure and wrenches the stone out of her hand. All spring up in consternation. Argilax. She meant to kill him. Strephon. This is horrible. The female figure, wrestling with Pygmalion. Let me go! Let me go, will you? She bites his hand. Pygmalion, releasing her and staggering. Oh! A general shriek of horror echoes his exclamation. He turns deadly pale and supports himself against the end of the curved seat. The female figure, to her consort. You would stand there and let me be treated like this, you unmanly coward. Pygmalion falls dead. The newly born. Oh, what's the matter? Why did he fall? What has happened to him? They look on anxiously as Martellus kneels down and examines the body of Pygmalion. Martellus. She has bitten a piece out of his hand, nearly as large as a fingernail, enough to kill 10 men. There is no pulse, no breath. Ecrasia. But his thumb is clinched. Martellus. No, it is just straightened out. See, he is gone. Poor Pygmalion. The newly born. Oh, she weeps. Strephon. Hush, dear, that's childish. The newly born, subsiding with a sniff. Martellus, rising. Dead in his 3rd year. What a loss to science. Argilax. Who cares about science? Serve him right for making that pair of horrors. The male figure, glaring. Ha! The female figure. Keep a civil tongue in your head, you. The newly born. Oh, do not be so unkind, Argilax. You will make water come out of my eyes again. Martellus, contemplating the figures. Just look at these 2 devils. I modelled them out of the stuff Pygmalion made for them. They are masterpieces of art. And see what they have done. Does that convince you of the value of art, Argilax? Strephon. They look dangerous. Keep away from them. Ecrasia. No need to tell us that, Strephon. Pfft, they poison the air. The male figure. Beware, woman. The wrath of Ozymandias strikes like the lightning. The female figure. You just say that again if you dare, you filthy creature. Acis. What are you going to do with them, Martellus? You are responsible for them now that Pygmalion is gone. Martellus. If they were marble, it would be simple enough. I could smash them. As it is, how am I to kill them without making a horrible mess? The male figure, posing heroically. Ha! He declaims. Come one, come all. This rock shall fly from its firm base as soon as I. The female figure, fondly. My man, my hero husband. I am proud of you. I love you. Martellus. We must send out a message for an ancient. Acis. Need we bother an ancient about such a trifle? It will take less than half a second to reduce our poor Pygmalion to a pinch of dust. Why not calcine the 2 along with him? Martellus. No, the 2 automata are trifles, but the use of our powers of destruction is never a trifle. I had rather have the case judged. The he-ancient emerges from the grove. The figures are panic-stricken. The he-ancient, mildly. Am I wanted? I feel called. Seeing the body of Pygmalion and immediately taking a sterner tone. What? A child lost? A life wasted? How has this happened? The female figure, frantically. I didn't do it. It was not me. May I be struck dead if I touched him. It was he, pointing to the male figure. All amazed at the lie. Oh, the male figure. Liar, you bit him. Everyone here saw you do it. The he-ancient. Silence, going between the figures. Who made these two loathsome dolls? The male figure, trying to assert himself with his knees knocking. My name is Ozymandias, king of the he-ancient, with a contemptuous gesture. Pooh! The male figure, falling on his knees. Oh, don't, sir, don't. She did it, sir. Indeed she did. The female figure, howling lamentably. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo! The he-ancient. Silence, I say. He knocks the male automaton upright by a very light flip under the chin. The female automaton hardly dares to sob. The immortals contemplate them with shame and loathing. The she-ancient comes from the trees opposite the temple. The she-ancient. Somebody wants me. What is the matter? She comes to the left hand of the female figure, not seeing the body of Pygmalion. Pfft! Severely. You have been making dolls. You must not. They are not only disgusting, they are dangerous. The female figure, snivelling piteously. I'm not a doll, ma'am. I'm only poor Cleopatra Semiramis, queen of queens, covering her face with her hands. Oh, don't look at me like that, ma'am. I meant no harm. He hurt me. Indeed he did. The he-ancient. The creature has killed that poor youth. The she-ancient, seeing the body of Pygmalion. What? This clever child, who promised so well? The female figure. He made me. I had as much right to kill him as he had to make me. And how was I to know that a little thing like that would kill him? I shouldn't die if he cut off my arm or leg. Ecclesia. What nonsense. Martellus. It may not be nonsense. I dare say if you cut off her leg she would grow another, like the lobsters and the little lizards. The he-ancient. Did this dead boy make these two things? Martellus. He made them in his laboratory. I molded their limbs. I am sorry. I was thoughtless. I did not foresee that they would kill and pretend to be persons they were not, and declare things that were false and wish evil. I thought they would be merely mechanical fools. The male figure. Do you blame us for our human nature? The female figure. We are flesh and blood and not angels. The male figure. Have you no hearts? Argilax. They are mad as well as mischievous. May we not destroy them? Strephon. We abhor them. The newly born. We loathe them. Ecclesia. They are noisome. Acis. I don't want to be hard on the poor devils, but they are making me feel uneasy in my inside. I never had such a sensation before. Martellus. I took a lot of trouble with them, but as far as I am concerned, destroy them by all means. I loathed them from the beginning. All. Yes, we all loathe them. Let us calcine them. The female figure. Oh, don't be so cruel. I'm not fit to die. I will never bite anyone again. I will tell the truth. I will do good. Is it my fault if I was not made properly? Kill him, but spare me. The male figure. No, I have done no harm. She has. Kill her if you like. You have no right to kill me. The newly born. Do you hear that? They want to have one another killed. Argilax. Monstrous. Kill them both. The he-ancient. Silence. These things are mere automata. They cannot help shrinking from death at any cost. You see that they have no self-control and are merely shuddering through a series of reflexes. Let us see whether we cannot put a little more life into them. He takes the male figure by the hand and places his disengaged hand on its head. Now listen. One of you two is to be destroyed. Which of you shall it be? The male figure. after a slight convulsion, during which his eyes are fixed on the he-ancient. Spare her, and kill me. Strephon. That's better. The newly born. Much better. The she-ancient, handling the female automaton in the same manner. Which of you shall we kill? The female figure. Kill us both. How could either of us live without the other? Ecrasia. The woman is more sensible than the man. The ancients release the automata. The male figure, sinking to the ground. I am discouraged. Life is too heavy a burden. The female figure, collapsing. I am dying. I am glad. I am afraid to live. The newly born. I think it would be nice to give the poor things a little music. Argilax. Why? The newly born. I don't know, but it would. The musicians play. The female figure. Ozymandias, do you hear that? She rises on her knees and looks raptly into space. Queen of queens. She dies. The male figure, crawling feebly towards her until he reaches her hand. I knew I was really a king of kings. To the others. Illusions, farewell. We are going to our thrones. He dies. The music stops. There is dead silence for a moment. The newly born. That was funny. Strephon. It was. Even the ancients are smiling. The newly born. Just a little. The she-ancient, quickly recovering her grave and peremptory manner. Take these two abominations away to Pygmalion's laboratory and destroy them with the rest of the laboratory refuse. Some of them move to obey. Take care. Do not touch their flesh. It is noxious. Lift them by their robes. Carry Pygmalion into the temple and dispose of his remains in the usual way. The three bodies are carried out as directed. Pygmalion into the temple by his fair arms and legs, and the two figures through the grove by their clothes. Martellus superintends the removal of the figures, Acis that of Pygmalion. Ecrasia, Argilax, Strephon, and the newly born sit down as before, but on contrary benches, so that Strephon and the newly born now face the grove, and Ecrasia and Argilax the temple. The ancients remain standing at the altar. Ecrasia, as she sits down. Oh, for a breeze from the hills. Strephon. Or the wind from the sea at the turn of the tide. The newly born. I want some clean air. The he-ancient. The air will be clean in a moment. This doll flesh that children make decomposes quickly at best. But when it is shaken by such passions as the creatures are capable of, it breaks up at once and becomes horribly tainted. The she-ancient. Let it be a lesson to you all to be content with lifeless toys, and not attempt to make living ones. What would you think of us ancients if we made toys of you children? The newly born, coaxingly. Why do you not make toys of us? Then you would play with us, and that would be very nice. The she-ancient. It would not amuse us. When you play with one another, you play with your bodies, and that makes you supple and strong. But if we played with you, we should play with your minds, and perhaps deform them. Strephon. You are a ghastly lot, you ancients. I shall kill myself when I am 4 years old. What do you live for? The he-ancient. You will find out when you grow up. You will not kill yourself. Strephon. If you make me believe that, I shall kill myself now. The newly born. Oh, no. I want you. I love you. Strephon. I love someone else, and she has gone old, old, lost to me forever. The he-ancient. How old? Strephon. You saw her when you barged into us as we were dancing. She is 4. The newly born. How I should have hated her 20 minutes ago, but I've grown out of that now. The he-ancient. Good. That hatred is called jealousy, the worst of our childish complaints. Martellus, dusting his hands and puffing, returns from the grove. Martellus. Oof! He sits down next the newly born. That job's finished. Argilax. Ancients, I should like to make a few studies of you. Not portraits, of course. I shall idealize you a little. I have come to the conclusion that you ancients are the most interesting subjects after all. Martellus. What? Have those two horrors, whose ashes I have just deposited with peculiar pleasure in poor Pygmalion's dustbin, not cured you of this silly image-making? Argilax. Why did you model them as young things, you fool? If Pygmalion had come to me, I should have made ancients of them for him. Not that I should have modeled them any better. I have always said that no one can beat you at your best as far as handwork is concerned, but this job required brains. That is where I should have come in. Martellus. Well, my brainy boy, you are welcome to try your hand. There are two of Pygmalion's pupils at the laboratory who helped him to manufacture the bones and tissues and all the rest of it. They can turn out a couple of new automatons, and you can model them as ancients if this venerable pair will sit for you. Ecrasia, decisively. No, no more automata. They are too disgusting. Acis, returning from the temple. Well, that's done. Poor old pig. Ecrasia. Only fancy, Acis. Argilax wants to make more of those abominable things and to destroy even their artistic character by making ancients of them. The newly born. You won't sit for them, will you? Please don't. End of section 18. Section 19 of Back to Methuselah by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 19. Conclusion to As Far as Thought Can Reach. The He-Ancient. Children, listen. Acis, striding down the steps to the bench and seating himself next to Crasia. What? Even the ancient wants to make a speech. Give it mouth, O sage. Strephon. For heaven's sake, don't tell us that the earth was once inhabited by Ozymandiases and Cleopatras. Life is hard enough for us as it is. The He-Ancient. Life is not meant to be easy, my child, but take courage. It can be delightful. What I wanted to tell you is that ever since men existed, children have played with dolls. Ecrasia. You keep using that word. What are dolls, pray? The She-Ancient. What you call works of art, images. We call them dolls. Argilax. Just so. You have no sense of art, and you instinctively insult it. The He-Ancient. Children have been known to make dolls out of rags, and to caress them with the deepest fondness. The She-Ancient. 8 centuries ago, when I was a child, I made a rag doll. The rag doll is the dearest of all. The newly born, eagerly interested. Oh, have you got it still? The She-Ancient. I kept it a full week. Ecrasia. Even in your childhood, then, you did not understand high art and adored your own amateur crudities. The She-Ancient. How old are you? Ecrasia. 8 months. The She-Ancient. When you have lived as long as I have, Ecrasia, interrupting rudely, I shall worship rag dolls, perhaps. Thank heaven I am still in my prime. The He-Ancient. You are still capable of thanking, though you do not know what you thank. You are a thanking little animal, a blaming little animal, Acis, a gushing little animal. Argilax. And, as she thinks, an artistic little animal. Ecrasia, nettled. I am an animated being, with a reasonable soul and human flesh subsisting. If your automata had been properly animated, Martellus, they would have been more successful. The She-Ancient. That is where you are wrong, my child. If those 2 loathsome things had been rag dolls, they would have been amusing and lovable. The newly born here would have played with them, and you would all have laughed and played with them too, until you had torn them to pieces, and then you would have laughed more than ever. The newly born. Of course we should. Isn't that funny? The He-Ancient. When a thing is funny, search it for a hidden truth. Strephon. Yes, and take all the fun out of it. The She-Ancient. Do not be so embittered because your sweetheart has outgrown her love for you. The newly born will make amends. The newly born. Oh, yes, I will be more than she could ever have been. Strephon. Pshaw! Jealous? The newly born. Oh, no, I have grown out of that. I love her now, because she loved you, and because you love her. The he-ancient. That is the next stage. You are getting on very nicely, my child. Martellus. Come, what is the truth that is hidden in the rag doll? The he-ancient. Well, consider why you are not content with the rag doll, and must have something more closely resembling a real living creature. As you grow up, you make images and paint pictures. Those of you who cannot do that make stories about imaginary dolls, or you dress yourselves up as dolls and act plays about them. The she-ancient. And to deceive yourself the more completely, you take them so very, very seriously that Acrasia here declares that the making of dolls is the holiest work of creation, and the words you put into the mouths of dolls, the sacredest of scriptures and the noblest of utterances. Acrasia. Tush. Argilax. Tosh. The she-ancient. Yet the more beautiful they become, the further they retreat from you. You cannot caress them as you caress the rag doll. You cannot cry for them when they are broken or lost, or when you pretend they have been unkind to you, as you could when you played with rag dolls. The he-ancient. At last, like Pygmalion, you demand from your dolls the final perfection of resemblance to life. They must move and speak. The she-ancient. They must love and hate. The he-ancient. They must think that they think. The she-ancient. They must have soft flesh and warm blood. The he-ancient. And then, when you have achieved this, as Pygmalion did, when the marble masterpiece is dethroned by the automaton, and the homo by the homunculus, when the body and the brain, the reasonable soul and human flesh subsisting, as Acrasia says, stand before you unmasked as mere machinery, and your impulses are shown to be nothing but reflexes, you are filled with horror and loathing, and would give worlds to be young enough to play with your rag doll again, since every step away from it has been a step away from love and happiness. Is it not true? The she-ancient. Speak, Martellus, you who have travelled the whole path. Martellus. It is true. With fierce joy I turned a temperature of 1,000,000 degrees on those two things I had modelled, and saw them vanish in an instant into inoffensive dust. The she-ancient. Speak, Argilax, you who have advanced from imitating the lightly living child to the intensely living ancient. Is it true so far? Argilax. It is partly true. I cannot pretend to be satisfied now with modelling pretty children. The he-ancient. And you, Acrasia, you cling to your highly artistic dolls as the noblest projections of the life force, do you not? Acrasia. Without art, the crudeness of reality would make the world unbearable. The newly born, anticipating the she-ancient, who is evidently going to challenge her. Now you are coming to me, because I am the latest arrival, but I don't understand your art and your dolls at all. I want to caress my darling Strephon, not to play with dolls. Acis. I am in my 4th year, and I have got on very well without your dolls. I had rather walk up a mountain and down again than look at all the statues Martellus and Argilax ever made. You prefer a statue to an automaton and a rag doll to a statue. So do I. But I prefer a man to a rag doll. Give me friends, not dolls. The he-ancient. Yet I have seen you walking over the mountains alone. Have you not found your best friend in yourself? Acis. What are you driving at, old one? What does all this lead to? The he-ancient. It leads, young man, to the truth that you can create nothing but yourself. Acis, musing. I can create nothing but myself. Acrasia, you are clever. Do you understand it? I don't. Acrasia. It is as easy to understand as any other ignorant error. What artist is as great as his own works? He can create masterpieces, but he cannot improve the shape of his own nose. Acis. There, what have you to say to that, old one? The he-ancient. He can alter the shape of his own soul. He could alter the shape of his nose if the difference between a turned-up nose and a turned-down one were worth the effort. One does not face the throes of creation for trifles. Acis. What have you to say to that, Acrasia? Acrasia. I say that if the ancients had thoroughly grasped the theory of fine art, they would understand that the difference between a beautiful nose and an ugly one is of supreme importance, that it is, indeed, the only thing that matters. The she-ancient. That is, they would understand something they could not believe, and that you do not believe. Acis. Just so, man. Art is not honest. That is why I never could stand much of it. It is all make-believe. Acrasia never really says things. She only rattles her teeth in her mouth. Acrasia. Acis? You are rude. Acis. You mean that I won't play the game of make-believe. Well, I don't ask you to play it with me. So why should you expect me to play it with you? Acrasia. You have no right to say that I am not sincere. I have found a happiness in art that real life has never given me. I am intensely in earnest about art. There is a magic and mystery in art that you know nothing of. The she-ancient. Yes, child. Art is the magic mirror you make to reflect your invisible dreams in visible pictures. You use a glass mirror to see your face. You use works of art to see your soul. But we who are older use neither glass mirrors nor works of art. We have a direct sense of life. When you gain that, you will put aside your mirrors and statues, your toys and your dolls. The he-ancient. Yet we too have our toys and our dolls. That is the trouble of the ancients. Argilax. What? The ancients have their troubles? It is the first time I ever heard one of them confess it. The he-ancient. Look at us. Look at me. This is my body, my blood, my brain. But it is not me. I am the eternal life, the perpetual resurrection. But, striking his body, this structure, this organism, this makeshift, can be made by a boy in a laboratory, and is held back from dissolution only by my use of it. Worse still, it can be broken by a slip of the foot, drowned by a cramp in the stomach, destroyed by a flash from the clouds. Sooner or later its destruction is certain. The she-ancient. Yes, this body is the last doll to be discarded. When I was a child, Acrasia, I too was an artist like your sculptor friends there, striving to create perfection in things outside myself. I made statues, I painted pictures, I tried to worship them. The he-ancient. I had no such skill, but I, like Acis, sought perfection in friends, in lovers, in nature, in things outside myself. Alas, I could not create it. I could only imagine it. The she-ancient. I, like Argilax, found out that my statues of bodily beauty were no longer even beautiful to me, and I pressed on and made statues and pictures of men and women of genius, like those in the old fable of Michelangelo. Like Martellus, I smashed them when I saw that there was no life in them, that they were so dead that they would not even dissolve as a dead body does. The he-ancient. And I, like Acis, ceased to walk over the mountains with my friends and walked alone, for I found that I had creative power over myself, but none over my friends. And then I ceased to walk on the mountains, for I saw that the mountains were dead. Acis, protesting vehemently. No, I grant you about the friends, perhaps, but the mountains are still the mountains, each with its name, its individuality, its upstanding strength and majesty, its beauty. Acrasia. What? Acis among the rhapsodists? The he-ancient. Mere metaphor, my poor boy. The mountains are corpses. All the young, repelled. Oh! The he-ancient. Yes, in the hard-pressed heart of the earth, where the inconceivable heat of the sun still glows, the stone lives in fierce atomic convulsion, as we live in our slower way. When it is cast out to the surface, it dies like deep-sea fish. What you see is only its cold, dead body. We have tapped that central heat, as prehistoric man tapped water springs, but nothing has come up alive from those flaming depths. Your landscapes, your mountains, are only the world's cast skins and decaying teeth on which we live like microbes. Ecrasia. Ancient, you blaspheme against nature and against man. The she-ancient. Child, how much enthusiasm will you have for man when you have endured 8 centuries of him, as I have, and seen him perish by an empty mischance that is yet a certainty? When I discarded my dolls as he discarded his friends and his mountains, it was to myself I turned as to the final reality. Here and here alone I could shape and create. When my arm was weak and I willed it to be strong, I could create a roll of muscle on it. And when I understood that, I understood that I could, without any greater miracle, give myself 10 arms and 3 heads. The he-ancient. I also came to understand such miracles. For 50 years I sat contemplating this power in myself and concentrating my will. The she-ancient. So did I, and for 5 more years I made myself into all sorts of fantastic monsters. I walked upon 12 legs. I worked with 20 hands and 100 fingers. I looked to the 4 quarters of the compass with 8 eyes out of 4 heads. Children fled in amazement from me until I had to hide myself from them, and the ancients, who had forgotten how to laugh, smiled grimly when they passed. The he-ancient. We have all committed these follies. You will all commit them. The newly born. Oh, do grow a lot of arms and legs and heads for us. It would be so funny. The he-ancient. My child, I am just as well as I am. I would not lift my finger now to have 1,000 heads. The she-ancient. But what would I not give to have no head at all? All the young. What's that? No head at all? Why? How? The he-ancient. Can you not understand? All the young, shaking their heads. No. The she-ancient. One day, when I was tired of learning to walk forward with some of my feet and backwards with others, and sideways with the rest all at once, I sat on a rock with my 4 chins resting on 4 of my palms, and 4 of my elbows resting on 4 of my knees. And suddenly it came into my mind that this monstrous machinery of heads and limbs was no more me than my statues had been me, and that it was only an automaton that I had enslaved. Martellus. Enslaved? What does that mean? The she-ancient. A thing that must do what you command it is a slave, and its commander is its master. These are words you will learn when your turn comes. The he-ancient. You will also learn that when the master has come to do everything through the slave becomes his master, since he cannot live without him. The she-ancient. And so I perceived that I had made myself the slave of a slave. The he-ancient. When we discovered that, we shed our superfluous heads and legs and arms until we had our old shapes again, and no longer startled the children. The she-ancient. But still, I am the slave of this slave, my body. How am I to be delivered from it? The he-ancient. That, children, is the trouble of the ancients. For whilst we are tied to this tyrannous body, we are subject to its death, and our destiny is not achieved. The newly born. What is your destiny? The he-ancient. To be immortal. The she-ancient. The day will come when there will be no people, only thought. The he-ancient. And that will be life eternal. Ecrasia. I trust I shall meet my fatal accident before that day dawns. Argilax. For once, Ecrasia, I agree with you. A world in which there were nothing plastic would be an utterly miserable one. Ecrasia. No limbs, no contours, no exquisite lines and elegant shapes, no worship of beautiful bodies, no poetic embraces in which cultivated lovers pretend that their caressing hands are wandering over celestial hills and enchanted valleys. No, Acis, interrupting her disgustedly. What an inhuman mind you have, Ecrasia. Ecrasia. Inhuman? Acis. Yes, inhuman. Why don't you fall in love with someone? Ecrasia. I have been in love all my life. I burned with it even in the egg. Acis. Not a bit of it. You and Argilax are just as hard as two stones. Ecrasia. You did not always think so, Acis? Acis. Oh, I know. I offered you my love once and asked for yours. Ecrasia. And did I deny it to you, Acis? Acis. You didn't even know what love was. Ecrasia. Oh, I adored you, you stupid oaf, until I found that you were a mere animal. Acis. And I made no end of a fool of myself about you, until I discovered that you were a mere artist. You appreciated my contours. I was plastic, as Argilax says. I wasn't a man to you. I was a masterpiece, appealing to your tastes and your senses. Your tastes and senses had overlaid the direct impulse of life in you, and because I cared only for our life, and went straight to it, and was bored by your calling my limbs fancy names, and mapping me into mountains and valleys and all the rest of it, you called me an animal. Well, I am an animal, if you call a live man an animal. Ecrasia. You need not explain. You refused to be refined. I did my best to lift your prehistoric impulses onto the plane of beauty, of imagination, of romance, of poetry, of art, of Acis. These things are all very well in their way and in their proper places, but they are not love. They are an unnatural adulteration of love. Love is a simple thing and a deep thing. It is an act of life, and not an illusion. Art is an illusion. Argilax. That is false. The statue comes to life always. The statues of today are the men and women of the next incubation. I hold up the marble figure before the mother and say, this is the model you must copy. We produce what we see. Let no man dare to create in art a thing that he would not have exist in life. Martellus. Yes, I have been through all that. But you yourself are making statues of ancients instead of beautiful nymphs and swains, and Ecrasia is right about the ancients being inartistic. They are damnably inartistic. Ecrasia, triumphant. Ah, our greatest artist vindicates me. Thanks, Martellus. Martellus. The body always ends by being a bore. Nothing remains beautiful and interesting except thought, because the thought is the life, which is just what this old gentleman and this old lady seem to think too. The she-ancient. Quite so. The he-ancient. Precisely. The newly born to the he-ancient. But you can't be nothing. What do you want to be? The he-ancient. A vortex. The newly born. A what? The she-ancient. A vortex. I began as a vortex. Why should I not end as one? Ecrasia. Oh, that is what you old people are, vorticists. Acis. But if life is thought, can you live it without a head? The he-ancient. Not now, perhaps, but prehistoric men thought they could not live without tails. I can live without a tail. Why should I not live without a head? The newly born. What is a tail? The he-ancient. A habit of which your ancestors managed to cure themselves. The she-ancient. None of us now believe that all this machinery of flesh and blood is necessary. It dies. The he-ancient. It imprisons us on this petty planet, and forbids us to range through the stars. Acis. But even a vortex is a vortex in something. You can't have a whirlpool without water, and you can't have a vortex without gas, or molecules, or atoms, or ions, or electrons, or something. Not nothing. The he-ancient. No, The vortex is not the water, nor the gas, nor the atoms. It is a power over these things. The she-ancient. The body was the slave of the vortex, but the slave has become the master, and we must free ourselves from that tyranny. It is this stuff, indicating a body, this flesh and blood and bone and all the rest of it, that is intolerable. Even prehistoric man dreamed of what he called an astral body, and asked who would deliver him from the body of this death. Acis, evidently out of his depth. I shouldn't think too much about it if I were you. You have to keep sane, you know. The two ancients look at one another, shrug their shoulders, and address themselves to their departure. The he-ancient. We're staying too long with you, children. We must go. All the young people rise, rather eagerly. Argilax. Don't mention it. The she-ancient. It is tiresome for us, too. You see, children, we have to put things very crudely to you to make ourselves intelligible. The he-ancient. And I am afraid we do not quite succeed. Strephon. Very kind of you to come at all and talk to us, I'm sure. Lucretia. Why do the other ancients never come and give us a turn? The she-ancient. It is difficult for them. They have forgotten how to speak, how to read, even how to think in your fashion. We do not communicate with one another in that way or apprehend the world as you do. The he-ancient. I find it more and more difficult to keep up your language. Another century or two, and it will be impossible. I shall have to be relieved by a younger shepherd. Acis. Of course, we are always delighted to see you, but still, if it tries you very severely, we could manage pretty well by ourselves, you know. The she-ancient. Tell me, Acis, do you ever think of yourself as having to live, perhaps, for thousands of years? Acis. Oh, don't talk about it. Why, I know very well that I have only 4 years of what any reasonable person would call living, and 3.5 of them are already gone. Lucretia. You must not mind our saying so, but really, you cannot call being an ancient living. The newly born, almost in tears. Oh, this dreadful shortness of our lives, I cannot bear it. Strephon. I made up my mind on that subject long ago. When I am 3 years and 50 weeks old, I shall have my fatal accident, and it will not be an accident. The he-ancient. We are very tired of this subject. I must leave you. The newly born. What is being tired? The she-ancient. The penalty of attending to children. Farewell. The two ancients go away severally, she into the grove, he up to the hills behind the temple. All. Oof! A great sigh of relief. Lucretia. Dreadful people. Strephon. Bores. Martellus. Yet one would like to follow them, to enter into their life, to grasp their thought, to comprehend the universe as they must. Argilax. Getting old, Martellus? Martellus. Well, I have finished with the dolls, and I am no longer jealous of you. That looks like the end. 2 hours of sleep is enough for me. I'm afraid I'm beginning to find you all rather silly. Strephon. I know. My girl went off this morning. She hadn't slept for weeks, and she found mathematics more interesting than me. Martellus. There is a prehistoric saying that has come down to us from a famous woman teacher. She said, "Leave women and study mathematics." It is the only remaining fragment of a lost scripture called the Confessions of St. Augustine, the English opium eater. That primitive savage must have been a great woman to say a thing that still lives after 300 centuries. I, too, will leave women and study mathematics, which I have neglected too long. Farewell, children, my old playmates. I almost wish I could feel sentimental about parting from you, but the cold truth is that you bore me. Do not be angry with me. Your turn will come. He passes away gravely into the grove. Argilax. There goes a great spirit. What a sculptor he was, and now nothing. It is as if he had cut off his hands. The newly born. Oh, will you all leave me as he has left you? Acrasia. Never. We have sworn it. Strephon. What is the use of swearing? She swore. He swore. You have sworn. They have sworn. Acrasia. You speak like a grammar. Strephon. That is how one ought to speak, isn't it? We shall all be forsworn. The newly born. Do not talk like that. You are saddening us, and you are chasing the light away. It is growing dark. Acis. Night is falling. The light will come back tomorrow. The newly born. What is tomorrow? Acis. The day that never comes. He turns towards the temple. All begin trooping into the temple. The newly born, holding Acis back. That is no answer. What? Argilax. Silence. Little children should be seen and not heard. The newly born, putting out her tongue at him. Acrasia. Ungraceful. You must not do that. The newly born. I will do what I like. But there is something the matter with me. I want to lie down. I cannot keep my eyes open. Acrasia. You are falling asleep. You will wake up again. The newly born drowsily. What is sleep? Acis. Ask no questions, and you will be told no lies. He takes her by the ear and leads her firmly towards the temple. The newly born. I don't. I want to be carried. She reels into the arms of Acis, who carries her into the temple. Acrasia. Come, Argilax. You, at least, are still an artist. I adore you. Argilax. Do you? Unfortunately for you, I am not still a child. I have grown out of cuddling. I can only appreciate your figure. Does that satisfy you? Acrasia. At what distance? Argilax. Arm's length or more. Acrasia. Thank you. Not for me. She turns away from him. Argilax. Ha ha! He strides off into the temple. Acrasia, calling to Strephon, who is on the threshold of the temple, going in. Strephon? Strephon. No, my heart is broken. He goes into the temple. Acrasia. Must I pass the night alone? She looks round, seeking another partner, but they have all gone. After all, I can imagine a lover nobler than any of you. She goes into the temple. It is now quite dark. A vague radiance appears near the temple and shapes itself into the ghost of Adam, a woman's voice in the grove. Who is that? Adam. The ghost of Adam, the first father of mankind. Who are you? The voice. The ghost of Eve, the first mother of mankind. Adam. Come forth, wife, and show yourself to me. Eve, appearing near the grove. Here I am, husband. You are very old. A voice in the hills. Ha, ha, ha. Adam. Who laughs? Who dares laugh at Adam? Eve. Who has the heart to laugh at Eve? The voice. The ghost of Cain, the first child, and the first murderer. He appears between them, and as he does so there is a prolonged hiss. Who dares hiss at Cain, the lord of death? A voice. The ghost of the serpent that lived before Adam and before Eve, and taught them how to bring forth Cain. She becomes visible, coiled in the trees. A voice. There is one that came before the serpent. The serpent. That is the voice of Lilith, in whom the father and mother were one. Hail, Lilith! Lilith becomes visible between Cain and Adam. Lilith. I suffered unspeakably. I tore myself asunder. I lost my life to make of my one flesh these twain, man and woman. And this is what has come of it. What do you make of it, Adam, my son? Adam. I made the earth bring forth by my labor, and the woman bring forth by my love, and this is what has come of it. What do you make of it, Eve, my wife? Eve. I nourished the egg in my body and fed it with my blood, and now they let it fall as the birds did and suffer not at all. What do you make of it, Cain, my firstborn? Cain. I invented killing and conquest and mastery, and the winnowing out of the weak by the strong. And now the strong have slain one another, and the weak live forever, and their deeds do nothing for the doer more than for another. What do you make of it, snake? The serpent. I am justified, for I chose wisdom and the knowledge of good and evil. And now there is no evil, and wisdom and good are one. It is enough. She vanishes. Cain. There is no place for me on earth any longer. You cannot deny that mine was a splendid game while it lasted. But now, out, out, brief candle. He vanishes. Eve. The clever ones were always my favorites. The diggers and the fighters have dug themselves in with the worms. My clever ones have inherited the earth. All's well. She fades away. Adam. I can make nothing of it, neither head nor tail. What is it all for? Why? Whither? Whence? We were well enough in the garden, and now the fools have killed all the animals, and they are dissatisfied because they cannot be bothered with their bodies. Foolishness, I call it. He disappears. Lilith. They have accepted the burden of eternal life. They have taken the agony from birth, and their life does not fail them even in the hour of their destruction. Their breasts are without milk, their bowels are gone, the very shapes of them are only ornaments for their children to admire and caress without understanding. Is this enough, or shall I labor again? Shall I bring forth something that will sweep them away and make an end of them, as they have swept away the beasts of the garden, and made an end of the crawling things and the flying things, and all of them that refuse to live forever? I had patience with them for many ages. They tried me very sorely. They did terrible things. They embraced death, and said that eternal life was a fable. I stood amazed at the malice and destructiveness of the things I had made. Mars blushed as he looked down on the shame of his sister planet. Cruelty and hypocrisy became so hideous that the face of the earth was pitted with the graves of little children, among which living skeletons crawled in search of horrible food. The pangs of another birth were already upon me when one man repented and lived 300 years, and I waited to see what would come of that. And so much has come of it that the horrors of that time seem now but an evil dream. They have redeemed themselves from their vileness and turned away from their sins. Best of all, they are still not satisfied. The impulse I gave them in that day when I sundered myself in twain and launched man and woman on the earth still urges them. After passing 1,000,000 goals, they press on to the goal of redemption from the flesh, to the vortex freed from matter, to the whirlpool in pure intelligence, that when the world began was a whirlpool in pure force. And though all that they have done seems but the first hour of the infinite work of creation, yet I will not supersede them until they have forded this last stream that lies between flesh and spirit, and disentangled their life from the matter that has always mocked it. I can wait. Waiting and patience mean nothing to the eternal. I gave the woman the greatest of gifts, curiosity. By that, her seed has been saved from my wrath, for I also am curious, and I have waited always to see what they will do tomorrow. Let them feed that appetite well for me. I say, let them dread of all things stagnation, for from the moment I, Lilith, lose hope and faith in them, they are doomed. In that hope and faith I have let them live for a moment, and in that moment I have spared them many times. But mightier creatures than they have killed hope and faith and perished from the earth. And I may not spare them forever. I am Lilith. I brought life into the whirlpool of force and compelled my enemy, matter, to obey a living soul. But in enslaving life's enemy, I made him life's master. For that is the end of all slavery. And now I shall see the slave set free and the enemy reconciled, the whirlpool become all life and no matter. And because these infants that call themselves ancients are reaching out towards that, I will have patience with them still, though I know well that when they attain it, they shall become one with me and supersede me, and Lilith will be only a legend and a lay that has lost its meaning. Of life only is there no end, and though of its million starry mansions many are empty and many still unbuilt, and though its vast domain is as yet unbearably desert, my seed shall one day fill it and master its matter to its uttermost confines. And for what may be beyond, the eyesight of Lilith is too short. It is enough that there is a beyond. She vanishes. End of As Far as Thought Can Reach. End of section 19. End of Back to Methuselah, a metabiological Pentateuch by George Bernard Shaw.